Hey guys, I'm early. I'm gonna go finish getting ready, but I just saw this was going on, so I figured I would just go live so we could watch it. I'll be there in a minute though, okay? I'm gonna finish getting ready. Good morning, everybody. I just got back from Starbucks getting myself a coffee. Alright, I'll be back. Just enjoy. I guess this must be outside the courthouse. Okay, I'll be back.
I left it just like that on purpose. Thank you. Okay. She's my mom last week. Yeah. It is. Caitlin? Put a lot of work into that. Once you lose, you come up with my name is Caitlin, by the way. Yes, I appreciate that so much. You're from LA? Yeah. What did you make? I'm in the back. I'm still here. Yeah, okay. So did you want to support her originally and then you back, or did your feeling change between the kind of earlier and came back? Were you able to get into the courtroom at any point? Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Got worse. So actually, social media. Yeah.
I'm almost ready, guys. I'll be seeing you in a minute, okay? I'm just finishing getting ready real quick. Hey, Maria, Jar Dirt, Harry, Angela, single. You sweet lassie. Okay, I'll be there in a minute.
I didn't feel like con máscara, not laughing. Yo esto así de historia. Come on.
Mark, ready.
Hey guys, hold on, let me shrink down a little bit. Here we go. Anyway, I'll mute this for a minute. How's everybody doing? Good morning. It's a new day. It's gonna be a good day. So Johnny might be called. That's bullcrap that they're waiting. That they couldn't just tell him yet last night. You know what I'm saying? They asked, "Is Johnny gonna be called?" Did you guys heard that right yesterday at the end? They're like, "Well, are they gonna call Johnny?" And they said, "Oh, we'll let you know in the morning." Like, why don't they let him know? That's bullcrap. So now Johnny has to wonder. I don't know. Hold on, let me get CBS up here too. Yeah, so it's just like, what the heck? Poor guy. So I almost don't think they're gonna call him because I don't see how calling him can help them. You know what I'm saying? So they might just be doing that to keep him on his toes and you know what I'm saying? And just be, oh, we might be calling you. And then in the end, they're not gonna call him. I mean, I could be wrong, but why do I think that they're not? Because I don't see how could that help them? It'll only help Johnny's side, really. The more we get to hear of Johnny, the more people, go on his side, I feel like. Okay, so let me get another, hold on. Good morning, everybody. Hold on, I'll look at chat one second. I'm just trying to get up another channel that maybe we'll have them coming in. Man, my nose has been running though. All morning for some reason. Whoa. Yeah, nothing else is up. Do you guys see anything else up? Let me see. Court TV. I don't see anything else live. Last time you said Court TV had it. Well, hold on. They're just playing replays right now, though. So I'll keep it on there, and I'll keep an eye on it. And let me just try to find one more here. And then I'll come and chat and see what you guys are all doing. I stopped at Starbucks. Got myself a vanilla cappuccino with an extra shot. Yeah, I don't see anybody else live at the moment. They better be getting it going, man. It's already 1:45. Yeah, I don't know. I will keep an eye out. What I'll do is actually, let me share this. Hold on. I'll have that ready so I could watch it in the background. Okay. Got that ready. All right. So I'm keeping an eye on Court TV today because I think yesterday you guys said it was Court TV that had it. Shabby Girl, what's up? I love that name. Shabby Girl. Zelda. Lisa B. Lonnie. Karen, good morning, everybody. Who else? Humanimal, what's up? Yeah, I have Law&Crimes, but I have theirs up right now. It's just they're outside. But this isn't where Johnny and them come in or anything. You know what I'm saying? This isn't. I mean, I guess right over there, but they're not going to catch them. Like, when I think people want the shot where it's like right by the door. But I guess we could just keep this on. I'll just keep it muted and we'll see. And then I have Law and Crimes that I could see, or not Law and Crimes, Court TV that I could see if they have a close up. Anyway, hi Kim C. Yes, I do. I feel better today. I got my Starbucks extra shot. Yeah, that red mark on my face went away. I went to bed like at 6 o'clock yesterday. I was feeling so crappy. I mean, I didn't fall asleep right away, but I laid in bed. I just laid there. I just couldn't. I don't know. I just felt so crappy that I didn't even want to like get up and do anything. So I just laid there, watched some YouTube till I fell asleep. I got up at like 6 then because I couldn't sleep. So I got up at 6. I went to Starbucks. Good morning, Tashi. Shabby girl, are you new here? Or did you change your name? I love that name, but I've never seen you here unless a lot of people will change their name and then they'll be like, no, I used to be so-and-so. Or were you somebody else before? Sheila Sunshine. I'm ready to go today, guys. I almost hope they do call Johnny so we get a little bit of entertainment because here, I'll show you the thing that the supposed witness list coming up that Sarah sent me yesterday. Hold on. Let me get it up. That they think. I'll just read it because I don't want to unshare my screen because I have it already. Oh, so who did you used to be, Shabby? Who were you? Hi, POV. You got to tell me so I know. Hey, Vicious Trollop. Okay. I'll just read you the lineup that the Court TV projected. That I guess it says, according to a source close to Johnny Depp, below is a list of expected rebuttal witnesses for Tuesday. So this is just the rebuttal witnesses. For Tuesday, May 24th and Wednesday, May 25th. These are expected witnesses. So May 24th, you have Dr. Richard Shaw, Dr. Kimberly Collins, Kendall Davidson, Walter Hamada, Richard Marks, Mike Spindler, Doug Bonilla, Morgan Knight, Dr. David A. Kilber. So today won't be like it'll be good though. It'll be good. It'll be the rebuttal. So, I mean, probably. And then hopefully they'll be able to fit in Jennifer Howe because Jennifer Howe is that witness that I read you that document where she is basically a witness to say that Whitney freaking lied. It's one of Whitney's friends and boss, a former friend and boss of Whitney's. That basically, I'll tell you in a minute what it said in case if you guys weren't here yesterday. And then on Wednesday was going to be a huge day. Kate Moss, Brian Neumeister, Morgan Tremaine, Lydia Phillip, Dr. Shannon Curry is back, and Johnny Depp. Oh, you're new. Okay, yay, new. I love new people. And so hold on a second. And then Sarah sent me something yesterday that says, hold on. That said, that Tremaine guy that's supposed to be for, wait, what day did I say? Hold on. The Morgan Tremaine, somebody from Court TV, did a post yesterday. Hold on, where is it? And it says, she said, you all know who Morgan Tremaine is, ex-exec from TMZ, who worked there during their marriage and divorce. He can talk about where the video of the Johnny in the kitchen came from in the leak of the TRO filing. It's getting better and better. So that's Wednesday's going to be huge. So he's one of the rebuttal witnesses for Wednesday. So, dude, does that mean he's gonna say that Amber sent it, the source is Amber? You know what I'm saying? And the way that Camille was basically saying, oh, you sent it or who sent it, like going on about who sent the videos and who gave it to him and basically trying to call her a liar. Wonder if they already knew because they already talked to this guy from TMZ and they already know that Amber's the source. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It might be getting good, guys. It's gonna be good. Yeah. So, because this is the rebuttal, so this is a witness for Johnny. So it's gonna go. You know what I'm saying? It's something that they want in their favor. So you know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be Wednesday is gonna be huge, but today might be good. I mean, today's gonna be good too. Today's gonna be good. But today, I hope they do call. Do you guys want them to call Johnny or no? They're calling Johnny in the rebuttal. It's listed. Like his team's calling him back up on the stand, it says. But I'm talking about the defense if Amber's going to call him. Because they have, and how awesome Dr. Shannon Curry's coming back up. I'm so excited. Anyway, hey Sarah, I was just reading what the that text. Thanks for sending me that. Here, I just like refreshed. Sorry guys. Anyway. Is that them? Shoot, well nobody has it up. Let me know. I'm looking at Core TV too. It looks like that's them, but we're not gonna be able to see it from here. Core TV's just playing a replay. It has to be one of them. Does anybody know another channel? CBS isn't on yet. Core TV is playing a replay right now. This is Law&Crime. I checked some of the entertainments. They weren't up a few minutes ago. I don't know if they're up now. I know I love Dr. Curry. Hey, Morgan Mama. Hey, Bammy. Karen. I'm ready to go today, guys. I'm feeling good. Hey, Colleen. Oh, really? I haven't watched them at all. I've never watched their channel. The only reason I'm looking at them is because yesterday when we missed them walking in, somebody said that they had them. Otherwise, I never really go to them to look. I don't know why. I don't have a problem with them or anything, but like I'm always going to either Law&Crime or like CBS. I like Law&Crime. We're gonna have to watch another trial together, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody. Let me see if anybody else. Let me see if I could find anybody else again. I'll just search Johnny Depp and see if anybody else has got anything up that comes up in my thing. Oh, well, it's not the end of the world. We could watch it later. I'm coming in. I mean, I'm going to try to get it, but if I can't find it, I can't find it. Let me just go right here. Oh, yeah, we got, okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on one second. Should I switch over to... I don't know. I just found another one that has the court. Hold on. I don't know if I should have switched over. Hold on, guys. Like this one, they have it up. Ooh, I'm just going back and forth. So they have it up right there. But let me see if anybody else has it. I'm going back and forth. So it's like 4 different channels to see if anybody has them coming in. I got Court TV. I got CBS isn't on yet. This has this on there. Court TV is just in their mid, whatever they're doing. They might be. Hold on. I don't know, guys. Hold on a second. Let me just... No, I don't want to do that. Hold on. Is your audio tab? Okay, let's... Yeah, it's still... I'm trying. Let me go back to Court TV. No, they're just... Okay, I'm going like 4 different channels for you guys. But we're gonna ultimately watch it on Law&Crime because we love our double screens, don't we? How many got it? Oh, you know what? I fell asleep and I never did order my Camille merch. I gotta order it. I'm gonna order it during this one of the witnesses. Like while I'm watching it. I have to. Like maybe I'll be able to get it by next week. Yeah, so Court TV just has their thing up right now. CBS isn't live yet. This is the channel I have up, and then Law and Crime is just over here with a very blurry thing. So we'll just watch this for a minute. Anyway, hi Mamma Mia, Batman, yeah. Harry Potter, always, Lonnie, Zeke. Oh, okay, so my mom, I asked about his checkup. He did a good checkup. The doctor, like, she looked at his teeth and she goes, "Oh, perfect." And or beautiful or something. She's just everything. Oh, Johnny already walked in, so nobody had it. I know they have to look. They're who are they clapping at? Look, are they clapping for Johnny in the courtroom? You guys see them? I didn't know they did that. Have they ever done that before? What the heck? That's cool. Wow. How cool. Huh. Anyway, so yeah, what was I saying now, guys? Oh yeah, so he had a really good checkup. Everything was good. His teeth look good because he's a good chewer on stuff to clean his teeth. His teeth, she said, were beautiful. He's weighs 17. She kind of wants him to weigh like 16 or 15, they said at the last vet, but this time she said, you know what? He's happy, he's fine, he's all right, he's good, he's comfortable. So he just said he had a good checkup, everything was good. He had his shots and everything. So Law and Crime is in the court too, but right now theirs is a little choppy, so I'll just keep it here until they get their double screen up. Hi, Bridget Rose. Alicia! Supposedly, there's a video going around where the crazy doc whispers to Elaine on the way to the stand, "I'm gonna lie in testimony. Anything you want me to say?" Wow, I don't know. That doesn't seem like that seems a little odd because why would they discuss that in the courthouse? They should have discussed that before, right? Yo, you can't hear me? There's no sound for the court yet. Oh, here we go. Here, let's switch over to this one. Sorry, they didn't have it. There's no sound yet. But can you hear me, right? You know how they have the sound muted in there until the court starts. So yeah, I'll just keep it here until. Yeah, I don't think I don't think that's that him saying that seems hard to believe. Maybe it looks like he's saying that or something, because that would be stupid for him to say it right in court. If they had that plan, they would have talked about it before. I wouldn't see him like saying it as he walks up. That would just be retarded to me. But I mean, got my merch on, guys. Anybody? This orange kind of looks weird with this background. Should I put on my blue hoodie? Why don't I like it? Like with the colors. I mean, I love this merch. This is my favorite one. Well, now the Camille one. Well, no, Zeke and Justice is good too. Huh. But anyway, you guys, this is up for order. This merch. It says justice, equality, truth, love. Welcome to my channel, because I always do still say it when I have my recorded. That was what everybody voted on when I was making it. But anyway, here, let me get the merch for Camille if anybody wants to order. I'm gonna get it up because I'm gonna order some too while I'm watching. Oh, God, I go nuts though. Just like I have so many of my own merch, I just order like so many. because I could get it at cost for me. You know what I'm saying? Because I make like a certain amount of every one that I sell, which is cool because they're all made to order. I don't have to like buy a ton and then sell them. They're just made to order, and then I just get a percentage, you know. So, oh, here we go. They're going back from when they come in. Yay! I have the sound on. I don't know why there's no sound. They're not sharing it. But anyway, so yeah, it's just made to order. So I have so many. Well, I gave away some though too. But yeah, they're really comfortable, really good quality. So the Camille is going to be the same brand, you know, so they'll be just the same good quality. I wonder why aren't they sharing the sound? Huh. Is that normal? Well, we're going to be watching a Law&Crime anyway. I'm going to switch over after we watch this part. Johnny! Let me make sure that if I just go to it.
After we finish our motions and they come out, I'll let you say that, yeah, okay, let's.
Actually, no.
To take them back in. So when after we finish our motions and they come out, I'll let you say that, yeah, okay, let's just do it that way. All right, so based on them resting, you have a motion? And I did receive your memo ahead of time, so I have reviewed that. Okay, I have, okay. Yes, sir.
I haven't received anything from them. I don't know whether they.
I think it's just gonna be oral arguments. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ben Chu for plaintiff Johnny Depp. Mr. Depp hereby moves to strike defendant Amber Heard's counterclaims because Ms. Heard has not proven by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman made the 3 allegedly defamatory statements with actual malice.
Right, but clear and convincing is not my motion to strike standard.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we have cited the standard in our brief.
Thank you.
Moreover, Your Honor, the court should also strike defendant's claim for immunity and attorney's fees based on Virginia's anti-SLAPP statute, as she is not entitled to immunity under the statute. Because we know that the court has carefully reviewed our motion papers, I will just hit some of the salient points.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I would mention, however, Your Honor, that because this is not included in our brief, that there is no record evidence whatsoever that Mr. Depp even saw any of the 3 statements that Mr. Waldman made prior to being served with the counterclaims in this action, which we believe is relevant to many of the legal standards. And as Your Honor is aware, Ms. Heard had signaled for the past week that she was planning to call Mr. Depp in her case in chief. And it was our anticipation that she would try to fill what we believe is a gaping hole with respect to the elements of her proof. Again, there's no record evidence whatsoever that Mr. Depp ever saw any of the 3 statements about which Ms. Heard is purportedly suing him for $100 million. As Your Honor is aware, the elements of defamation are as follows. 1, publication of 2, an actionable statement with 3, the requisite intent. See Tharp versus Sanders, 285 Virginia 476 at 2013. The requisite intent for defamation against a public figure is actual malice. That is, the statement must be made with knowledge that it was false or with reckless disregard of whether it was false or not. See Sanders v. Harris, 213 Virginia 369 at 372, a 1972 case. See also Jackson v. Hartig, 274 Virginia at 2019. Reckless disregard, as Your Honor is aware, quote, is not measured by whether a reasonably prudent person would have published or would have investigated before publishing, ellipsis. There must be sufficient evidence to permit the conclusion that the defendant, in fact, entertained serious doubts as to the truth of his publication, unquote. St. Amant versus Thompson, 390 U.S. Supreme Court, 727 at 731. Your Honor, the evidence shows that Ms. Heard cannot prevail on her claim because she cannot and did not establish that Mr. Waldman made the statements with actual malice. Mr. Waldman testified that he conducted extensive investigation and reasonably believed that the three statements he made were true. Ms. Heard presented nothing to contradict that undisputed fact. Ms. Heard has no evidence of direct liability because obviously, Your Honor, we need to talk about direct and vicarious liability, but it bears noting that she has no evidence of direct liability and cannot prove actual malice by Mr. Waldman when making the three statements at issue. It is undisputed that Mr. Depp did not make any of the three statements at issue in Ms. Heard's counterclaim. Moreover, in order for Mr. Depp to be liable for the conduct of one of his attorneys, there must be some showing that he directed, participated, or otherwise authorized Mr. Waldman to make the statements at issue. There is no such evidence on the record that Mr. Depp directed or otherwise authorized Mr. Waldman to make the three allegedly defamatory statements at issue in the counterclaims. Indeed, there is no evidence of any communication or coordination between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman regarding the counterclaim statements or anything else. For this reason as well, Your Honor, Ms. Heard cannot meet her burden of proving that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his employment as our agency on behalf of Mr. Depp. Again, it bears noting that there's no evidence that Mr. Depp even saw the statements by Mr. Waldman until he was served with the counterclaims well into this case. It was more than a year after Mr. Depp filed his complaint and Ms. Heard lost a series of motions to dismiss that she finally asserted her counterclaims, most of which have already been dismissed by opinion letter of this court. Whereas here, there is no evidence of direct liability, Ms. Heard must rely on a theory of vicarious liability to hold Mr. Depp liable for the actions or statements, rather, of his purported agent, Mr. Waldman. Vicarious liability is by definition, quote, liability for the tort of another person, unquote. So to hold Mr. Depp liable for Mr. Waldman's statements, Ms. Heard must establish that Mr. Waldman himself committed all the elements of defamation. I know the court's familiar with this, so I'll try to run through it quickly. See Parker versus Carillon Clinic, 296 Virginia 319 at 332, a 2018 case. Quote, vicarious liability is liability for the tort of another person. It necessarily follows that a claimant cannot make out a case for vicarious liability against an employer without first proving that the employee committed a tort within the scope of his employment. See also Roughton Pontiac Corp versus Alston, 236 Virginia 152 at page 156. Which standard Ms. Heard has not met? And Your Honor, we cite a string citation to cases from other jurisdictions, which we obviously are not binding on the court, but we believe are influential. We presented those to the court for its review. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove by clear and convincing evidence, or ultimately, to prove actual malice by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. And while it is well settled law in Virginia, as Your Honor has pointed out last week, that an agent's knowledge can be imputed to a principal, and this is the Allen Realty Corp versus Holbert case, 227 Virginia 441 at 446. Ms. Heard's counsel cannot cite any case law stating that a principal's knowledge is imputed to an agent. In other words, Mr. Waldman must have made the statements knowing that they were false or with reckless disregard as to whether they were false. And Mr. Depp's knowledge cannot be imputed to him. There is no evidence in the record that Mr. Waldman knew the counterclaim statements were false. Indeed, Mr. Waldman did not even know Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard at the time of any of the alleged incidents at issue, and thus had no personal knowledge of what transpired. And this is reflected in the trial transcript that Mr. Waldman met Mr. Depp first in October of 2016, long after the fact. Nor is there any evidence in the record that Mr. Waldman subjectively entertained any serious doubts about the falsity of the counterclaim statements. Quite the opposite. The evidence shows, and it's unrebutted, that Mr. Waldman had very reasonable grounds to believe, and he did believe, and will to his dying day, that Ms. Heard's claim of abuse were patently false. Mr. Waldman testified at length about 29 witnesses he believed disproved Ms. Heard's false claims of abuse. See the transcript at page 6008 through 6012, and I won't run through all of that. But his testimony that two trained police officers, Officer Science and Haddon, were called to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, and saw no signs of injury on Ms. Heard's face, as well as, quote, Ms. Heard's own witnesses who have testified in various forms at various times that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between May 21st and May 27th, 2016, when she walked in to court with her publicist, her lawyer, her former best friend who no longer speaks with her, for a no-notice ex parte TRO. Some of the witnesses whom Mr. Waldman has cited, they include Laura DeVenier, Melanie Iglesias, who, as Your Honor recalls, was Ms. Heard's makeup artist, who decided to end any professional or personal association with Ms. Heard, Samantha McMillan, Hilda Vargas, Isaac Baruch, Trinity Esparza, Cornelius Harrell, Alejandro Romero, and Brandon Patterson, just to name a few. No reasonable jury could find that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice in making the allegedly defamatory statements. He was not present for the alleged incidents. He has no personal knowledge of any of the alleged incidents. What Mr. Waldman knows is a product of the legal work he did, the sleuthing he did on behalf of Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard cannot possibly show that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice, and her defamation claim must fail. 2, Mr. Waldman is an independent contractor, not an employee. It is axiomatic, Your Honor, that a person who hires an independent contractor is not liable for the independent contractor's actions. See Sanchez versus Medicorp Health System, 270 Virginia, 290. An independent contractor is a person who is engaged to produce a specific result, but who is not subject to the control of the employer principal as to the way to bring about that result. See Atkinson versus Sachno, 261 Virginia, 378 at 284. That's a 2001 case. An outside lawyer retained by a client in connection with litigation is an independent contractor. See King versus Dalton, 895 F. Sup. 831, Eastern District of Virginia, 1995, where Judge Ellis, a legendary jurist known by all Virginia practitioners, held that, quote, a law firm attorney working with a client is nonetheless an independent contractor and is not an employee of the client corporation. In that case, the employer was a corporation, but the same logic applies when it's an individual like Mr. Depp. That was Mr. Waldman's role. Indeed, clients hire lawyers to obtain specific results or to try to obtain specific results, but they do not control the means by which the results are accomplished. Lawyers, as Your Honor has reminded us, are subject to professional obligations to exercise independent professional judgment. We are not at the whim of our clients as much as we want to serve them. See Virginia State Bar Professional Guidelines, Rule 1:2 and 2.1. And just to quote 2.1, in representing a client, a lawyer shall exercise independent professional judgment, unquote. Mr. Waldman is, as a matter of law, an independent contractor, and Mr. Depp cannot be held responsible for any alleged tort by his attorney, particularly for statements about which he was unaware until he was sued for them. Mr. Waldman testified, and it's unrebutted, that he has his own law firm. He's not an employee of Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp or none of his loan out companies have issued him a W-2, and Mr. Waldman provides legal services to clients other than and in addition to Mr. Depp, and that's found at the transcript, page 6020 through 21. All of that is unrebutted by Ms. Hurd. Mr. Waldman's statements, the third reason for which we respectfully submit the counterclaim should be stricken, is that Mr. Waldman's statements were protected opinion. And I won't run through all of that, but very briefly, taken in their proper context, the counterclaim statements are non-actionable expressions of opinion entitled to protection under the First Amendment. See Gertz versus Robert Welchink, 418 U.S. 323 at 339. That's a 1974 case from the United States Supreme Court. See also Shacker v. Bufault, a Virginia Supreme Court case found at 290 Virginia 83, a 2015 case, noting that where, quote, all sides of the issue, as well as the rationale for the speaker's view were exposed, the assertion of deceit reasonably could be understood only as the speaker's personal conclusion, unquote, and finding an accusation of deceit to be opinion. In context, Your Honor, any reporter or any reasonable reader would understand and expect a lawyer associated with Mr. Depp, as Mr. Waldman was, to challenge Ms. Hurd's version of the inherently controversial events of the parties' marriage. Just as Ms. Hurd's lawyers were quoted challenging Mr. Depp, and Your Honor will remember the context of these quotes that were in a British tabloid where Mr. Waldman's statements were buried well into article in which both points of view were clearly expressed. And Mr. Waldman was clearly identified not as an independent expert on the U.S. Constitution, but as one of Mr. Depp's attorneys. C. Chavez, 230 Virginia 112 at page 119, quote, the most unsophisticated recipient of such a claim, i.e. any reader of the British tabloid, made by a competitor against another could only regard it as a relative statement of opinion grounded upon the speaker's obvious bias, unquote. Mr. Waldman has never did anything to hide his support and belief in Mr. Depp. Finally, Your Honor, and for the rest, ultimately, Mr. Waldman's statements reflect the existence of two competing narratives and are merely his subjective view about events that he never claims to have witnessed, and there was no doubt about that. Turning to the second part of the argument, which will be more abridged, Ms. Heard is not entitled to anti-SLAPP immunity. As a threshold matter, Virginia Code Section 8.01-223.2, which is, as Your Honor well knows, is the Virginia anti-SLAPP statute amended most recently in 2019, provides in relevant part, quote, the immunity provided by this section shall not apply to any statements made with actual or constructive knowledge that they are false or with reckless disregard for whether they are false. Here, in addition to Mr. Depp's testimony, several witnesses have testified that A, they never witnessed Mr. Depp abuse Ms. Heard, and B, that they observed Ms. Heard without any injuries, marks, bruising, swelling, etc., during periods when Ms. Heard claimed to have injuries, marks, bruises, etc. Such witnesses include, but are not limited to, Isaac Baruch, Kate James, Dr. David Kipper, Nurse Debbie Lloyd, Officer Sines and Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and former U.S. Marine Starling Jenkins. Ms. Heard's request for anti-SLAPP immunity should be stricken, and even if there were disputed facts as to that, the anti-SLAPP immunity does not apply because the defamatory implication of Ms. Heard's statements are not solely relating to a matter of public concern, as is required under the statute. As has become quite clear, Your Honor, Mr. Depp is not suing about any of the public policy commentary made by the ACLU when it drafted the op-ed, and Ms. Heard put her name to it. What he is suing about here are the three statements that were directed at him. He has no issue with women's rights. He supports women's rights. In fact, he was the one, Your Honor, as Your Honor knows, who made that first $100,000 contribution to the ACLU, and he made it also to the CHLA.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. Mr. Chu has largely just read his brief and confined his arguments to those directed in the motion, but like we saw with the last motion to strike, he's now directing his arguments to something other than what's at issue here, and I would object because I think making an argument not to you but to the cameras, it's disrespectful to the court and to everyone's time, and it also threatens to undermine the integrity of this process and risk the jury being influenced by outside factors.
Well, it's his argument. I'll allow him to do his
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was trying to say, what Mr. Depp is suing about are the three statements. And it's very clear, despite the pious opening statement that about the First Amendment, that with the testimony of Terence Doherty and the emails that were admitted as exhibits, that the ACLU and Ms. Heard were conspiring to make it very clear that those three statements were related to Mr. Depp, because otherwise nobody had any interest in the article. And it's crystal clear from that. They wanted to time this thing with the release of Aquaman, which was her first film of any significance in terms of popularity, and to do that. That's very clear. So the charade that this had something to do with public policy is risible, and that is not why the anti-SLAPP protections were enacted. They were enacted to protect the rest of the article, not what Mr. Depp is suing about. As generally analyzed by the courts, a matter of public concern is one which relates to, quote, a matter of political, social, or other concern to the community, unquote, as opposed to a matter of only, quote, personal interest, unquote. That's Connick versus Myers, 461 U.S. 138 at page 146. Instead, the defamatory implication at issue in each of the three statements at bar relate to the personal grievances between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, which does not rise to the level of a matter of public concern with broader implications for society beyond the two litigants in this action any more than Mr. Waldman's statements. I mean, adding the gloss of public policy might immunize the statements that relate to public policy, but those are not at issue here. Mr. Depp agrees with those statements. We're talking about the 3 statements that they very intentionally and very cleverly put in to make it clear the implication that it was about Mr. Depp. They had lawyers from the ACLU working around the clock with Eric George to be as clever about this as possible. And Your Honor remembers the testimony of Mr. Doherty about the consternation at the ACLU when they realized that USA Today and everybody else who read the article knew darn well that this was about Mr. Depp. This cannot be protected by the anti-SLAPP statute. It is a cynical runaround. And I think now that we have the undisputed evidence from the ACLU in the form of the testimony of Terence Doherty, who was not only their corporate representative, he was their general counsel. He is a brainiac lawyer. They knew exactly what they were doing, Your Honor. And he referred to testimony of a woman at the ACLU who said she had nightmares about Ms. Heard, and he expressed no concern about that. Now, that was either because they knew about, that was either a reference to this game they were playing with the op-ed or the conspiracy they had to cover up her failure to make the donations. The donations became pledges, but we have evidence that she refused to sign the pledge card. So she's caught either way. Simply stated, Your Honor, Mr. Depp is not suing Ms. Heard for making statements about society in general. I think that's very clear from the record evidence. Mr. Depp is suing her for publicly naming him as an abuser by implication and forever tarnishing his good name, an act that, coming from an ex-spouse, is fundamentally personal in nature. For that reason as well, Your Honor, Virginia's anti-SLAPP statute is not applicable. And based on the foregoing, Your Honor, Mr. Depp respectfully submits that the court should grant plaintiff's motion to strike the counterclaims and also strike her claim that she is immune under the anti-SLAPP statute. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Your Honor knows, the trial court is required to accept as true all the evidence favorable to Amber at this point, as well as any reasonable inference a jury might draw therefrom, which would sustain the counterclaim. That's the correct standard here. I'll address the actual malice argument first, the agency argument. Your Honor, there's plenty of evidence in the record from which the jury could determine that Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent. He made those statements. The statements referred to him as Mr. Depp's attorney. As Your Honor ruled on Friday with respect to the jury instruction conference, an attorney is an agent of his client. Mr. Waldman testified that he's been Mr. Depp's attorney since 2016. He freely admitted speaking to the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, and he refused to answer question after question about that agency, so he can't use that as a sword now. Mr. Chu puts a lot of emphasis on the fact that Mr. Depp allegedly didn't see the comments that were made that are the subject of the counterclaim. But as Your Honor well knows, whether he saw them or not is not the standard for agency. There's also evidence that Mr. Depp met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Waldman prior to the defamatory statements being made and released. I believe that was in February of 2020, just 2 months prior. Mr. Waldman also concocted a story that Amber was being investigated for perjury by filing a perjury complaint against her with the LAPD. He disregarded any evidence that he didn't believe would fit in his narrative, that would fit in this story that he was speaking about on behalf of Mr. Depp. And after Mr. Depp lost the UK proceeding, after Mr. Depp was ruled to be a wife beater by the court in the UK proceeding, the court there found him to be a wife beater. Mr. Waldman then got an overseas tabloid to run a story claiming that Amber was being investigated for perjury, which simply wasn't true. He walked into the LAPD, filed a complaint for perjury against Ms. Heard, found a media outlet that doesn't follow the two-source rule, and then he had let the world believe that the LAPD was investigating Ms. Heard for perjury. That's a shameful and a sickening example, Your Honor, of the lengths that Mr. Depp, through his agent, Mr. Waldman, would go to smear and to defame Amber Heard, and that continued in the 3 statements in the counterclaim. Your Honor has heard evidence, I won't go through all the evidence, but Your Honor's heard evidence from Ron Schnell, who's traced the negative hashtags toward Amber Heard online associated with those defamatory statements, and noted the staggeringly high number of them that were associated with Mr. Waldman. Under the principles of the agent-principal relationship in Virginia, Your Honor, when Mr. Waldman made those statements, he was standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. They are one and the same for the purposes of those statements. As Your Honor discussed at length on Friday, Mr. Waldman made these statements with actual malice. There's plenty of evidence from which the jury could infer that, and his own, both from the actual malice from Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's own reckless disregard of facts that didn't support Mr. Depp, and his attempts to manufacture false evidence that did. As Your Honor found in the hearing, I believe it was on March 24th, after Your Honor denied Mr. Depp's motion for summary judgment, Your Honor said, as to malice, a fact finder could reasonably conclude that Mr. Waldman made the statements with malice because Mr. Waldman has no personal knowledge of the party's marriage and still made the statements at issue. Nothing in this case has changed that. If anything, the evidence has only made it more clear that that is an inference that the jury can and we believe will find. So, Your Honor, there's no basis to grant a motion to strike on this agency argument. On the actual malice argument, the evidence shows that not only was Mr. Waldman Mr. Depp's agent, but that the two of them conspired to falsely accuse Amber of creating a hoax and falsify evidence that they believed supported their theory and what they wanted to achieve. As Your Honor well knows too, I won't go through all the law, but both agency and malice can be inferred through circumstantial evidence. There's plenty of evidence in the record from which the jury could infer those. Moving on, Your Honor, to the independent contractor, the court's already rejected this argument, ruled that an attorney-client have a principal-agent relationship, and as Your Honor said on Friday, there's no evidence in this case of anything otherwise. As to the argument that the counterclaim statements are statements of opinion, the court has already found twice that they are not statements of opinion, both on January 4th, 2021, in its opinion letter denying Mr. Depp's demur as to the counterclaim statements, and at the motion for summary judgment hearing in March of this year. As to the anti-SLAPP argument, the court again has already ruled at the March 24th, 2021 opinion that the statements are as a matter of law regarding matters of public opinion. The court has already ruled that. Therefore, the only remaining issue for anti-SLAPP is whether the intent element of immunity is met. As we discussed on Friday, the intent element of immunity is substantially the same as the actual malice standard, which the evidence in this case easily allows a jury to find in favor of Ms. Heard on that. I won't go through the litany of evidence that supports that Mr. Depp is an abuser here, but I'll touch on a few things that relate to Mr. Chu's argument. One, Mr. Chu was totally misrepresenting Mr. Doherty's testimony. There's not a single piece of evidence, Your Honor, in this case suggesting that Ms. Heard and the ACLU were somehow conspiring to achieve a defamatory implication to Mr. Depp. That's simply not what Mr. Doherty said. Mr. Chu's feel free to argue that to the jury, but that's not what his testimony reflects. Your Honor, there's also plenty of evidence that's been adduced both in Mr. Depp's claim and in Ms. Heard's counterclaim that show that absolutely that the counterclaim statements are 100% false. There was no hoax perpetrated. Mr. Depp is an abuser who abused Ms. Heard. She did not conspire with her friends to create a hoax. She did not create a hoax herself. And just very briefly, some of the evidence that's come up since the last motion to strike, Your Honor, that Mr. Chu conveniently disregards in his brief are the testimony of Rocky Pennington, testimony of Josh Drew, testimony of Elizabeth Mars, all of whom completely corroborate Ms. Heard's account of the events of May 21st, 2016. The testimony of Melanie Iglesias, who testified that she covered Ms. Heard's bruises with makeup right after the December 15th incident, that provided ample testimony to support that Ms. Heard often would cover her bruises that were caused by the plaintiff in this case, by Mr. Depp, with makeup. He ignores the evidence of Christy Sexton. He ignores the evidence of Io Tillett Wright. He ignores the evidence of Whitney Enriquez. All of these witnesses and others have testified extensively about Mr. Depp's abusive behavior toward Ms. Heard. Physical abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, verbal abuse, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's own writings, recordings, pictures, and videos confirm that. The list goes on. There's abundant evidence in the record, Your Honor, from which the jury could, and again, we believe will find that Ms. Heard is not liable for defamation to Mr. Depp, and therefore, by definition, she has not acted with actual malice, and based on the court's rulings on March 24th, 2021, she would be entitled to anti-SLAPP immunity, which would permit her to ask the court to award attorney's fees against Mr. Depp. So with that, Your Honor, I'm happy to answer any questions the court has.
That's
but
fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I will be brief in deference to the court's time and the jury's time. What Mr. Rottenborn said about Mr. Waldman's allegedly going to the LAPD about perjury is a complete non sequitur. If they thought that that were somehow improper conduct, they could have included it in their counterclaims. They included everything else but the kitchen sink, and most of it was thrown out. There was nothing in there about Mr. Waldman going to the LAPD. So that is a very clear non sequitur red herring distraction. Number two, when Your Honor ruled on summary judgment on the issue of the counterclaims, Your Honor was dealing with a different standard and a different evidentiary record. At that time, Mr. Waldman had not testified, which is material. Mr. Waldman has now testified for purposes of trial. We have his trial testimony. It's very clear that he did not act with actual malice. They didn't even argue that. So that's pretty clear. And again, this is consistent. The third point is that it's all about games. They didn't sue Mr. Waldman on the three statements. They didn't try to fill the hole. They've been telling us for a week that they're going to call Mr. Depp to try to fill the hole in their counterclaims. They didn't do that. And it's very consistent with the game playing. Let's go into court after the police have found no problem and after witness who had no relationship with each other said there are no visible marks. Let's not give Mr. Depp's lawyer the required 24-hour notice before the TRO. Let's march into court with our publicist, with our lawyer, with our best friend who no longer talks to her. Let's get a TRO. And when the Me Too folks say, why are you taking $7 million from an abuser? They said, I didn't take money from the abuser. I gave it all to charity. Well, they didn't. I don't think anybody should feel bad about them stiffing the ACLU, given what the ACLU did in this case, which is a monstrosity. But she did stiff the sick and dying children. It is gamesmanship. And that's what she's doing here today. But the law is the law, and they have not fulfilled their burden with respect to the counterclaims. There is virtually no nexus between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to these statements at issue, except for the fact that he is an attorney, and that is not sufficient. In a case where they have not even established that Mr. Depp was aware of these statements, and they knew that they couldn't do it, and they didn't even try. And it's more of the gamesmanship when Ms. Heard plays word games with Mr. Depp about, oh, I didn't punch you, Johnny, I just hit you. Imagine if the shoe were on the other foot and Mr. Depp, a man, was saying to a woman, oh, woman up, I only hit you, I didn't punch you. And when it was chilling, when she warned him on the tape, you go tell a judge, you go tell a jury that you, a man, were abused. See if they're going to believe that. It is an abuse of the system, and she's done it throughout. Finally, Your Honor, and Mr. Rottenborn makes an excellent point with which I agree, which was that with respect to each of the three statements, Mr. Waldman was clearly identified, even by the tabloid that printed these, well within articles that had both sides represented, that he was Mr. Waldman's attorney. Even the reader of a tabloid understands that when you're getting statements from attorneys, it's going to be forwarding their client's point of view. Mr. Waldman is not the only attorney who has spoken out. Robbie Kaplan, who was Ms. Heard's second attorney. So Ms. Heard started out with Eric George. He made comments to the press.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, this is so much further beyond what Your Honor is addressing.
I'm finishing up, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm finishing up. My point, Your Honor, and it's on point, is that Mr. George made statements supporting Ms. Heard's position. Ms. Kaplan made very clear statements supporting her client's position on the merits, and so did Mr. Waldman. But everybody knows when reading those that those are statements by partisans. So for the reasons that we've stated and the reasons set forth in the brief, we respectfully submit that the court should grant the motion to strike, or in light of the fact that Mr. Depp may reappear, at the very least, take these motions under advisement until the close of all evidence. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. In this matter, I've reviewed all the defendant's evidence as to her counterclaim, and I've considered the arguments of her counsel and plaintiff's counsel. First, to address a few issues that I believe are outside the motion to strike, and that's as to the slap defense. The slap defense is just that, it's a defense, so it's really not considered in a motion to strike. Having said that, we went down that legal road on Friday as far as the slap defense goes, as far as the jury instructions. In this particular case, if the plaintiff prevails, it must be with actual malice. Therefore, if it's with actual malice, immunity does not apply under that statute. So we will deal with that with jury instructions, and we have. As to independent contractor, again, I think it's outside the motion to strike. However, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney since 2016. Before the initiation of litigation, there is evidence that Mr. Waldman had a certain role during the prior divorce proceedings in the UK case. Additionally, there is evidence that shows his legal representation was broader than just a limited litigation, as outlined in all the cases presenting an attorney as an independent contractor. So the only evidence in this case to this point is that Mr. Waldman was an agent to Mr. Depp, and that is the basis to weigh the motion to strike. As far as the opinions argument, again, I think that is outside the motion to strike. The opinions argument, the court has already ruled on this matter as to the three statements that are issued in the counterclaim, ruled that they were not opinion at the demur and at summary judgment. So that argument will not be part of the motion to strike. So when assessing a motion to strike, the court accepts the favorable evidence adduced as true towards the non-moving party. The court cannot reject any inference from the evidence favorable to the non-moving party unless it would defy logic and common sense. When there is any doubt and question, the court should overrule a motion to strike. Agency may be inferred from the conduct of the parties and from surrounding facts and circumstances. When there is no direct evidence, circumstances may, and usually are, relied upon to determine whether an agency relationship exists. A principal is liable for the tortious acts of his agent if the agent was performing his principal's business and acting within the scope of his agency. If an agent's tortious act arises from their agency relationship, is enacted in part to service the principal can be held liable for the tort. Here, the alleged tort is defamation. Besides demonstrating the agency relationship, the defendant must prove Mr. Waldman published an actionable statement, meaning a statement that is both false and defamatory, with the requisite intent. As to agency, Mr. Waldman was plaintiff's attorney at the time of the alleged defamatory statements were made. Mr. Waldman does not deny this, and neither does the plaintiff. Moreover, Mr. Waldman made the allegedly defamatory statements about the defendant during the proceedings of this action and interacted with the defendant once the statements were made while still representing the plaintiff. Taking the surrounding circumstances as a whole, an agency relationship can be inferred, and thus a scintilla of evidence regarding agency must be turned over to the jury. In addition, the jury may infer that Mr. Waldman made these specific statements to a third party to serve as plaintiff by portraying defendant as an opposing litigant in a negative light. It is not disputed that Mr. Waldman published statements and that there is a question as to whether statements are false, and both parties disagree and have presented conflicting evidence as such. As to actual malice, Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements after he met with his client. In addition, there is evidence the plaintiff was with Mr. Waldman at a meeting in February 2020 with the Daily Mail Online. Further, defendant claimed that she met with Mr. Waldman where he threw the paper containing the counterclaim statements within them. Consequently, there is more than a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror may infer Mr. Waldman made the counterclaim statements while realizing they were false or with a reckless disregard for their truth. It is not my role to measure the veracity or weight of the evidence. The Fourth Circuit and the Virginia Supreme Court have made it crystal clear that actual malice is a question for the fact finder. So therefore, the plaintiff's motion to strike is denied. Okay? Thank you. Is there any other preliminary matters before the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, thanks, Sarah, again, and Batman. You guys are so sweet. Lunch. I'll get some Taco Bell with that. Thanks. I wish I could give you guys virtual hug. Everybody, we'll have a big group hug. What, 178 big group hug. Just hey, wake up. Wake up, everybody. Man, so how does this gonna work, guys? Those of you that's been watching like videos afterwards with like lawyers talking and stuff, are they gonna have another trial for this counter suit or whatever? I mean, how does the jury just decide with this trial about that, or how does that work? Does anybody know? If I wasn't so exhausted and like yesterday I felt like crap after this, so maybe today, no, I'd probably rather just try to edit some videos. But I'm saying, like, if to go watch maybe some of the lawyers' channels that talk about the trial after, that know some of the legal stuff. But I know you guys watch some of those. What happens? How does this work? Harry Potter. Sheila Sunshine. I love that name, Sheila Sunshine. Hey, Christina Dodge. Is this you owe to the jury? What do you mean you owe? Oh, up to the jury? I don't know how this is going to work. I'm a little bit confused about that. Look at little dude over there. He looks like one of the youngest people I've seen in the audience so far with his Queen shirt. You don't see many kids. Not that he's a kid. He's probably, what, like 16? But he could be tricky. He could actually be like 12. Sometimes I'm bad at telling age, or sometimes kids look older or younger. Anyway, well, they were trying, Lena, hey Lena, they were trying to strike the countersuit, Johnny's side, her countersuit for $100 million, which I don't understand how she's getting $100 million. If he's only suing her for $50 million, I mean, how does she think she's entitled to $100 million? But I don't know how that works. Like, is it a part of this? Did the jury decide? Or, oh, look, there's Whitney. Liar, 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 Whitney. You should be ashamed of yourself. And you're Jennifer, if I'm not sure if she'll make it today because Jennifer was the last on the witness, but because this took time and depending on how much time takes, Jennifer might not be till tomorrow. I don't know, but she's going to make you look like a liar. I just can't believe. Like, I understand Whitney's a victim. You know what I'm saying? Of Amber's and of her dad. And I do feel bad. I do feel bad for her a little bit because she's probably scared. I mean, she's got to live with her sister the rest of her life, basically. You know what I'm saying? That's her sister's always her sister. So she's probably scared to go against her. Because can you imagine what her sister would do? But I mean, sometimes you just got to go with what's right, man. Like that you're going to like flat out lie. Like that's just do the right thing, And oh, well, then if your sister can't accept that, your sister shouldn't make you lie. I mean, that's bullcrap. Then screw her. Just disown her. And it's not worth it. No, definitely. I think she is scared. I mean, she probably isn't that bad of a person, Whitney, but she's probably scared. And she's been a victim her whole life and has been manipulated and abused by Amber. That she's scared. But it's just bullcrap. It really is. Because Johnny probably was always so good to her. Even like that witness, her friend, that Jennifer House, he still like called and checked up on her. Even after the divorce, he was calling and checking up on her, calling her sis. It's not right. Real bad, man. Yeah, she is. Oh, you're welcome, Lena. So does anybody know, what did they say about how this is gonna work with the countersuit? She does kinda, huh, Sarah? Or maybe just tired. Johnny looks really exhausted today, don't you think? He looks extra tired, and it looks like he's got a little bit of eye makeup, or like, what is it, eyeliner or something? Because he does wear that sometimes. It looks like he has it on today, and that he didn't have it on yesterday. Anyway, no, Tashi, they're supposed to go till Thursday. Well, at least they're supposed to be done by Thursday. The judge, remember, she said like last week or the week before that their last day of arguing or whatever, their last day is Thursday, this Thursday. And then so the jury will have the weekend to decide, unless if they get done Wednesday. But I mean, they'll probably go till Thursday, and then they'll, however long it takes them to decide, what the verdict is, or what do they want to, how they want to vote, you know. I think by the weekend, I mean, I think probably by Monday they'll probably have an answer. I don't think it'll take long. And then they'll wait. Well, no, because it's Memorial Day, so Tuesday. So I don't know if that's what I'm confused though. So then how does the countersuit? How does that work? Man, this hood is I don't know if they're gonna have another trial or what. You guys, my Seeking Justice. You guys, this merch is up. It's so cute. It's got little paw prints on the back with a magnifying glass. And it's got little Zeekster. Like this little Zeekster. Look. Oh. Well, I'll show you guys on break. For those of you who haven't seen it, it says Seeking Justice. And there's a couple different, I have a couple different fonts. I have this font on some of them, and then I have a different font on some of them. Anyway, they're very comfortable. They really are. Like, they're good quality. Anybody in here that's got it, there's some people that you could vouch for. I love them for hoodies. I have so many because they're really soft inside. They're not like, they're really thick. I mean, they're just really good quality. Hoodies. Because have you ever got like a hoodie when they're just like really crappy quality? No, these are good. And that's the same. It'll be the same Camille stuff too. I got the Camille merch link pinned, right? Let me see if it's still pinned. Yeah. Let me try to click on it and make sure see where it takes me. Yeah, I'm gonna order some when this starts here. Gosh, I don't know which colors or which ones. I'll probably order a hoodie, maybe a couple long sleeve shirts. So basically, I'll show you guys on break the Camille stuff again. It's got a picture of her and it says objection, and then on the back it has listed all the objections that she used. Remember when she was objecting Elaine, that video I did where on Elaine's redirect she objected. So I just wrote down every objection that she used within like a matter of probably like 20 minutes, all these objections. And of course she used it more than once. But so there's a list of like 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 or 10. Wait, 3. I don't know, like 9 or 10 objections on the back. And I still got to get Johnny's one. And since I'm feeling better today, and hopefully, knock on wood, I'll be even by the end of the day. So then I could try to get that one that Gilly, the Jar of Dirt, came up with. Be a pirate, not a turd. And then, okay, honestly though, I was thinking, would you wear a merch with like a turd, like either the turd with her face in it or like the emoji where she's pooping on the bed? Would you guys actually really wear merch with that on there, or would you be embarrassed? I mean, would you feel weird? Because I don't have to put like a picture of that on there. This is for you guys. What would you feel comfortable wearing? It's true, Lisa. Very true, Lisa. Yeah, Carol. Because what I might do for Johnny is just do one listing and then do a couple different logos where you know, some of the styles have this, and then some of the styles have this, because there's so many different styles of shirts and hoodies and stuff. I was even thinking doing a simple one too that just says hashtag Team Johnny or something. But then what would I put on the back? Or maybe the one where I could put be a pirate, not a turd, and then on the back put hashtag Team Johnny. But what I'm saying is, would you wear a picture of a turd? What did you guys say? Let me see. Okay, but the object one, yes. Okay. But the thing is, if I say be a pirate, not a turd, I don't have to put a picture of a turd. That's what I'm asking. Should I or shouldn't I? I'll have to see, Sarah, if they offer the bumper stickers. I'm not sure. Okay. So some of you guys would wear that. I would wear the turd, but I know some wouldn't. So just here, I'm gonna do a poll. I'll do a poll. How many would you wear? Yeah, I think instead of her actually pooping on the bed, just if I did put it on merch, it would be the one with her face in the poop, right? And I think that would be better anyway. So let me see. I'm gonna do a poll. How many people would wear that? And if not, and I do that, if more say no, then I could just do. I don't have to put a picture, like I said. Okay, hold on. Let me get the YouTube up so I could. I'm gonna get the Camille ones though. I don't know why. I'll get. Of course, I'm gonna get a Johnny one too. But you guys, Camille, go order one, guys, and maybe we'll have like a part. I'm gonna do a giveaway too at the end. Maybe I'll do it like Thursday. We'll do a giveaway for Camille merch or something. I'm trying to think if we do it Thursday or. All right, hold on. Let me get my YouTube side pulled up so I could do a poll. People just coming in are going to be so confused because I'm going to be like, would you guys, or wait, would you wear a, hold on, do you want, or wait, hold on. Do you want a picture? Or do you guys even you guys like that idea about be a turd or be a pirate, not a turd? Or would anybody even want that? Or is there something else? And then on the back, put like hashtag Team Johnny. And then or no, let me know. Cause this is for you, you know? And then is there any other ideas? I feel like the mega pint one though, I feel like there's already merch I feel like there's a lot of people already making merch that says that. That's why I didn't go that route because I've seen that already. So I don't want to, overdo it. I was trying to think of something different that's not offered. Anybody? Any other ideas? Email me or just put them in here right now if you can. So it would be a pirate, not a turd. Hashtag Team Johnny on the back. Is that it? Do you think yes or no? And then that would be the one that I'm asking. Would you wear the picture of a turd? So I could have on the front, or I could do the team. Okay, or I could be a pirate, not a turd, and then on the back, put the picture of a turd and a pirate, or do it the opposite picture, and then the back has the writing, and then do a whole separate one, Team Johnny. I don't know. Gosh, you guys help me out because it's what you guys would wear. A pirate's life for me. So wait, it would just say a pirate's life for me? Harry Potter, you mean? Wait, Michelle. Yeah. I do like that. And that's credit to Jar of Dirt. She's the one that came up with that. I was like, what can I do? I loved it when she said it. But that's why, should I do the Team Johnny on the back of that shirt merch or do that as a separate thing and then put something else on the back of the and like just put the picture. So be a pirate and not a turd. Put the picture right there of like him like maybe Jack. I'll have to somehow edit it to make it my own or whatever. And then the turd. Oh, so I could put a turd with one of those, like, the circle with the thing against it. Like, don't, what is that called? What do they call that? Where it's like, don't pick that one or whatever. I could do that with the turd, right? But maybe I'll just put that on the back and then just the writing on the front. I got to just see how it all looks. Because I got to see what the poll says, because if more people are going to say, well, God, I knew it was going to be in the 50s. I knew it. Shoot. And you guys know in your settings, because it just happened to me when I went over to my YouTube, in your settings, if it looks blurry, I forgot, I forgot to tell you guys, when people say it looks blurry, if you go into your settings, you go into the YouTube side where it has the little thing that looks like the settings symbol, and you click on it, and then you go to the quality, click on it. I have mine on auto, and normally it does the highest, but not all the time. So today it's not doing the highest. So go up to the highest, which is 720 for what this offers. Click on the 720. Always make sure you click on the highest quality, so it's clear. And it does make a difference, because mine is on auto, and it's at 360. So if I click on 720, it clears it right up. Wow. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys knew that. Well, I guess I could try, because it's just so in the middle with the turd thing. So, but do you guys want the hashtag Team Johnny separate? Like a separate shirt, or on the back of it? And maybe I could put like a couple styles with the turd and then a couple without the turd. So the ones that you want it has it, and the ones that you don't. But help me out on the hashtag thing. Should I put that on the back, or have a separate one? Yeah, I'm gonna put the circle with the turd, so at least it'll kind of be blocked out. Like when you do, what do they call that though? There's got to be a name, like like no smoke, and it has like the circle with the cross, because you're not picking that one. But I'm trying to think if is there a name for that. Oh, Heather's idea. Heather. I don't see it. Heather. Oh, front. I just see the. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So the back. So you guys want the back Team Johnny? That's what I was wondering. Do you guys want a whole separate one of Team Johnny merch, or do you want it on the back? I think the back. I would, if I were like to pick, I would want it on the back, because then it's like you have 2 in 1 almost, because you're saying like, oh, don't be a pirate or a turd, and then you're saying Team Johnny because you're picking a pirate. You know what I'm saying? But you're saying, so Heather, you're saying don't write it, just put the picture. Is that what you're saying? I kind of want to write it though, to be honest. Or no, I guess no. We're gonna have to talk about this later, because it is about what you guys want. But I almost do want to write I almost want it written though. But what do you guys think? With the picture, I'll do some with the picture and some not, because some people don't want the turd. It's like 50-50. So I'll do some styles with it and some without it. So I almost have to write it anyway, because the ones without it, you have to have something. So I kind of wanted to have the writing, or is that bad? But so you guys want the Team Johnny with it, right? I do think that's the better, because then I could try. Then we could have I think it just makes sense, because you're picking, and then that's like, oh, Team Johnny, you're picking that. Oh, okay. Thank you, SBL. Yes, I have zip. There's zip up ones. There's a Camille zip up. They only offer They offer 2 zip up ones. I only have the one up. I could do the other one. They're basically the same. Like one's like premium or it's more expensive. I just do the general one because they're already good quality. But yeah, there's a zip up. And it has like the zip ups have, like I said, they only have 1 zip up or no, 2 zip ups. And they just have but I'll probably use the 2 zip ups for the Johnny one because I'll have 2 different 2 different options. But it just has like on the zip ups on one of the sides just has a small little thing right there. So yeah, all of mine have it. Like my Zeke and Justice, my other one. Yeah, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do so be a pirate, not a turd with the symbol on most of them, and on the back hashtag Team Johnny. And then on a few different styles, I won't put the pictures for those of you guys that don't want the picture. Oh, maybe I can do a couple I Love Dr. Curry's. Wait, what did she always say? That's incorrect or that's not true. I gotta go back to see what she says like a lot and put that like on the back. Oh, that's incorrect, or however she says it. What do you think? And should I put a picture of her at all? Is Jar of Dirt, are you here? Everybody loves your idea with the pirate. So awesome. With be a pirate, not a turd. Will you get one? And if you want one, are you gonna get the one with the turd on it? I'm going to. Because it'll have it crossed out, it'll be all right, guys. Let's see. Still though, there's still wow, 53. There's a little bit more saying no, that they don't want the turd. So you guys, for the no's, like I said, I'll just put the be a turd, not a pirate, or be a pirate, not a turd. But do you think okay, here's a question. For the ones that don't have the turd on it, should I put the pirate? Should I put a picture of the pirate? Or just no pictures at all? All these options, I know. um yeah, Donna, I will. Willy Wonka, I love Willy Wonka. You guys, I still can somebody explain the jar of dirt thing? Because I don't understand that. I never really understood what can you explain what that means? Jar of dirt, explain it to me. I should have asked you. I meant to ask you that a while ago. I tried to look it up, like there's a meme or something, but I still didn't get it quite. Unless maybe I was just like kind of out of it when I was looking. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Thank you. Oh, Lonnie, cool. Let me see what you sent. Thanks for telling me. Oh, that's cool. Oh, here we go.
All right, are we ready for the jury then?
Yes.
Okay.
That's kind of a good idea. I'll see how that looks, Bossy. Cause remember how she had it up that looks like that way. Hey, Casey.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. We had a few housekeeping matters to take care of, but thank you. You have your seat. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, on behalf of defendant and counterclaimant Amber Heard, we rest.
All right, thank you. All right, rebuttal evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Walter Hamada of Warner Brothers.
All right, Mr. Hamada.
Your Honor, just to clarify, this is by deposition, so we may need
Oh,
that.
okay, both, okay.
I apologize, I should have provided notice.
That's all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If we could get, yeah.
Hamada, what do you work for Warner Brothers Entertainment Inc.?
Yes, I do.
In what capacity?
My title is President of DC-based film productions for Warner Brothers.
What, if anything, you did to prepare to testify for Warner Brothers as to topics 2 through 18?
I did not do anything to prepare for this, other than the meeting that I had with the attorneys.
Did Warner Brothers have a contract with Amber Heard to perform an Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was we had an option agreement for her for Aquaman 2.
Do you know what it is?
It looks like a standard contract between an actor and the studio.
And which actor was involved in this? Which actor was a party to this contract?
Amber Heard. It's a contract for Amber Heard for the role of Mara in Aquaman and its sequels.
Which studio contracted with Amber Heard?
Warner Brothers.
When did you come to be the president of DC?
At the beginning of 2018.
Mr. Hamada, was Ms. Heard ever released by Warner Brothers from the Aquaman 2 contract, or what you call the option agreement?
No.
Was she released from her Aquaman 2 contract on or about February 22, 2021?
No.
Was Ms. Heard ever rehired for Aquaman 2 by Warner Brothers?
No.
Did Ms. Heard receive a pay increase for Aquaman 2?
No.
Why not?
As a rule, as a company, we go through a lot of trouble when we make our deals with our actors. We get options on them for subsequent movies. And I think traditionally, prior to me joining the company, every option was renegotiated. And one of the things that we were trying to put a rein in on was not renegotiating every deal, with the understanding that people come in and make these deals and they have an understanding that there will be options and that there is a deal in place. And it was a big part of our philosophy that we were going to hold people to their options moving forward.
But did Warner Brothers at any point in time reduce Ms. Heard's role in Aquaman 2?
The role in the film the size of the role in the film that she has was determined in the early development of the script, which would have happened in 2018, I would say. So, and from there, beyond normal development, the role sort of, the character's involvement in the story was sort of what it was from the beginning.
Was her role ever reduced for any reason?
No, I mean, again, from the early stages of the development of the script, the movie was built around the character of Arthur and the character of Orm, Arthur being Jason Momoa and Orm being Patrick Wilson. So they were always the two co-leads of the movie.
Did Warner Brothers ever plan to portray Ms. Heard as the co-lead in Aquaman 2?
No, it was the movie was always pitched as a buddy comedy between Jason Momoa and Patrick Wilson.
Was Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Heard cast in Aquaman 2?
Yes, she was.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 1?
Yes.
Was Ms. Heard paid for her services in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected in any way by anything said by Johnny Depp?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by Adam Waldman?
No.
Was her compensation for Aquaman 2 affected by anything said by anybody representing Johnny Depp?
No.
Was there any delay in Warner Brothers exercising the option to cast Ms. Heard in Aquaman 2?
Yes, there was.
How long a delay was there?
I don't know, probably weeks.
What was the cause of the delay?
There were conversations about potentially recasting.
Who was the producer?
Peter Safran,
Who was the director?
James Wan.
Did Warner Brothers believe that those concerns were legitimate?
Yeah, I mean, I had no reason not to believe the director and the producer of the movie.
And you are testifying today as a representative of Warner, correct?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, creative concerns did Warner Brothers have about casting Amber Heard as Mira in Aquaman 2?
It was the concerns that were brought up at the wrap of the first movie, production of the first movie, which is the issue of chemistry. Did the two have chemistry? I think editorially they were able to make that relationship work in the first movie, but there was a concern that it took a lot of effort to get there. And would we be better off recasting, finding someone who had better, more natural chemistry with Jason Momoa and move forward that way?
Did Warner Brothers take any steps affirmatively to audition other actresses for the role of Mira in Aquaman 2?
No, we did not.
Other than the creative concerns and concerns about chemistry you testified about, was there any other reason Warner Brothers delayed in picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
No, it was all concerns about whether she was the right bit of casting for the movie.
What role, if any, did Ms. Heard's dispute with Johnny Depp have in Warner Brothers' delay in picking up Ms. Heard's option for Aquaman 2?
There was none from our end.
At any point in time, was Warner Brothers considering paying Ms. Heard more money for Aquaman 2 than is set forth in the option contract you previously identified?
No, as I said, we were determined to hold our actors to their option agreements.
Would Warner Brothers have paid Ms. Heard more money on Aquaman 2 if it had picked up her option earlier?
No.
At any time from the beginning of history through today, did Warner Brothers ever release Ms. Heard from the Aquaman 2 contract?
No.
At any point in time from the beginning of history to today, did Warner Brothers rehire Ms. Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, because we just picked up her option.
And when is the last time you spoke with Rob Cohen relating in any manner to whether to exercise the option on Amber Heard for Aquaman 2?
No, it would have been the same time that I was having those conversations with Peter Safran.
So
in 2020.
Did you speak with Zack Snyder at all relating to whether to exercise the option for Amber Heard on Aquaman 2?
No, I've not had any conversations with Zack Snyder.
Did you speak at all with Jason Momoa in preparation for your deposition today?
No.
Have you ever spoken with Jason Momoa about any issues relating to chemistry between he and Amber Heard?
Yes.
When did you speak with Jason Momoa about chemistry issues between he and Amber Heard?
It would have been in that same time period where we were prior to green light of the movie.
Now, you were asked some questions about scripts. Did you review any of the drafts of the script for Aquaman 2?
Yes.
When?
I part of my role is I read all the drafts of the scripts as they come in.
When was the first script for Aquaman 2?
Oh boy. I cannot tell you. Probably in 2018, latter part of 2018 would be my guess.
And how many versions of the script had been written by the beginning of 2021 for Aquaman 2?
Oh, there were probably half dozen drafts of the script.
All right. What, if anything, did Rob Cohen say to you about chemistry? What specifically about the chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
Just the fact that they didn't really have a lot of chemistry together. The reality is it's not uncommon on movies for two leads to not have chemistry, and that it's sort of movie magic and editorial, the ability to sort of put performances together, and with the magic of, a great score and how you put the pieces together, you can fabricate sort of that chemistry. And so I think at the end of the day, I think if you watch the movie, they look like they had great chemistry. But I just know that through the course of the post-production that it took a lot of effort to get there. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's very easy. You just put the, characters on the screen together and they work. And sometimes it's harder. And so...
Can you give me anything more specific about what it was with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa that was difficult for the chemistry?
No, because it's like what makes a movie star a movie star. Like you know it when you see it, and the chemistry wasn't there.
Now, you've used the term fabricated a number of times. What did you do to fabricate the chemistry between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa?
Well, those are just, it's editorial. And a good editor and a good filmmaker can pick the right takes, can pick the right moments, and put scenes together. Again, score is a big, the music in a scene makes a big difference. It can make a happy scene feel sadder or a sad scene feel happier. And so it was sort of it's just the magic of post-production, editing, sound design, music, etc.
And what do you mean by fabricating, though? I mean, were they literally falsifying, or were they just picking the best music? Let me finish my question. Were they picking the best music and picking the best looks because that's their job and that's what you do on every scene?
That is what we do in post-production. That's what filmmakers do. They this is on any production, you're doing that. You're putting performances together. Sometimes it's easier than others. This one was more difficult because of the lack of chemistry between the two. But they were able to, James Wan and the editor were able to get it to a place where the end result actually works. And it's great.
And in fact, that's the job of every filmmaker, right? Is to put all the combinations together to make the most successful production.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what has been marked as exhibit number 5. It's ALH 18247. And this is a text message exchange between James Wan and Amber Heard. And you mentioned James Wan was the director of Aquaman 2. Is that correct? And Aquaman, the first one, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And James is texting to Amber on August 25, 2018. You rated really high with the audience, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. You see that?
Yes.
This is August 25, 2018. What's going on August 25, 2018 that would cause the director to send a text message to Amber saying,
That'd be a test screening. So during our post-production of the movie, we test the movie with an audience, and the audience tells us what they liked and what they didn't like. And so that's what he's referring to there.
And they really liked Amber Heard, correct?
Yes, she did. She tested well.
It hit $1 billion, is that correct?
Yeah.
And more specifically, did you play any role in the determination to communicate to Amber's representatives that Warner Brothers was considering not exercising her option?
Yeah, probably in the sense of we had the conversations, and I believe, if I recall, we had, that's where Peter Safran offered to reach out to the agent and express which direction we were leaning.
Have you seen any document that says there was any chemistry issues between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa in Aquaman 1?
Documents? No, I mean, those were all conversations.
But if Jason came back and James Wan came back, you were guaranteeing that Amber Heard would play Mira, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Jason Momoa was able to negotiate a different compensation structure, was he not, for Aquaman 2?
That's true. He did renegotiate.
Now, Aquaman was the highest grossing DC film ever for Warner Brothers, was it not?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, issues did you have with Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
My understanding is actually the production went very smoothly.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Colburn next, but I know we have a preliminary matter that we need to deal with briefly, if we may approach.
Sure.
I'm back, guys. I ate my sushi. I ate for breakfast. They basically had sushi because I wanted to. Oh shoot! Hold on, I gotta turn this down. I didn't want to I have to eat it by today or it's probably not going to be any good, but it actually tasted better today than yesterday. Not that it wasn't good yesterday, but wow, it tastes extra good today. Oh my God. I still have a little bit left, so I could probably eat it for lunch too. Oh, okay. How's everybody doing? Yeah, but I'm telling you, I was already itching. Why is that called? I'm already itching from when I started. My face is starting to itch. So I think sometimes I just get allergies or something. I used to get it when I did my lives down the basement a lot because we have like mold down there, I think. Remember I showed you that Marilyn Monroe poster back then? So there is, because there was a flood a while back. And my dad got it like all fixed, but it's damp down there and it's still mold. There is. But so I would get a lot every time I'd live stream. I'd start my live just itching. And so it's a lot better up here, but like once in a while I'll get it. So I think it's just allergies for the itching. Yeah, I did have that red mark on my face. I don't know what that was all about. My skin is sensitive. Sometimes I do get weird marks. Like that time I had like those marks that look like bruises and stuff. So yeah. Oh, but it tasted so good, guys. Anyway, so hey, Paradise. Oh, don't tell me that, Paradise. Well, it didn't get. I had it in the fridge. I'm not that I'm the type that just gets paranoid, so I'd rather not hear stuff because then it'll be in my head. No, it's fine. I've had sushi the next day before. I'm fine. I'm convinced that it had nothing to do with the sushi because my face was itching yesterday before I even ate the sushi. Remember? So yeah, it's just something. I don't know. Some days it's just. I know down in the basement for sure it's that mold, but up here I don't know. It's just who knows, something in the air. Anyway, no, it's okay, Paradise. You didn't know. I'm just no, just know for future. That's just I will not read like side effects of medicine or whatever. I can't because my mind is just I get paranoid and then I think I have all of it. And it's gotten worse with age, like my paranoia about it since I'm older. Definitely got worse. Yeah. Could be anxiety too, but I don't feel like. But I guess anxiety is tricky. You don't realize it. And the weird thing, Tony, is if I would be downstairs working, like if I was just down there and I wasn't live when I used to do, work down the basement before I had this set up, I'd be just down there working and it wouldn't be until I was live, until I actually either was recording, because I do the pre-recorded. So it never started itching until I hit the record or I went live. It was just so weird. So, but I know there is mold down there. So like we try to run a dehumidifier and stuff. I'll have to try to dig up that picture of Marilyn Monroe that got mold on it. My dad cleaned it off and stuff, but this was like a while ago, a few years ago. But so I don't know. It could be a part anxiety, even though I don't realize that I don't feel like I'm anxious or that I have anxiety. But anxiety is really tricky. Like sometimes you don't even realize, You're like, whoa. Oh, anyway. Hey, Kenzie Crafts. Good morning, girl. Good morning. Good morning. Everybody get your coffee or whatever you're drinking and cheers to justice for Johnny. Cheers. All right. Cheers. Man, this has getting me wired because I got an extra shot. I'm almost done. Hey, Kimchi. Comes near me, I break out in hives and I get blisters. I love her cat anyway. Aww. Yes, been there. Been there. Definitely, Kenzie. I went there where I thought for sure this was like months after my boyfriend died, and I'm the one that he basically died in my arms because we were sleeping and I had my arm around him as we were sleeping. And I woke up at like 3 a.m. because I was cold. And then I noticed like his back wasn't going up and down, and and I noticed he wasn't breathing. So he ended up dying. Well, the paramedic said he was dead for like 3 hours before that. But anyway, so I like a couple months after that, I was having panic attacks, but I didn't know it was panic attacks. I thought it was a heart attack. I thought I was dying. I felt like I was gonna pass out. I couldn't breathe. Freaking and I thought something was wrong with my heart. So I went to the doctor. They ran all these heart tests. They can't find anything. And they even knew, I told them how my boyfriend died and they knew all that. Did they ever once suggest maybe it's a panic attack, maybe anxiety? No. Ran all the tests, couldn't find anything. Then after I realized, oh my God, those were panic attacks. That's what was going on. And I just realized I diagnosed myself. But the crazy thing is, but now these days they want to say everything's anxiety, So it's weird because it was just at that time, I think before they were so aware of the anxiety stuff, because it would have been like in 2003, at least my doctor, he should have known, should have heard everything that was going on in my life and realized what it was. Instead, run all these tests, which I'm glad he did to put my mind at ease. But like in the end, he could have said, oh, panic attacks. No, it's like, well, we don't know. And then I just realized. But nowadays, though, they're so quick to diagnose everything. Anxiety. Okay, here we go, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize again. We have a few things to take care of. We're just going to go ahead and take our morning recess now for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not talk to anybody, okay? Do not do any outside research. Sorry, that was the same thing.
Shoot, break already? Oh, man, I wish it was when we really needed one more. I feel like, what did we have so far? We just had one witness?
All right, and if the doctor testifies, then is that WebEx? Okay, so I'll get that set up too while we take the break as well. All right,
Yeah,
all right,
strike.
we'll go ahead and take a break. Let's make it 10:50 to give them time to look at everything, okay?
All right, hold on. Let me get. Oh, I gotta take that poll down. See what it says. Hold on a second. I'm waiting until they turn the camera off. Just make sure we don't miss anything. Oh, are they gonna keep it on? Oh no. Okay. All right. Okay. So, the poll. Let's see what we got. Let me take it off though. Wait. Did I already stop it? Hold on. Where'd it go? Can you guys? Is it still up? Do you guys see the poll? It's not coming up on my phone now. Or did I already end it? Hold on. Let me just get this real quick. Okay, so 54 says yes. So we'll just do a couple with it not on. A couple styles with the turd. But watch now. I do that and nobody orders the one with it out, and they decide when they see it that they like the one with it, which is fine. Okay. So, how's everybody doing? Teresa? What time did they say they're coming back? Why do I always miss that? What time did they say? I'm sorry. Hi, Nevmore. Wait, what are you saying? Oh no. Or wait, am I behind? Wait, what happened? I forget. What were we just talking about? Because people are like, oh no, Tiffany. Why am I forgetting what I was just saying? Hold on. Oh, okay. Now I remember what okay. Oh, thanks, guys. Wow. Went blank for a minute. Wait, what just happened? Nothing to be anxious about, and it just happened. Oh, you're saying the anxious? I know. Like, well, yeah, because sometimes you don't have anything. You know, that time, obviously, the doctor should have, like, realized, oh, okay. But the thing is like, then, like, way after, like, when I went to my doctor, like, 4 or 5 years ago, when I thought for sure something was wrong and he wanted to just say anxiety, anxiety. And I was mad, like, oh my God, you guys are all over diagnosed anxiety. No, there's something wrong because you want to, it's like, you think really that there's something wrong. And you're like, no, it can't be anxiety. So now they really do. I feel like they might be too quick to just say anxiety because they're just lazy. They don't want to run the test or do the work when maybe it's not sometimes. But for the most part, anxiety could cause a lot. It's just crazy. Like a lot of physical symptoms, heart attack, like you think you're having heart issues, breathing issues, I don't know, it could cause like stomach issues. I mean, it could cause so much stuff. Hey, Rainblaze. No, because I'll be knocked out. I'll be all right, guys. I'm in a good mood. I think I'll be fine. Watch, cut to 4 hours later. I'm like, guys, exhausted. Yeah, I know. I realized that when I was scrolling up at first, and then I just realized, yeah, it was crazy. Definitely crazy. Like a wake up call. Like after that, like I feel like before that, I always thought I was immortal. You know, after that, it was just like, you know, when you see your first, like I had grandparents that died, like great grandparents and stuff, but like that was like my first death where it was like, where it really impacted me a lot, you know, like huge, where it was like, whoa. And then, of course, my sister, that was way after. But yeah, now that's what I'm saying. At least the doctor should. So I'm glad that he did run the test. But then after he saw that nothing was wrong, he should have said, okay, you know, we rolled it. There's nothing wrong with your heart. It's probably anxiety, panic attacks. But he didn't. He just like, I don't know what's, you know, he's just confused, you know. But yeah, I think they should because you never know. Like, so I'm saying sometimes they're just so quick to say anxiety when it might not be. Like, rule out everything. I agree. Oh no, Casey, tomorrow's gonna be a huge, like a very, I feel like interesting day. There's a lot of good witnesses, and I think Jennifer Howell, who is scheduled for today, I don't think they're gonna fit her in today for some reason because they took all that time and you know trying to strike, and then now these issues they're having. So I don't think they're gonna, because she was on their list. She was the last one. So I bet you they're going to push her till tomorrow, unless if they're going to take out some of their witnesses since they're kind of out of time or whatever. If they're going to take out some of their witnesses they were going to have today. Because you guys, okay, so anybody that wasn't here yesterday that saw who Jennifer Howell is, I could just do a quick summary real quick because this is the girl that's either going to be, she's listed for, hold on. And what time do they say they're coming back? She's listed for oh my God, I can't even think. She's listed for today as the last witness. So she'll either be on today or tomorrow for Johnny's side. Hold on, let me bring it up just so we'll just read a part of it because I think it's really, wait, why didn't that? Oh, I think it's really important. Oh, happy infinity of PTSD. Oh yeah, I smell. Yeah, good point. They both are. Tennessee, you made it, girl. Hello. Good morning. Yeah, and Johnny. So here. I'll just share. Here, I could just share this because I already have my screen shared. So yeah, look. Oh, I'm one way behind there on that. Okay. So yeah, it's got for today, it has listed Richard Shaw, who was just up. Yeah, they already skipped some because they did this one, Walter Hamada. So I wonder if they are gonna like not have all of them and have Jennifer Howe. But tomorrow, Kate Moss, Brian Newmaster, Morgan Tremaine, which is the one that supposedly is the guy that used to work for TMZ, that's gonna say where they got some of those videos that Camille was basically making it seem like she was asking Amber, like, are you sure you're not the source for the leaked TRO file and that the kitchen video or whatever? So he's gonna say, supposedly he's supposed to say the source of that video. And then Lydia Phillip, flight attendant. Oh, is she the flight attendant that Amber supposedly said that he grabbed her wrist? I was wondering if they were going to get one of the girls either at the campfire or the flight attendant to basically show if that was right or wrong. Like if Johnny didn't really do that, I was hoping they would get one of them to testify that no, that didn't happen. Amber's lying. I hope this has got to be her, right? And if it's a rebuttal, if it's on Johnny's side, she's gonna, it's gonna be, she's gonna say no. Obviously, Johnny didn't do that. If that's the same flight attendant, wow, tomorrow's gonna be huge. And then we got Dr. Shannon Curry back, Johnny Depp back, and then Jennifer Howe. And here, I'll show you. So Jennifer Howe is, we'll do just a quick summary here, is this person that wrote this. It's Whitney's, and Whitney's here. I hope if she doesn't come today and she does it tomorrow, I hope Whitney's is there when she freaking testifies, and I hope they zoom into Whitney's face and be like, oh, see what she, like a liar. So anyway, so this Jennifer Howe that Johnny's defense is calling is a friend of Whitney's, which is Amber's sister, and was her old boss. Okay. I'm just going to because I read this twice yesterday, or maybe even twice, and then I summarized it. So I almost went over it 3 times. So I won't go over it all, but here, I have learned that Whitney testified in court July 23rd in London about a violent incident in March 2015 on the stairs of Johnny Depp's penthouse. She testified that Johnny supposedly hit Amber and Whitney on the stairs at Johnny's downtown penthouse. Then Whitney said she had to go live with her employer where she had to sleep on the floor. I am that employer. That is not what I was told to be true. First, Whitney came to live in the guest room of my apartment on Wilshire Boulevard, not on my floor, but in my guest room. Second, when Whitney arrived, she was a mess. Whitney told me she tried to stop her sister Amber from hitting and attacking Johnny on the stairs. Whitney said when she tried to intervene to stop Amber from going after Johnny, Amber nearly pushed Whitney down the stairs. She told me she was worried Amber was going to kill Johnny. She told me she had endured that kind of abuse her entire life, first from her father, then from Amber, who said she was extremely violent. She lived with me because she did not feel she could go back to live at the Eastern Columbia building. My father reminded me this morning that I had told him that Whitney had moved in with me because she was terrified of her sister. While Whitney was living with me, she told me Johnny kept checking in to see how she was doing, and he called her sis, and she called him brother. Whitney said to me on multiple occasions that she did not know why he was staying in a relationship, nor why he was putting up with Amber's abuse. Whitney shared with me the damage endured by both her and Amber as children, and the injuries she had suffered from Amber both psychologically and physically. Whitney was devastated during this time, and my heart broke for her. I didn't realize how small that was. Sorry, guys. In case you guys wanted to read it with me. Anyway, when Whitney came back from New York, she shared with me and everyone in the office that Amber freaked out and attacked Whitney and threw a glass of red wine at her in the elevator. So yeah, that's basically the gist of it. And then it goes on to say that she talked to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, and Amber basically said Johnny's like a saint or an angel compared to Elon Musk, and Elon is supposedly was abusive, and they had Elon was controlling, abusive, and that she was in a legal battle with him. And let's see what else. And that Amber loved Johnny so much that she could not control it. What else? They were still in touch after. Whitney told me that Amber and Johnny were still in touch and that they were each other's true loves or something to that effect. Or to that sentiment. Whitney was still going through the emotions of having had a baby and all those ups and downs. Okay, so. And then the whole thing about Paige told me that Amber said Elon was controlling and abusive and that she was in a legal battle with him over the rights to embryos that they had created together. He wanted to destroy them, and Amber tried to keep them to have a baby. So that's one of the witnesses that Johnny's team is going to bring. So that will be good. Right? All right. So I'm just gonna let me share this screen again. All right. Anyway, very interesting, huh? So is it true? Like, I know there's a rumor that he's the dad, or he's the donor. Is it for sure that he's the donor of her baby? And what's her kid's name? I know. Every picture I see with him and her, he has bruises. So I did a video on it, but then after I did a video, I found this other picture. It was a different time, and he's sitting in a restaurant with her, and he has a big black eye. It was like a different mark, so it was a different time. So I don't know. And then somebody had commented that he does like fighting. What's it called? Like where you go in like MMA, but not MMA, but like, he goes in and he fights like not professionally, but like in a thing where they do it. I don't even know what it's called. So somebody said they heard that. So maybe that's where he's getting the bruises. I don't know. But if he's abusive and she's abusive, you better believe they were probably both hitting each other. And who knows if he's even abusive, because that's coming from Amber. She's accusing Johnny of abusing her. So it was probably her just abusing Elon, and Elon not, just like how she did with Johnny. Because how do we trust her? Has anybody else ever came out and said Elon was abusive? So I don't know. Coming from Amber, that doesn't say much. So yeah, maybe those marks were from her. And Elon's would be like his pride, to go and like, he might feel weird to go and say that he was being abused by her. Who knows? Cage fighting, is that what it is, has Hockett? So we got 1:48 left. Onog Page? Wait, what? So Paige, that's after her mother. So her mother ended up dying, right? How? Does anybody know how? How do you say that? Onog? Onage? Let me refresh the page so we're all refreshed up. How the heck do you say that? I don't know. All right, so I have it shared. I'll just wait till I come back. Hey, Linda. Good morning. Zeke, come here, buddy. Come say hi. See if he'll come say hi. I'll definitely have him come up on lunch. Oh, Una. Oh, okay. Thank you, Casey. So yeah, that whole incident where she says that she punched Johnny to keep Johnny from pushing Whitney down the stairs. She was protecting Whitney. Here, Amber was gonna push Whitney down the stairs. And Amber was attacking Johnny, and Whitney said that she was afraid that she was gonna kill Johnny. So how she twists it, like, it's ridiculous. Ugh. All right. Zeke. Una Heard. I don't know. Do you guys like that? Bridget, Londoner, hi. Hello, Londoner. All right, so let me get. Okay, it's about to start. Alrighty. Here we go, guys. Anyway, Airho. Yeah, probably. I mean, if that is the same flight attendant, which I'm guessing it is, and it's Johnny's side is bringing her up for the rebuttal, it's gotta be, right? It's gotta be that one, and she's gonna say, no, that didn't happen that way. I was hoping they would get one of them, either the girl at the campfire or her. I'm so glad because that's gonna have a huge impact. That and Jennifer Howe both, I think those both are gonna have a huge impact on the jury because they'll see that, yeah, and it might just convince them that if they, that it's all a lie, if she's saying that girl's saying it didn't happen, and then about the thing on the stairs where Whitney was afraid Johnny was going to get killed. I just think this rebuttal is going to be huge for them. It looks like. And then the other accusation of Kate Moss, how she said that, we get Kate Moss saying he didn't abuse her. I mean, I think Johnny, I don't know. This might be good. He might win.
All right. Yes, sir. Okay. Approach. Ms. Myers.
Gotta order my Camille merch, guys. I gotta do it now. I want to get it by next week. You guys order it. Order it. Or you got the Zeke and Justice. The little paw prints. I got little Zeke with his little magnifying glass and his Sherlock Holmes hat. How cute. He's so freaking cute. He's so freaking cute. Hey, Teresa. Oh, thank you for watching it with me and hanging. Hula Bulu. She's supposed to. On that list, she's supposed to be the last witness for today. But I don't know, depending on timing, and she might get pushed off to Wednesday. But it does look like they're either skipping people or they're not going in the actual order of what that is. So who knows? Maybe, might switch it up. Wait, Whitney's got her hair. She pulled her hair up now. It was down. Oh, K-Clo. K-Clo's not here yet. K-Clo, everybody put K-Clo into the universe. We'll get her coming. And Ashley. K-Clo, Ashley Leith, where are you? Where are you? Put it into the energy and get him to come. Hold on, let me see if I can wake her up. Ashley. Let's see. I didn't see her, did you? Hold on, let me. Oh my God, and Elaine! What if any? Oh my God. How could we can't? I could add like a couple of those, but what else would it be? What if any? And then that's it? Just on the front? Or how do we? And then on the back, put object or something? Or it's got to be a little bit more. Help me. Oh, do you, Tony? Aren't they so comfortable? Wait, remind me what color again you got? Hold on. 1 second. Let me.
All right, yes. We ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. I'm just trying to get you on the big screen. We're waiting for the jury. Just give us a minute, okay, sir?
Thank you.
Wait, who is this guy, guys? Let me write that down. What, if any?
Thank you. You can be seated. All right, your next witness.
We called Dr. Kolber.
All right, sir, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would just object that Dr. Culver appears to have a stack of documents right in front of him.
All right, sir, you can put your hand down, and any documents you have, if you could put them away and just testify from your memory, okay, sir? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Your
That
question.
Dr. Hughes was allowed to
Good
freaking
morning,
have
Dr. Kolber.
files. That's bullcrap.
Morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
David Allen Colbert.
And what is your profession?
I'm a plastic and hand surgeon.
And how long have you been a plastic and hand surgeon?
Been in practice for 26 years
Where do you currently work?
at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center
How long have you worked there?
for the past 26 years.
Do you know the plaintiff in this action, Johnny Depp?
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Depp?
I had taken care of him when he had injured his hand.
When did Mr. Depp become your patient?
Sometime in March of 2015.
And what type of treatment did you provide to Mr. Depp?
He had a fracture of his finger with soft tissue loss. And so we reconstructed his finger.
When did you perform the first surgery on Mr. Depp's finger?
I believe it was around March 20th of 2015.
And what was involved in that surgery, just briefly?
Debriding the devitalized tissue, putting a hypothenar skin graft, restore some of the soft tissue loss that he had, and then also putting a pin in because he had a displaced distal phalanx fracture.
What was the state of Mr. Depp's hand immediately after that surgery? I'm sorry, I think the audio cut out a little bit. Could you please repeat your answer?
It was injured and had soft tissue loss and a fracture of his distal phalanx.
And what type of cast was on Mr. Depp's hand after you performed that surgery?
It was a plaster splint.
And can you please describe to the jury what a plaster splint would look like?
So it's like a cast, but you don't want to put everything circumferential on it because of swelling after surgery. So I believe in Mr. Depp's case, it was like the 2 fingers. I think the 3rd finger was the one that was operated on. So these 2 fingers, the 3rd and 4th finger together. And it's a splint with plaster on the top and on the bottom that goes around the hand to protect it.
How mobile was Mr. Depp's hand when it was in that cast?
Well, he couldn't move his 3rd and 4th fingers because of the bulkiness of the splint. Typically, post-operatively, it's a more bulkier splint right after the surgery. So it's not very, it gets in the way.
Could Mr. Depp grab someone with that cast on his hand?
He could attempt to grab someone. I don't know how successful he would be. He had his index finger free and his thumb free, but the other fingers were probably not being able to move.
How long was the pin in Mr. Depp's finger?
About 11 or 12 days.
And how was the pin removed?
It was removed under local anesthesia in my office.
How long did you ultimately treat Mr. Depp for his hand injury?
For several months.
And why was that?
It was a bad injury. It required a few more little office procedures to clean up the tissue. He had an infection as a result of the injury, so he had to be on antibiotics for some time until it finally completely healed.
Do you recall when the infection developed?
It was a few weeks after the surgery, and that's when I took out the pin.
When was the last time that you saw Mr. Depp?
Sometime in 2015. I don't recall when.
And when was the last time that you spoke to Mr. Depp?
The same, around 2015.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Colbert.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Culber. So you said that this plaster splint was put on after surgery on March 20th.
Sometimes it's called half a cast or a soft cast, something like that, yeah.
And it's made of plaster of Paris, right?
Correct.
And plaster of Paris hardens like a cast does, correct?
Yes.
Just as hard as any other cast, correct?
Correct.
And regardless of whether Mr. Depp could have grabbed someone with the hand with the cast on, he could have grabbed someone with the hand without the cast on, correct?
Correct.
Michelle, can you pull up Exhibit 400, please? This has been admitted, Your Honor.
All right.
Permission to publish?
Yes, yes, sir.
Dr. Culber, I'm just going to ask Michelle here to just scroll through these pictures, and I'd ask you to take a look at them.
Your Honor, I'm going to object for lack of foundation for these photographs.
They're already in evidence.
With respect to the questions to the witness.
They're in evidence. Thank you.
Michelle, if you could go back up to that, stop right there. Is there anything about the cast that was put on Mr. Depp's hand on March 20th, 2015 that would have prevented him from doing this damage to Ms. Heard's closet on March 23rd, 2015?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I mean, he had his other hand available, so.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Kolber, how many fingers were in the plaster portion of Mr. Depp's cast?
Three, at least two were, and the third one and the fourth one.
And why did you call?
Why does their sound keep going
Because
out?
It's not fully, plaster doesn't go around the entire hand because you allow for swelling. So there's plaster to protect the fracture. So there's a little plaster on it, but it's on the top and the bottom, but it's not completely circumferential. So there's soft spots to it.
And where are those soft spots located again?
Usually we put a piece of plaster underneath the fingers and on top, and then the sides of the fingers, it's soft so that the fingers can swell after the surgery.
Could Mr. Depp have hit someone with the hand that had the cast on it?
He could have hit someone with it. It probably would have damaged the cast.
Did you ever notice any damage to Mr. Depp's cast when you treated him after the surgery?
I don't recall. But nothing that comes to mind.
Could Mr. Depp form a fist with the cast on?
No.
No further questions. Thank you, Dr. Kolber.
All right, thank you, sir. That concludes your testimony. Thank you. Your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Richard Marks, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Marks. Sorry, just a reminder that you're. Hold on. Wait. Just give us a second on the TV. No, sir, you've already, just remind that you're still under oath, okay, sir? All right, morning, sir. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Mr. Marks. You've testified in this case previously, but would you just briefly remind the jury who you are?
I'm Richard Marks, and I'm a full-time entertainment transactional attorney. I make deals every day for productions and for individuals. I'm in the trenches negotiating and then making sure the contracts reflect the deals. And I'm very much distinguished from the other side's expert who is not an attorney, who's not in the trenches making deals, is not in that day-to-day process.
And are you familiar with the testimony of Catherine Arnold in this matter?
Yes.
Have you been asked to analyze that testimony and provide opinions in response?
Yes.
And generally, what are those opinions?
Well, my opinions are that she's very slick and smooth, but she's not an expert in deal making. Her assessment of damages is built on nothing, and it's wildly speculative.
Are you familiar with Ms. Arnold's opinion that it's customary for an actor to renegotiate the fee for a subsequent picture option in a multi-picture contract when a film is successful?
Yes, I heard that opinion.
And are you also familiar with her testimony that under those circumstances, an actor will renegotiate a 50 to 100% increase in their salary for the next optional film?
Yes, I heard her say that.
Do you agree with those opinions?
Absolutely not.
Why not, sir?
Well, what we're dealing with in this case is a test option agreement. And that's an agreement, it's a multi-picture agreement, and it's the nightmare for people like me. The test is going to take place, let's say, for 10 actors the next morning at 9, and you have to fully negotiate a contract that might cover 4 movies and have it signed before they're allowed to test, so that if they're chosen for the part, we have the full contract. There's no renegotiation. So you've got a contract for a multi-picture deal. It's usually a franchise, and you negotiate the first movie. And normally, if they get the part, they're the chosen one. They're the Stars Born moment, if you will. They get the part. Normally, their salary is inflated from their normal salary, because now they're going to play a character that could go on for 4 movies. In this case, Ms. Heard's first salary when she got the part was $450,000. If Warner Brothers and DC Comics decided to make a next movie, they could recast her. They had no obligation. All they had was an option. But if they did cast her up front, that they had agreed to more than double her salary, like 2.25 times to get to the $1 million. These are large bumps, if you will. If an actor is on a series, say, they go and they have 5 options. They go up in increments of 5%, 10%, 20%, not these multiples that you see in a test option agreement. And that's one of the reasons that they aren't renegotiated normally. They are in some instances, but not normally.
What's the significance of the test part in a test option agreement?
The test significance is that an established actor usually wouldn't test. They'd be offered the role. Ms. Heard was in a group of actors that needed to be tested to see if the studio wanted to hire them. And then if they hired them, they would be locked up for potentially 4 movies at very lucrative increases, because after Aquaman 1, she gets to $1 million. Aquaman 2, she gets to $2 million. And Aquaman 3, you get to $4 million. These are unheard of bumps if you're going on a normal career and trying to increase your salary by increments.
In your experience, what is customary for negotiations of multi-picture deals?
Well, I think what happened in this case was customary for negotiation of multi-picture deals. And by that, I mean that you assume success. The reason you go from the first Justice League movie where Ms. Heard played Mira the first time, the reason you more than double her salary is you assume success. So you've already built in the bonus that Ms. Arnold was referring to, a renegotiation, if you will, for the 3rd movie. Instead of doubling her salary, Ms. Arnold said it would only be fair to quadruple her salary. And that's just not the way these idiosyncratic contracts work. They're a very small portion of the contracts we deal with.
Are you familiar with Ms. Arnold's opinion that Ms. Heard's salary for Aquaman 2 could have been renegotiated to around $4 million?
I am.
Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Well, as I've said, that would now be after a healthy first payday. It's more than doubled, and now it would be quadrupled. That's not the way it happens. Walter Hamada, who is the president of that part of the studio, said it doesn't happen. They're not going to do it. Miss Arnold, for some substance says, well, Jason Momoa got to do it, but she doesn't give us any of the details. We know that Jason Momoa was in a movie before the Justice League. He played Aquaman in a movie not with Miss Mira in that movie. So he had a history before the first movie with Amber Heard. He played Aquaman. We don't know what his contract, the state of it was when you got to Aquaman 2, and she says, unsupported, that he renegotiated. We're not sure what he renegotiated to. But I can say that at the end of the option period, when you've only got one option left and you want that star in more movies, you may renegotiate, but it's not a gratuity. It's, we'll give you more for the last option if you'll give us 3 more options. It's a give and take. And unfortunately, Ms. Arnold didn't give us any of that background or those building blocks. And then I think yesterday she said, and the other actors renegotiated. And again, we don't know their salary history. We don't know their contracts. We don't know anything except she's asking you just to believe her as what I refer to as a professional expert.
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold's opined that but for the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would have earned $45 million in the last 18 months and then the next 3 to 5 years?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to address some of the components of that one by one with you, Mr. Marks. Are you familiar with her testimony that Ms. Heard would continue to make films for approximately $4 million each following Aquaman 2?
Yes.
Do you agree with that testimony?
No.
Why not?
Well, again, in Aquaman 2, Amber Heard has already had this huge increase. She worked on Aquaman 2 for $2 million. What Ms. Arnold is saying is, oh, she should have worked on it for $4 million, which I disagree with. And I think there is reasons to negotiate. They weren't here in this case. So the $4 million I have a disagreement with. But even if it was at $4 million, or if it was at $2 million, the 4 or 5 movies that Ms. Heard might get might be independent movies. They might be standalone studio movies. They might be passion projects. Every actor has a quiver full of quotes, and their highest quote is for the superhero fantasy journey. Their lowest quote might be for the independent passion project, where they'll defer their salary and almost take nothing to work, just SAG minimum. To assume that she'd get 4 or 5 more movies at this, her last fantasy quote, would be to assume that those are also those type of movies, playing another character. And Ms. Arnold says that Ms. Heard's breakout moment, her Star is Born moment, is Christmas 2018. If that's true, and I don't think it's true, those moments don't normally happen to supporting cast, but if it's true, as a deal maker, you would expect, if you represented producers, production companies, to flock in, to take advantage of this hot star and to sign them up. And we have from Christmas 2018 to spring 20, where there is none of this activity. The Star is Born phenomena didn't happen. Ms. Heard starred in one series of 8 episodes, and she earned a healthy fee, $200,000 an episode. But that's 5 times less than the $1 million Miss Arnold is tossing out, supposedly based on Jason Momoa's quote. She doesn't prove it or give us facts. And Jason Momoa is not a comparable actor. He's been in a series where they shot 78 episodes, 44 episodes, 21 episodes. He played Conan the Barbarian. He was in Game of Thrones. It's not a
Objection, Your Honor.
comparable.
I'm unresponsive to.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Marks, we'll get to some of those issues in a moment, but I want to take you back for a second. I believe you testified a few minutes ago that your understanding is that the last option in a multi-picture deal might be renegotiated under some circumstances. Do you have an understanding of whether Aquaman 2 was the last option in Ms. Heard's contract with Warner Brothers?
Oh, no. Aquaman 2 has not even been released, and Warner Brothers has a fourth option for Aquaman 3 or another movies where Mira appears, that character, and they've agreed to double the salary again. So it's in success, and that assumes that they recast and that they make the movie.
Are you aware of Ms. Arnold's testimony that Ms. Heard would have made several $1 million on endorsement deals, such as the one she had with L'Oreal?
I'm aware of that testimony.
Do you agree with that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Again, this is a business of personalities. We didn't, after the breakout moment that Ms. Arnold talked about, Christmas 2018, we didn't see endorsement deals flocking to Ms. Heard during that 16-month period before Adam Waldman made a few statements in the London Daily Mail, I believe it was. We didn't see those endorsements coming to her. We didn't, what Ms. Arnold shows you is these non-comparable actors, they had endorsement deals. But she doesn't show you when she describes the breakout moment and why she's comparing Amber Heard to these, what I call uncomparable actors, but she's making the comparison. She's saying, well, they had all these deals, why wouldn't she? But for the statements that happened 16 months later, and I guess my primary question is what happened in the 16 months, even if you believe 3 statements in the Daily Mail are the stake through the heart of this Stars Born moment.
Do you have an opinion about Ms. Arnold's testimony that Ms. Heard would have made $1 million an episode in a couple of streaming series following her A Star is Born moment?
Yes, I heard it. I have an opinion.
What's your opinion?
Well, after Aquaman 1, this is a major coup. Amber Heard got that role. She tested for it. She could have been the other 19 actresses or 10 or whoever else tested, didn't get it. She got the role, and she got her salary doubled for Aquaman 1 to $1 million. Now, Ms. Arnold wants you to believe that that $1 million would translate into, she'd get that for each episode of the series. We know what she got for a series. She got a series in that period after Christmas 2018, before spring of 2020. She got a series. It was 8 episodes, and it was $200,000 an episode. And Miss Arnold is from somewhere in a glib way saying she got a couple series and $1 million each. And I can tell you, as someone in the trenches, rarely does an actor get $1 million for a series episode. And again, in those 16 months, there were no offers for series at $1 million an episode. In fact, her only series is the 200,000. And if you look at her resume, the series that Miss Heard were in, I think the longest one ran 8 episodes. Jason Momoa, if you were to believe Miss Arnold, and somehow Jason Momoa's agent broke their confidentiality and agreement, and he had a series at $1 million an episode. If you're to believe that, Jason Momoa has had a series with 78 episodes, with 44 episodes, with 21 episodes, with 18 episodes, with 21 episodes. He was in, again, there's not a comparableness there.
We spoke a few minutes ago about the test option agreement. What's the significance of the option part of that agreement?
The option part of the agreement gives the employer, the studio, the option. They don't have to do anything. They have an option to either employ you at a very healthy salary to play this role or not. They can recast the superhero role. You just have to think of how many actors have played Batman or Superman. They can do what they want. And indeed, since there's no contract, they only have a choice to exercise their option or not. They might say, we're not exercising unless you reduce your compensation. Who knows what the negotiation would be, but it's not a contract until the studio exercises the option, and they don't have to.
What's the alternative to an option agreement?
Well, the alternative is most agreements in Hollywood, you're hired to play the role. Or once you exercise the option, then it becomes, for that picture, an agreement like others in Hollywood. You are now hired to play that role. So most contracts are guaranteed, you're hired to play the role. In an option agreement, once they exercise the option for that movie, it becomes a guaranteed contract.
Are you aware that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Heard was released from her Aquaman 2 contract and then subsequently rehired?
I heard that testimony.
Is that consistent with your experience in the film industry in connection with these multi-option contracts?
No.
Why not?
Again, studios don't do things they don't have to do. As we heard Mr. Hamada, the president of the studio, say, you either exercise your option or you don't. They exercise their option. He denied releasing and then rehiring. And in my experience, in almost 5 decades in the business, doing this type of work, not talking about it, not consulting. I mean, I have, I heard Ms. Arnold say she'd been an expert 100 times. I'm a transactional lawyer. I do this occasionally. Basically, it's not a contract till they option it, and they pick up their option, and at that point, it's guaranteed contract, and then different rules apply to it.
In your experience in the industry, do studios typically comment on those types of actions that they're taking with respect to options?
No, just like Mr. Hamada said, they don't need to comment on it. They either exercise the option or they don't. In Hollywood, silence is the default. You play no card before it's time. And the cards there were exercise the option or not. And I was surprised by Mr. Hamada under oath, basically saying that there was this discussion of chemistry. That
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think it was an in-court statement this morning, I believe, Your Honor. That's fine.
It's the same hearsay that you were, it's hearsay like yesterday. I mean, it's hearsay.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I didn't hear.
Go ahead, sir.
Overruled. You can continue, Mr. Brooks.
I was surprised to hear Mr. Hamada say that they talked about chemistry. That would normally be behind closed doors because it can't help your relationship with the actor. You're either going to exercise or not. And that was quite a bit of candor from someone at his level. And so, therefore, I take it at face value. I think he felt that he was under oath and he was telling the truth, but it wouldn't
Objection,
be.
Your Honor, is.
I'll sustain the objection.
Mr. Marks, are there circumstances where a studio would be more likely to say something about not using an actor again in a franchise?
Yes.
What are those circumstances?
Once they've exercised the option, once the contract is guaranteed, the studio still has the right to pay the actor, but not pay or play them. And that is a rare condition because you've hired the actor, you've got to pay them, but you say, go home, we're recasting. In that situation, after you've exercised the option and the contract is guaranteed, if you pay off the actor, that's normally commented on. That becomes a bit of information because it's not normal.
Is that circumstance different from Ms. Heard's contract with Warner Brothers for the Aquaman movies?
Oh, yeah. Ms. Heard's contract, again, it was just an option. Either we exercise it or we don't. And if we exercise it, she's in the film. If we don't, she's not. Until we exercise it, we have our right to recast or not make the movie. And even after we exercise it, we still have a right to recast and not make the movie. We just have to pay her salary.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard's career trajectory with that of other actors, including Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine?
I heard that.
And what's your opinion of those actors as comparables for Ms. Heard?
Even Ms. Heard's agent, Jessica Kay, said that 4 of those actors weren't
Objection, Your Honor,
comparable.
hearsay.
I believe same response, Your Honor, that it was in testimony that was played in court earlier this week.
I mean, that's not what she testified to. I mean, he's characterizing testimony that was from days ago, and I don't even think she testified to that, Your Honor.
But you can cross-examine,
Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Rose.
Again, they are not comparable. Jason Momoa was Aquaman. Chris Pine was Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot was Wonder Woman. Zendaya has been working on Disney Channel since she was 13. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She goes by one name. Ana de Armas, when she was in a movie that they call, her breakout, it was as a nude poster. She's been an ensemble piece, Knives Out. These are not comparables. Now, Ms. Arnold stuck to Jason Momoa, who's the most non-comparable because of his history and his career. But she didn't give us the advantage of telling us what his contracts were, what he renegotiated to, what he earned. She didn't give us any of those building blocks. She set him up as a comparable and then said what Ms. Heard should earn, but she never gave us the salary of Jason Momoa or the other comparables. And she built like this house of cards on nothing. She showed us with her words, the beautiful clothing that the emperor was wearing, but we could see, if you know the business.
Objection, Your Honor.
That he wasn't.
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. You were just speaking about Mr. Momoa as a comparable. Are you aware that Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to Mr. Momoa as an actor with equivalent franchise experience who was able to renegotiate his salary for significant increases in bonus?
Yes.
What's your response to that opinion?
Again, he didn't have comparable franchise experience to Ms. Heard. He was Conan the Barbarian. He played Aquaman in a movie that Amber Heard was not in. He played Aquaman, not a supporting character like Mira. It's just not comparable. And you can say the words, but I saw nothing from Miss Arnold to back it up, something to build on, which if she was a negotiator in the trench, the studio negotiator would say, okay, so show us, where's the comps? Let's talk numbers, because ultimately that's where we have to get to, not just because you say it so. We just don't believe you. You've got to show us.
In your experience in the industry, what factors influence the negotiation of the terms of a film agreement with an actor?
Well, I mean, first, it depends on the film. If the film is $1 million movie and everybody's deferring their salaries, that's one thing. If it's a superhero movie, that's another. But for deal makers and negotiators, the best predictor of what the deal should be is past earnings, precedent, comps. You also look at the budget of the movie, what it can bear, because if Jason Momoa's comp is $10 million, but the budget's $10 million, obviously he has another price for that movie. But the best predictor of future earnings is past earnings. And I didn't see any, Ms. Arnold talk about past earnings at all, except the earnings in this rarefied superhero 4-picture deal, where instead of incremental increases, which you normally see, it was multiples increases. And then when you get on a series, the big renegotiation was when the network has no more options. Until then, the actors on the series get 5, 10, 15 small percentage raises. They don't get multiples. They get the multiples if it's a success and the studio wants to continue making the series and they want to keep these characters. That's when the renegotiation happens. Here, even if we believe Ms. Arnold, after Aquaman 2, there was still an option waiting at a big price, double the previous payday.
What's the significance of the timing of the Waldman statements to the opportunities Ms. Arnold claims Ms. Heard lost?
Well, the argument, as I understand it, is that Ms. Arnold says that Ms. Heard lost all these opportunities because of those losses were caused by Adam Waldman's statements 16 months later. So I think the timing.
Sure.
Okay, guys. So I'm so excited. I got my merch. I just ordered a tumbler, a hoodie, 2 hoodies, and a long sleeve shirt. Oh wait, I was gonna order a T-shirt. Maybe I'll save the T-shirt for the Johnny merch, and then I want to do a giveaway for the members. So become a member if you guys can, and I'll do a giveaway for Camille merch. Maybe the end of the week or the beginning of the next week.
Mr. Marks, what's your overall assessment of Ms. Arnold's opinions in this case?
My overall assessment of her opinions is that they're not worth the paper they're not written on. She knows something about our business, but not about negotiating deals. She may have gotten someone at the Endeavor office to breach confidentiality, but she never laid out the building blocks.
Objection. You have to stop talking, Mr. Marks. Thank you. Beyond the scope.
Yeah, Mr. Marks, can you just limit your testimony to your opinion about Ms. Arnold's opinions, please?
My opinion, as someone who's made deals as a deal maker for almost 50 years, is that she calls herself an expert, but she's not. She doesn't have the background. She doesn't have the day-to-day knowledge. And her testimony that I heard did not back up her bottom line. If you want to get those figures, you have to show why they're deserved. And again, she was constructing a Jenga without the bottom pieces. It does not hold up under scrutiny by someone who makes deals.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Marks.
Good morning.
So you agree that studios use comps to negotiate deals, correct, with actors?
Sometimes they do.
And you have an issue with the comps that Ms. Arnold used, correct? As you testified to.
I have an issue with the comps that she says she used that she didn't disclose.
The comps being the actors that you just talked about. She did disclose, she disclosed the actors.
She disclosed the actors and budget figures from their movies. She never disclosed their salaries and salary history as comps.
You're not offering a different set of comparators that should be used, correct?
I'm saying if you are going to...
That's not my question. Are you offering a different set of comparators than what Ms. Arnold used?
I'm not here offering comparators. I'm saying what she offered are not comparators.
That was my question. You're not offering comparators, correct?
No, I would say that Ms.
That was
Heard's comparisons are where you
That
look.
was my question. Motion to strike after the.
All right, we'll strike after that. Just answer the questions, Mr. Marks. Thank you.
Now, you're a deal maker, correct?
Yes.
What actors have you negotiated for in superhero movies?
Well, recently I've negotiated for Chris Pratt in a superhero series for Amazon. I've negotiated a deal for Michael Douglas, not in a superhero movie, but a historical movie. I've negotiated recently a deal for Paul Rudd and Will Ferrell on an Apple series. Billy Crudup on an Apple series. Those are the recent talent deals.
What actors have you negotiated for in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I can't remember a superhero movie that I've negotiated. I've certainly negotiated over my career franchise movies and fantasy movies.
Your Honor, so it's no, you haven't negotiated with for any actors for superhero movies, correct?
So you would define like, I don't know, Jungle Book isn't a superhero movie. It's more of a fantasy.
Okay, so no, correct. Your answer is no.
All right. So as I sit here, I can't think of a Marvel type superhero movie that I've negotiated. Although I know there's one or two in there.
Now, you testified and you agree that Mr. Momoa negotiated his multi-picture contract for Aquaman 2, correct?
I heard Mr. Hamada say there was a renegotiation, but no facts were pro-offered, such as he didn't have an option. His options were out. What he was earning and what he renegotiated to, and he is Aquaman man. So yes, I did hear there was a renegotiation.
And you understand that his salary went from $3 to $4 million to $15 million.
If you tell me that, I haven't seen his contract and I haven't heard any testimony under oath that that's where the leap was.
Now, Ms. Heard's contract.
Did he get more? Did they get more options for when they made that leap? Did they get more options?
Ms. Heard's contract was a talent option contract, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that for if there's an Aquaman 3, Ms. Heard would have an option to receive $4 million, correct, for the movie?
Well, actually, you would language it. Warner Brothers would have the option to engage her.
And if they engaged her, she would receive $4 million, correct?
She doesn't have the option to refuse. They have the option to engage her.
And she would receive $4 million, correct?
Yes, $4 million.
Would you agree that the money Amber was making on Aquaman 2 or 3 would be her market rate for future studio movies?
I would think it would be her rate for future studio superhero movies, but not necessarily studio movies that aren't superheroes. That could be standalone. That could be other type of studio movies.
But for studio superhero movies, it would be $4 million, correct?
If I was Ms. Heard's agent, that's where I would start. Assuming everything was equal, the budget of the superhero movie, that she was in the ensemble. There's a lot of ifs to look at, but all things being equal.
You agree that Aquaman was a breakthrough role for Ms. Heard, wasn't it?
It's the first movie of that ilk that she makes, but she is not Aquaman. She is Mira.
But it was a breakthrough movie for Ms. Heard, correct?
For her, it's a breakthrough movie to be in that film and in the ensemble. Absolutely.
And she was the female star of that movie, correct?
I believe so.
You would agree that for all of the actors Ms. Arnold listed as comparables, their career trajectory went up after their breakthrough, correct?
She didn't give us the raw materials to look at, but I'll take your word that all those unrelated actors in unrelated films, except for Jason Momoa, they went up. As did Miss Arnold when she went from 1 to 2.
In your experience, can you identify an actor or an actress who's not been able to get a new studio movie after a breakthrough performance in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I haven't been asked to opine on that, but there are lots of supporting characters in movies that don't appear in the next movie.
But a female star in a breakthrough movie in a superhero movie, can you identify any actress who's not gotten another studio movie after that?
Well, after Miss Heard's breakthrough in 2018, she did get Aquaman 2.
Aquaman 2 was already, she already had the option for Aquaman 2,
all right,
correct?
so she did, Miss Heard did not get any movies after 2018, long before the Adam Waldman statements.
Other than Miss Heard, can you identify any actor or actress who's not gotten another studio movie after their breakthrough in a superhero movie?
As I sit here now, I haven't been asked to research that, and I can't. That would be a normal thing.
And you're not providing an alternative number for Miss Heard's damages, correct? For the jury.
Correct. I'm not providing an alternative number. I think she's been more than adequately paid.
I'd move to strike after no, I've not been provided another number. That's all. I mean, my question was, you're not providing another number.
I think it's in fairness and the full answer to the question, Your Honor.
It was a yes or no question. He said his answer was no.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
All right. Redirect.
Mr. Marks, in response to some questions from Mr. Nadehaft, you were discussing some franchise and fantasy movie agreements that you've negotiated with actors. Could you just describe some of those for us?
I've had such a long career that I mainly forget what I've done, but I negotiated all the contracts for Pinocchio, if you will, that was produced. Is Coming to America, the original, is that a fantasy movie? The Golden Child, is that a fantasy movie? And by the way, I may have negotiated contracts and ultimately the film wasn't made. But as I sit here now, those are the only ones that come to pass. If I was looking at my resume or going through my files, I might think of others, but there isn't a deal that I haven't made.
And I think you also testified in response to Mr. Nadelhaft's questions that you have negotiated some deals for Chris Pratt and Paul Rudd. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, these are for a streaming series.
Do you happen to know if both of those actors have played Marvel superheroes?
I believe they have, but don't quote me because that's not my genre.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marks. You can, you're free to stay in the courtroom or you can leave, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Michael Spindler.
Michael Spindler. You've testified previously, correct, Mr. Spindler? All right. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Spindler.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Yes, I'm Michael Spindler. I'm a forensic accountant. I'm a CPA, a certified fraud examiner, amongst some other certifications. I'm with B. Riley Advisory Services, a national firm that does forensic accounting, bankruptcy and restructuring work, and business valuations and appraisals. I've got over 40 years of experience.
Are you familiar with the testimony rendered by Ms. Arnold in this matter?
Yes, I am.
Do you understand that Ms. Arnold testified that Ms. Heard has suffered economic damages resulting from 3 statements made by Mr. Walden?
Yes, I do.
Do you have an opinion of that claim?
I do.
All right.
Oh, I remember this guy. Right? Is that where I remember him from, this trial? Because I remember him from something. He was already here, right? I don't know. I'm trying to find some stuff for us to watch during lunch. So sorry if I'm not in chat. I'm still checking chat, but I'm just if I miss some stuff, sorry. I'm gonna try. Hey, Bismos, Funyuns. May. I forgot to thank you again for yesterday for your super chats. Thank you again, May. Who else do we got? Jennifer, Lonnie, Lisa, Hope. All right, let me go try to find some more stuff.
Thanks, Mr. Spindler. Now, you indicated that you had listened to Ms. Arnold and she testified on behalf of Ms. Heard relative to economic damages. Have you formed an opinion as to the testimony and opinion rendered by Ms. Arnold?
Yes, I have.
And what's that opinion?
It is not adequately supported and it is unreasonable.
There were multiple elements to that analysis, both damages related to her film career and to endorsements. Have you analyzed both those issues?
Yes, I have.
What is your opinion of the claims that have been asserted relative to the film career and endorsements?
Okay, well, first of all, with respect to her damages calculation, there was no calculation per se. She initially looked at these comparable actors and seemed to use that as a basis for numbers. She didn't provide the underlying calculation. She didn't provide underlying support. And then it appeared as though in her testimony, she backed away a little bit from that, but she still suffers from the issues of not providing detailed calculations or support for where those numbers come from. And she still, to some extent, appears to be using some kind of comparable analysis.
All right. What is the type of analysis that you think is appropriate here?
Well, I think, and as you heard from the last witness, I think that something that is anchored in facts, taking a look at historical compensation as a basis for anticipating future compensation.
Had you looked at Ms. Heard's prior compensation?
Yes, I have. I've looked at tax returns that were provided for the period of 2013 through 2019.
Why do you want to use historical earnings?
Well, once again, you want an analysis is anchored in fact. I don't believe that Ms. Arnold has done that in her analysis. So here we've got some actual data, we've got some historical compensation, and as the last witness mentioned, that often provides somewhat of a basis for future anticipated earnings. In addition, I believe that Ms. Arnold herself said that she had hoped to be able to look at a renegotiated salary for Aquaman 2 and then use that as a basis for future compensation, that being the new kind of base, if you will.
All right. Were there any years in particular that you focused on in your analysis as to Ms. Arnold's testimony?
In terms of the historical compensation?
Yes.
Well, for 2013 through 2019 in total, her compensation was around $10 million for all those years combined. In 2019, the last of those years, her compensation was somewhere between about $2.6 million and $3 million. Now, that's a good year. That's known as a clean year.
What do you mean by a clean year?
Well, for example, 2019, you had Aquaman was released in December of 2018, and that was a successful film. So in 2019, you've got the benefit of that kind of success, and you also don't have any potential impact from the alleged defamatory Waldman statements that occurred in April of 2020. So 2019 is clean of all that.
What did you understand Ms. Arnold's methodology to be?
Her methodology initially appeared to be based on these comparable actors that she had identified, and theoretically, the compensation that they earned, although she doesn't identify what that compensation is or provide any support for it or any calculations.
What is your opinion of that methodology from an accounting perspective?
That methodology was unsound. It's just unsupported. There are no numbers. There's no data that she provided and support for that.
What methodology did you understand Ms. Arnold to adopt at trial?
Okay, well, it looked like somewhat of a mix and match approach. She used different approaches, I believe, for different elements of the damages, although it's still a little bit unclear to me, a little bit vague. But there are 4 basic components that she was looking at, and we can go through those in any order you wish.
All right. With respect to the television series portion of her analysis, what do you understand that methodology to be?
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Sorry, guys. I was just trying to get some stuff together. So, what do you think? I'm about to go get another refill of coffee. Even though I had the triple shot, maybe I should wait. Maybe I'll have an Italian ice. Why do it like this trial makes me want to freaking eat? Like when I'm sitting here, I just like want to keep eating. Hey, Angie. Good morning. I don't know, Teresa. Yeah, funny. Oh, I missed it, Hope. Sorry. Oh, yay. And then also we got the Zeke Justice too. But I don't know because I'll have to go through some of these. So today for lunch, I don't know if if it'll be ready to watch them today. Because I have to make sure and go through if there's any like copyright or you know what I'm saying, just go through them. And I can't listen because I have the sound playing with this trial, so I can't listen and edit while this is playing. So trying to think, I guess we could like just watch some kind of replay for lunch. I'm trying to think. We could watch some of Camille. I don't know, to figure out something. To figure out something. My files, I need to organize them. Okay, so one second. If I got anything, because we still have to watch. You know, we watched all those because some of the interviews I had. Let me see. Yeah, we watched all that. Is anybody else on their second cup of coffee yet? Why isn't the sound back on? There we go.
The earnings from television shows. Did you analyze what historical earning Ms. Heard had during the period that you were concerned with relative to television shows?
Well, yes, during 2019, she entered into a contract in July of 2019 to appear in a television series at $200,000 per episode.
All right. What about endorsement deals? Did you look at what she had made on endorsement deals during that period?
She did have a contract with L'Oreal at $1,625,000.
All right. With respect to her movie roles, what were her historical earnings during that period?
Well, certainly for the most recent years, you had the Warner Brothers deal, which was a 4-picture deal. The first film was $450,000. Then the first Aquaman was $1 million base fee. Then $2 million for Aquaman 2. And presuming that there was an Aquaman 3, that would have been $4 million.
Okay. Why do you look at historical earnings as part of your analysis?
Because you want your analysis to be anchored in facts. You want it to have a sound methodology, and you want to come up with a reasonable result. So if you take a look at, for example, the analysis that Ms. Arnold did, it didn't appear to be...
Let's just look at the analysis that you're doing. What you said, I think, is you wanted them anchored in facts. Why?
Because that provides a sound basis for coming up with something with reasonable certainty. There's AICPA, or American Institute of Certified Public Accountant guidance with respect to reasonable certainty. And those are the basic elements of it.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Hello again, Mr. Spindler.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you a few questions that may refer to the statements in Amber's counterclaim against Mr. Depp. When I refer to those statements, I'm going to refer to them as the Depp-Waldman statements. Do you agree that we can both be on the same page what I'm referring to when I say that?
That's fine. You can use your terminology.
I'm sorry, there's an objection, sir. Hold on.
Can we approach?
Okay.
You guys still awake? Hey, Angela Gallagher. Okay, cool. I ordered the tumbler. And I ordered, like I said, I ordered 2 hoodies and a long sleeve shirt. So I ordered a light pink, like this color. I love this color, like a light pink hoodie. This blue, this really cool, like it's called Carolina blue hoodie. And then I ordered a gold shirt, long sleeve shirt. I was gonna do another pink one because I think this light pink looks really good with the merch. But I was like, I better get a different color, so I did gold.
So, Mr. Spindler, when I refer to the Depp-Waldman statements, you understand me to be referring to the statements in Ms. Heard's counterclaim against Mr. Depp, correct?
I'll understand that, yes.
Now, you're here to provide a rebuttal opinion to Ms. Arnold's, part of Ms. Arnold's testimony, correct?
Correct.
You're not providing an opinion on whether Ms. Heard saw Mr. Depp, correct?
That is true.
You're not offering an opinion as to what any of the underlying facts relating to whether Mr. Depp abused Amber, correct?
That's correct.
You're not offering an opinion as to the magnitude of damages that you believe Ms. Heard may be entitled to if she proves defamation by Mr. Depp. You're just reviewing what Ms. Arnold has said, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that you want your analysis to be accurate in the facts, right?
Anchored in facts.
Anchored in facts. You'd agree that what an actor earns in one period isn't necessarily reflective of what he or she may earn in future periods, correct?
Correct.
And that's because
there can be some variability.
An
Yes.
increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income, correct?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I was speaking. I didn't hear.
One of the reasons that what you earn in one period may not be reflective of what an actress may earn in future periods is because an increase in the number of roles may lead to greater income, correct?
The number of roles or the particular project itself, yes.
Sure, getting better roles may lead to greater income, correct?
Correct.
And the same is true for an endorsement. As an actress's profile grows, the amount of money that she may be able to earn from endorsements grows as well, correct?
It can.
So
it depends.
What Ms. Heard earned from, say, 2013 to 2019 that you testified to isn't necessarily reflective of what she might earn over the next 5 years, correct?
Not necessarily. It is a good indicator, though.
And you'd agree that from 2013 to 2019, in terms of earnings and star power, that Ms. Heard's career trajectory was on the upswing, correct?
There was a slight increase during that period of time in her earnings from 2013 through 2019.
And you'd agree that that was as a result of getting more lucrative roles, right?
Yes.
Now, you're not a causation expert, right? You're just a damages expert.
That's correct.
So you're not testifying as to whether the Depp-Waldman statements caused her to lose any roles, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not offering any opinion as to whether the Depp-Waldman statements kept her from being considered for roles that she otherwise would have been considered for, correct?
That's correct. I'm not testifying on causation issues.
And you can't speak to what opportunities may never have materialized for Amber as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements, correct?
Yeah, I've not done those calculations.
And you don't have an opinion about whether or not Ms. Heard could have renegotiated a contract for Aquaman 2, correct?
That was not part of my work.
And you don't have an opinion on the impact that additional exposure or press coverage or magazine covers or interviews would have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct. I'm just looking at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
You've never served as an expert witness before to calculate damages based on lost roles by an actress resulting from defamation against that person, correct?
I've been involved in defamation cases, but I've not done the calculations as an expert witness and testified there too.
And there's never been an instance in which you have served as an expert witness in a case to calculate damages based on alleged defamation against an actress, correct?
Correct.
And you're not offering any expert opinion on what impact the alleged defamation by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
I'm sorry, one more time?
You're not offering any expert opinion on what impact the Depp-Waldman statements by Mr. Depp has had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Other than taking a look at Ms. Arnold's calculations.
And you're not offering any expert opinion about what impact, if any, social media coverage of this case or of Ms. Heard may have had on Ms. Heard's career, correct?
You're correct. That's other experts.
Can we approach?
No
Your
further
Honor?
questions. Thank you.
All right.
Man, I do not like that guy. He's a
For you.
jerk.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Ms. Spindler. You can
Thank
have a
you.
seat in the courtroom, or
Thank you,
you're free to
everyone.
go. Thank you.
Why is the
All right,
audio
your next witness.
cutting out, I feel like?
Plaintiff calls Doug Banya, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you spell the last name for me?
Bania.
Thank you. Okay, so you can. So just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, sir? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Good afternoon.
Can you briefly reintroduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, hi, Doug Banya. I am from Nevium Intellectual Property Consultants based in San Diego. I value intellectual property. I provide litigation support in infringement and defamation cases, as I'm doing today. And I use internet and social media analytics in both of those services.
Since you last testified in this case, the jury has heard testimony from Ronald Schnell and Catherine Arnold. Are you familiar with their testimony?
Yes,
Were you asked to analyze their testimony and provide opinions in response?
yes, I was.
Have you formed opinions in response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell and Ms. Arnold?
I have.
Generally, what are those opinions?
Generally, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of a correlation between the Waldman statements and the hashtags and the spikes of those hashtags on Twitter. Second, based on my internet and social media analytics investigation, I've concluded that the alleged comparable actors that Ms. Arnold came up with are not comparable with Ms. Heard. And then thirdly, Mr. Schnell and Ms. Arnold both failed to provide any evidence of a causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing any economic harm to Ms. Heard.
Let's dig into those opinions a little bit. You're familiar with the testimony of Mr. Schnell that there are more than 2.7 million alleged negative tweets related to Ms. Heard between January 2018 and June 2021?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of how Mr. Schnell identified those particular 2.7 million tweets?
Yeah, so essentially Mr. Schnell chose hashtags that he felt were negative towards Ms. Heard. Those hashtags range from justice for Johnny Depp, Amber Heard is an abuser, Amber Turd, and the hashtag we just don't like you, Amber. So then he used those hashtags and he searched through, using the Twitter API, searched through various tweets and then came up with any tweets that were using those hashtags.
Did you conduct an analysis of those tweets?
Yes, I was given that exact, the data that Mr. Schnell used on a hard drive. So yes, I dug into that data as well.
And what was the purpose of your analysis?
So what I'm trying to do, and what's at issue of the case today at this point is, were these tweets, did they contain the Waldman statements? That's what where we're at right now, are the Waldman statements. So I wanted to analyze those tweets to determine which ones, and if any, contain the Waldman statements.
And what's your understanding of what the Waldman statements are?
So my understanding is there's three Waldman statements that were published in the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail is a UK tabloid, and Mr. Arnold was quoted in three of those articles. And those dates were on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and on June 24th, 2020. And my understanding that those quotes, sorry, I think I said the wrong name, but those quotes are the only remaining in this case.
Did you analyze the timing of the tweets that we were talking about as compared to the timing of the Waldman statements?
And that's exactly what I did. So I wanted to look at the Waldman statements, look at the dates that they happened, and then analyze those as compared to the Twitter data that I had.
Have you prepared a demonstrative that reflects that aspect of your analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel? Any objection? All right, so 1293 will just be marked for identification as demonstrative and can be published to the jury.
Mr. Banya, can you explain to the jury what this demonstrative shows?
Yes. So this shows the total hashtags and tweets that Mr. Schnell was analyzing. This is the summary data. There are tweets that are running from January 2018 to June of 2021. And again, these are related to the four hashtags that I discussed. Whenever I get an assignment such as this, when I'm dealing with a defamatory statement that's allegedly gone viral online, where there's economic damages involved and there's a lot of data involved, I like to take the data and I like to do a 30,000-foot view of the data to see what I'm looking at, to see if there's anything interesting, odd, different about the data. And the first thing that I noticed is 35% of the tweets were prior to the Waldman statements. So again, remember, my assignment is to determine if the Waldman statements are part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed. So obviously, if these tweets were prior to the Waldman statements, in no way could they have anything to do with the Waldman statements. So that was the first issue that I noticed. Then I noticed what I like to call kind of the alleged defamatory time frame. And as I discussed, that's when the Waldman statements were published, that's the date down here. You know, the first one was in the beginning of April, and the last one, which is the third one, was at the end of June. But what I found interesting is only 2% of all of the tweets happened during this Waldman statement period. So really, these are just observations. And for me, there were red flags that I made note of, and then I just continued with my analysis.
What other work have you performed in connection with forming your opinions about the purportedly negative tweets?
Yeah, so now I realize that 35% are irrelevant and 2%, only happened during this important period. I just continue to dig into the 2.79 million tweets that Mr. Schnell provided.
And Tom, can we take that one down? And Mr. Banya, have you prepared another demonstrative that depicts that analysis that you were just describing?
Yes.
Okay, yes. All right. Okay, we'll just see if he has an objection. I'll give you time to look at it, sir. All right, plaintiffs. Microphone, sorry.
No objection as a demonstrative.
Okay, all right. Plaintiffs Exhibit 1294 will be marked for identification as a demonstrative and will be published to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banya, can you explain what this demonstrative shows?
Yes, this is showing the various spikes as it relates to the hashtags that Mr. Schnell testified about. This is actually an edit or a demonstrative that he used in his testimony. What this is showing are the largest spikes related to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp. I don't know if you remember his testimony or any of his demonstratives. The other three spikes. So what I'm showing you here are the 6 top spikes in Mr. Schnell's analysis. And what's important here again is the very first spike and the largest spike again happened before the Waldman statements. So what I'm trying to figure out is what tweets were related to the Waldman statements. So this number 1 spike, which is the biggest spike, was prior to the Waldman statements. So it's irrelevant to the case. And then the second thing I noticed that was interesting here is here are the dates in gray right here. This is the time in which the Waldman statements happened. And you're going to notice, as we discussed before, only 2% of the tweets happened during that time. But I found it very interesting for such a viral event that has potentially caused such economic harm. There's no spikes in this area. And actually, you're going to see that Mr. Waldman, his statement came out here in the first April 2020 article. Then the second one came out here. And then the third one came out in June. There's actually a downward use of the spike, downward use of the hashtags. So I'm not seeing any correlation as it relates to the Waldman statements and any spikes here as it relates to the hashtags Mr. Schnell chose.
Did you analyze each of the spikes that are depicted here?
Yeah, so what I did is I looked at the 6 different spikes, and you're going to notice that each spike represents a month. So the second spike, is July 2020, and so on to the 6th spike going to April 2021. And what I did is, I don't know if you remember in my last testimony when I went into Google search, and I'm able to go into Google search, I went in and I typed in Amber Heard. And then after you hit search, you can use the tool and you can go back in time. And I chose each 6 of these dates to go back in time to see what was the media talking about back then. What was the general public being fed as it relates to Amber Heard back during those spikes. And what I found is none of them, well, actually I analyzed the top 3 search results because they represent 50 to 70% of what people click on. And I realized that none of them had anything to do with the Waldman statement.
Are you aware of Mr. Schnell's testimony that the tweets using the 4 hashtags he looked at were mathematically correlated?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So what Mr. Schnell is saying, which is irrelevant to this case, is the 4 hashtags that he randomly chose, they tend to go up and down together. And that's why he had these spikes here. So the correlation there is how those 4 hashtags work or dance together going up and down. But first of all, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements. And the fact that there's a correlation with the hashtags is irrelevant to this case because we're dealing with the Waldman statements, which none of that correlation analysis he did had to do with.
How do you know that the correlation doesn't have anything to do with the Waldman statements?
Can I clear this at all? No. Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, I know because that would happen right here. You know, if when Mr. Waldman, one of his quotes was published, you would see a big spike right here. And then you would see maybe a little noise down here. And then the third time you might see second time a big spike, and the third time a big spike. That's not here. So that's telling me there's no correlation between the Waldman statements and this hashtag use. And then I've actually provided evidence that there's no correlation because I analyze each of these spikes and none of them had to do with the Waldman statements.
Is mathematical correlation the same as causation?
No.
Why not?
I mean, correlation is simply a relationship between the 2 or more variables or 2 or more things. In this case, the correlation question is, when the Waldman statements were published, at the same time, did you see a correlation with spikes in these hashtags? And again, can we clear this? You see none of that right here. It's actually a downward trend. There's no spikes, there's no correlation. So, you know, again, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of any correlation.
What correlation opinion did he provide during his testimony?
Well, he provided the correlation that the 4 hashtags, you know, spike together. But again, the hashtags have nothing to do with the Waldman statements, and the facts that they're correlating or moving together is irrelevant to the case because the case is about the Waldman statements.
So what is causation then?
So causation is where one thing causes a change in the other. So as it relates to this case, did the Waldman statements cause Ms. Heard to have economic harm? In other words, did the Waldman statements cause Ms. Heard not to make as much money in her career? And again, Mr. Schnell provided no evidence of this. Ms. Arnold provided no evidence of this. And as a matter of fact, during Ms. Arnold's testimony yesterday, she didn't even know what causation was. You know, she was asked, do you know the difference between causation and correlation? And she said that she's not a semantics expert. We're not talking about the words. You know, when it comes to damages, you have to prove causation prior to calculating damages. You know, so there is no causation that's proven here. Therefore, a damages analysis is not appropriate.
Did you hear Mr. Schnell testify that he agreed with your opinion in this case?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of the opinion that he agreed with?
Well, he agreed that he failed to link the spikes in the hashtags on Twitter to the Waldman statements.
Did he try to do that?
He tried to do that. But again, his analysis was looking at the word Waldman and looking at the word Waldmanian and then trying to say that 25% of the tweets included those 2 terms. But first of all, Waldman isn't the issue here. It's the Waldman statements. And Waldmanian, I don't even know what that is, but it's not relevant to this case.
We can, I think, take that one down, please, Tom. Mr. Banya, what other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony?
Again, the assignment was to determine if the Waldman statements were part of the tweet. So I continued to dig in, to the data. I believe the next step is, now that I've excluded, the 35% that was before the Waldman statements because they're irrelevant, I wanted to really analyze from the April 2020 forward to see if any of those tweets, contained the Waldman statements.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects that analysis that you did?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
All right. Yes, ma'am. Any objections, sir?
No objection as a demonstrative.
All right. We'll mark it for identification as plaintiffs 1295 as demonstrative and publish to the jury.
So, Mr. Banya, did you consider the content of the statements made by Waldman as part of the work that you did?
Yes. Yeah, so here I reviewed the Waldman statements again. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to determine what, if any, tweets included the Waldman statements. So what I went back to the Waldman statements, and I came up with key terms and key themes for those Waldman statements, which are listed here. The Waldman statements were about abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence. So what I did is we're now dealing with 1.2 million tweets because we're starting in April 2020 because that's when the Waldman statements started. And what I did is I searched the 1.2 million tweets, for these three phrases. And I determined that there were 751 tweets that included those key terms, which is 0.06% of the 1.2 million. And then as I was sifting and sorting and analyzing this data, I realized that a lot of these tweets had the exact same language. It was interesting to see it was the exact same tweet because I'm analyzing the language to see if it matches one of these three. I realized that a lot of these tweets were retweets, likes, or shares. So therefore I eliminated any of those, and it came down with 95 unique tweets. And then what I did from there is I analyzed those to determine if any of these terms were in there, and I identified 5 tweets that were related to the Waldman statements.
Do any of the hashtags Mr. Schnell analyzed include the words from the Waldman statements?
No, they don't. And, because I am rebutting Miss Arnold, her testimony yesterday, she was saying that the Waldman statements caused these hashtags. Then throughout her testimony, she walked that back and admitted, no, none of these tweets have anything to do with the Waldman statements. They don't include the Waldman statements. These hashtags are only hashtags that Schnell, in his opinion, felt that they were negative towards Miss Heard.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Mr. Schnell's testimony and the Twitter hashtag data?
Mr. Schnell provided no evidence that any of the tweets were related to the Waldman statements. Mr. Schnell, there's no correlation there. He also provided no evidence that there's any causation that, the Waldman statements caused any economic harm towards Ms. Heard.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch to a different topic. I don't know if you want to break now or push.
All right. It's going to be a little while, I assume.
A little bit more, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research. Okay. All right, we'll come back at 1:40 then. Is that fine? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Hey guys, shoot, if they play any music, can you hear me? I'm making my coffee right now. Oh, I figure out how to do it. Can you guys hear me good? I'm making my coffee here. Let me flip it around. I'll show you. Hold on. Oh, okay. I don't like when I'm on this camera. Okay, hold on. This is my Nespresso. It's making. It's a cooking. The only thing is I'm not able to turn that sound off from Law and Crime. Hold on, let me see if I could turn it back off somehow. Hold on 1 second. If it comes, do you guys hear anything from them? Because the sound. Hold on, let me broadcast it. Hold on a second. No. I don't know. Here, I'll hurry up. Okay, so I got my coffee, see, look. Can you guys hear me good? Got the Nespresso, see, it's the froth cream. And you pour, see, it's froth coffee too, and you pour it in. Oh, it's so good. Oh, that's so good, that's so good. Oh, shoot, I just dripped some. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. It's hard to hold the phone in. Gotta get all the good stuff. Gotta get all the good stuff. Okay. So good. All right. So you guys aren't hearing anything, right? You're just hearing me talk, right? Here, I'll show you here's the sable. I didn't know they were called sable, but the black seedless are so good. But I'm gonna wait to eat this so I could go actually wash them and stuff, so I can get back upstairs and shut that in case that volume comes on. You guys just are hearing me talk, right? Oh, here it is. And look, I got my Italian ice, but I'm going to put it in the microwave because I like it melted a little bit. Hold on. I think Zeke's outside. Actually, let me do 15. Let's see if you can see him out here. Hold on. I think he is. Wait, where is Zeke? I don't know where Zeke is. My girl must have took him on a walk or something. Okay. Hold on a sec. Okay, you're only hearing me. Good. All right. Hold on. Let me get. Oh, why did I put away that spoon? I could use it. Okay, I'll be up in a minute. Let me get. It's hard to like, hold on, let me just reuse that spoon. What is it? I'm coming. Okay. Coming. I wish Zeke was here. I don't know where he's at, so you guys could see him. God, I feel like I'm gonna spill this. Hold on, let me put. Ugh. Hold on. I'll put this in my pocket. I'll put this in my pocket too. Hopefully it won't make too much, and then I can flip around the camera and talk to you guys. Okay, let me get the settings real quick. Camera. Hold on. Hold on, I'm coming. Okay, so now we got the front camera. I'm going upstairs. I wish Zeke was here. They have to be taking him for a walk, I bet. Got a little behind the scenes footage. I probably have something stuck in my tooth, though. I'm always all paranoid. Okay. Hold on a second. I'll show you. Hold on a second. Ooh. Well, it's a little messy over here, I feel like. I'll show you my little setup, but it is kind of messy because I have all the, like the suckers and stuff. But, oh well. So I'll show you my setup. Those of you guys that haven't seen it. And I need all these lights just for my green screen because if I don't have them, hold on, let me turn this off real quick. Or let me remove. Oh, I didn't realize I had the frame up. I couldn't tell down there. Okay. So the lights, because of the green screen, any shadow on the green screen, it gets blurry. So I have to have like all these lights are all facing the green screen. As you notice, look, I have one down here. They're all like basically facing, these two are facing the green screen just so there's no shadows. Like this has pointing like down because it has to hit the ground where there's a shadow right there to keep it good. And then these are like the green screen that goes all the way up to the ceiling. I don't need it all the way up that high. And then I got the walls. So it's just like a little, and then there's two, see how there's like two windows? So that's my setup. All right, I'm going to go back. I'm going to sit down on my normal thing now. Hold on one second. Hold on, let me go back and hold on one second. All right, I'm coming, guys. Here I am, guys. You got a little behind the scenes. Was that fun or no? I figured I was down there and it was ending. I'm like, shoot, let me just. So what's for lunch, everybody? I ate like some of that sushi like what, an hour or so ago. So I'm not really that hungry, but I do want to go. I do want to go back to downstairs and get some grapes. So, but I'll wait till the break's over. Unless if I hear Zeke come home, so you guys could see him on the big screen. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, cotton candy grapes are so good, but you don't find them that often around here. I've only been able to find them once. But those sable ones are so good. They're black sable. I've never even heard of them. I'm like, wow. So what are you guys having? No, it makes those lines on my face sometimes. Plus, I think it wouldn't, I feel like I guess I could raise them. I usually do lives at night though. So that's why I never even really tested out the whole day because it's usually night. But you're right. Wonder in the daytime since when I do it in the day, if I did raise them. That's a good point. I don't know. I never even thought of it. Because at night, you don't have that option. It's not my home, no. You know what I'm saying? It's like my parents' home. Well, my dad passed away, in September, so it's like my mom and my grandma. So it's like I don't own any of it. I just stay here. It is a nice home. My parents bought it, or that my parents built it. Like how many years ago? 12 years ago or something. I don't know. I have to ask them what the date is that they built it. I wasn't even living here when they built it. When they built this, I was actually in Toledo living with my boyfriend that died. And then when he died, I came back here and then I finished school and then I moved to Colorado. But yeah, so yeah, it's not my home. I just have my little room here. That's why I have everything crammed in here. This is the only really space I have, this mine. So trying to fit like my whole life in this room, it's like such a mess. And it looks messy, not because it's dirty, but because I'm starting to accumulate so many things and I don't really have any other space to put them. And that's why I used to, before I had this set up, and the reason I didn't always do it in my room, because the soundproof, because my grandma used to stay up, her bedroom is right over here on the other side of the bathroom. Like our bathrooms we have a bathroom and it connects and we used to share the bathroom. But ever since COVID and she got sick and she was like, her dementia got real bad and she came in here to pee one night. Like she couldn't even remember, like she'd go in closets looking for the bathroom. She couldn't remember anything. So my mom had her start sleeping downstairs in our little room. Like it's not the living room, but it's the other room. So she's got an air mattress. She's been sleeping down there. So she doesn't use her room. But before that, it was right there. And then my dad was always up, watching loud TV. And so I couldn't. And I did late streams. You know how late my streams are, sometimes early in the morning. So I freaking, I'd be too loud, So I always went down the basement to do my streams. But it sucked because since the basement was like my dad's little area, wasn't my spot. So I would have to, every time I would go down there and record my videos too. So that's why I would record for like 12 hours and do like 3 videos in one night, because I would have to take everything down there, set it up, and then retake it back upstairs. So I'd have to reset it up every time. I didn't have my own spot that it just stayed. So it was just like exhausting, taking everything down and packing it up, unplugging and taking it back up. So I was like, I'm going to buy soundproof walls. Once I saved some money and I was able to buy them, so I could do it up here and I don't keep anybody up and they don't, and then when they're like, my dad watches TV and it's really loud, hopefully I won't be able to hear it that much. Since the walls don't go all the way up, I could still hear the TV a little bit, but it did help. But they can't hear me. My grandma says she can't, like even before she started sleeping on the stairs, she couldn't hear me up here. So she's like, no, it's quiet. So it helped. So I don't feel bad like I'm keeping everybody up. So now I have my little spot up here, which I'm happy because I think Zeke's back. Hold on. I hear him out there. Hold on a second. Let me get my set back up on StreamYard. Hold on a second. Zeke? Okay, hold on, Bubby. Hold on. Okay, hold on. A half hour? You went by yourself? Wait, you went by yourself? No, by yourself, Grandma? Oh, my mom. That's what I was wondering. Hi, Zeke. The Bubby's here. Look how pretty. Look how handsome he is. He always wants his tummies rubbed. You want your tummy rubbed, huh? Oh, get up, Bubba. Show how cute you are. Show how cute you are. How cute. He just got back from a walk. That's why he's huffing. That's why he's a huffer. Is that why you're huffing? Is that why you're all out of breath? Is that why you're all out of breath? Huh, cutie? Huh? Huh? Huh, buddy? Oh, thanks, Jay Good Cat. He always wants a belly rub. He always wants his belly rubbed, huh? Don't you? Actually, you know what? Hold on, Bubba. I could just do it where it's all, well, no. No, it's not going to work that way. I'll just have to keep it like that for right now because I'm not in there. Hi, Bubby. He just got back from Milwaukee. Huh. I love you so much. I love you so much. Look at the cute face. He's all hot and exercised out, huh? Did you have fun on your walk, buddy? Did you have fun on your walk? Huh? Little belly? Huh, little belly? Huh? We were looking for you, Zeekster. We were looking for you. Yeah, I was wondering where you were, Bubba. Wait, come over here, buddy. Come here. Zeke, come over here. Come here. Come here, Zeke. Come here. Come over here, buddy. Come on. We have more room. Hi. Oh. Well, is that all you want is belly rubs? Is that all you want is belly rubs all day? All day, huh? You're still out of breath. Are you still out of breath, you little belly rub, huh? Okay, Zeke, get up. Get up. I want to show him how to sit. Come here. How you give me your... Come here, Zeke. Come here. Up. Oh, he's not listening. He's not listening. Where's the pizza? It's like about 30, it's like a 25-minute drive, actually. Ooh, don't fall down the stairs, Bubba. It's like a 25-minute drive, actually. Siki, the pizza place. It's in East Canton. And we live in North Canton. Yeah, he needs to rest. The Zeke show. You go rest, Bubba's. You go rest. I'll go eat my Italian ice. Look at this guy. He just, Bubba, I can't sit all day and give you belly rubs. I can't give you belly rubs all day. I gotta go. You're so cute. He wants belly rubs all day, don't you? You would want a belly rub all day if it was up to you, huh? Huh, dear. Okay, Bubba. You go rest. You go rest, Bubba's. Huh, Ziki? You go rest. Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, give me your shake. Shake. Sit, Bubba. Why is you not listening? No. You know how to shake, silly. But my mom is like, she yells at me for giving him treats because he didn't eat his dinner yesterday. So I'm not allowed to give him any treats until he eats. Sit. So I can't. Because I have a soft spot. I can't say no to him. And then my mom gets me because he'll sit there and he'll make his noise and go, and look at the treats. And it's hard to say no to this guy. He's too freaking cute. He's too cute with his little eyes and his... Okay, bossy. Am I boring you? Sorry. All right. All right, Bubby. Bye. All right, I'm gonna go. Hold on. Okay, I want to come back in my room now and eat my thing because I put it in the microwave. I probably shouldn't even have put it in my microwave because I let it and I haven't eaten it. Now it's going to be really soft. All right, hold on. Gosh, my Italian ice is going to be so melted. So we could finish watching, what time did they say? 1:40? Wait, is that right? Look. Because this thing was blocking it. Oh, thanks, May. Thank you so much. You're so generous. Look, I shouldn't have put it in the microwave because now it's really melted. Normally it's just soft, but now it's like melted. Gosh darn it. Oh, well, it'll still be good. Still good. Oh. I don't have, I promise by tomorrow I'll get some videos edited to watch during break. But I'm thinking, oh, thanks, Batman. Batman, thank you so much. So I think, I love dogs. I can't take it. They're too freaking cute. They're so sweet, and they're so forgiving. They're just the best. They are just the best. Okay, so we could watch. Remember we were watching those interviews that Kitty Cat interrupted of Johnny, like old interviews of Johnny and Amber. We could watch some of those. Finish watching those because we didn't watch all of them. Hold on, let me get them up. We could just even start over and watch them again. Hold on, let me. And then I'll get other stuff ready. But let me. Wait, what was it called? I don't know. Should I do it from the beginning again, or let me find it first. It's on this one, yeah. I don't know if I should do it from the beginning or where she interrupted us. I'll just play it.
She's everything. The baby is everything. It's so amazing, my little family. It's just so, it's unbelievable. It's I don't know. It's the only thing that's ever happened to me. Really, the only thing. Everything else is smoke. This is it. This is real life.
Did you see the birth?
I was there, yeah. Unbelievable. I mean, I've been, since May 27th, when my daughter was born, I've been floating. I smile constantly, which I never did before.
And you never imagined you would have it this kind of...
No, you can never... Everybody tells you, and you know what their experience, and it's going to be something,
Just to answer your, I mean, I like it just so, I don't like it melted. That's what I'm saying. I did it too much. Either I'll keep it out a half hour before I eat it, or I put it in the microwave for like 15, 20 seconds. I just like it soft because it's so creamy. I don't like it like melted like a liquid. It's still like a thick, see? It's still frozen. I just like it where it's like where you could just get a big spoon, and it's not like that you're digging into it and it's real hard. Because it's like almost like creamy. These Italian ices are so good. Luigi's, I recommend it. So good.
Sublime, but no, you just don't. You can't imagine until it actually happens. When you see this little angel arrive, it's. I mean, for Vanessa and I, the both of us have just been floating ever since. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Lily Rose.
Lily Rose.
And why Lily Rose?
I don't know. We just
liked the name.
It was the only. In fact, it was the only name that we'd come up with for a girl. Lily Rose. We both loved the name Lily. I think her mom Vanessa's mom suggested Rose, the Rose part. Yeah. My mom's name is Betty Sue, and we wanted something that sounded kind of like Betty Sue, that sort of southern thing. So Lily Rose.
That's great.
And then Melody, which is her middle name, is after Serge Gainsbourg.
Yeah.
Song called Melody Nelson.
So her name is Lily Rose Melody
Depp.
Depp.
Yeah. She's something.
Man, you really look happy.
I'm floating. I've just, yeah. I've never ever in my life. I haven't lived before that date. I was not alive. I existed. I imagine that I drew breath and exhaled and all that stuff, but I don't have any particular, fond memories of it. I mean, I don't think I took a real breath until my daughter was born.
I don't have social media, so I don't know, but I am aware that it is happening. I'm aware of this phenomenon, and I think it's really interesting to look at how it's affecting especially younger girls that are raised in a culture where this is just a part of their everyday life, is this superficial representation and promotion of themselves in this way. But for me, I think with my life. I think it's the most precious thing I can have is privacy, and so I don't have any reason or desire to want to
put it out there.
Nothing, but I understand a lot of people do and why they would. You know, a lot of people find ways to do it, you know, for good and to control the representations of themselves, which I think actors typically or celebrities typically have not had control over for a long time. I'm really excited to be 30. I think it's, you know, your 20s are, I feel like when I ask women this often, my friends say that it's some of the hardest years of the 20s. I don't know who set the standard that that's supposed to be the most fun, but I think I've lived enough life in my 20s. I'm looking forward to, I don't know, I'm looking forward to this new kind of chapter, if you want to look at it that way. I'm excited to be, you know, even more of a woman. That's what it feels like.
Have a look at this one and see if you can figure out what this is from.
I know. What?
You can jump in if you think you know what it is.
Oh, it's the black
No,
I can't.
Yay! Black Pearl!
That is the rigging of the Black Pearl. Well done, mate. Thomas, you've got it. Asher, you knew exactly what he was thinking before he thought it. How did you read my mind?
What?
How did you do it? He knew the answer just before I even thought it, and saw it once before, but didn't even know it until you thought it and he said it. Very curious.
See how precious? That's so precious because that guy answered it right. So, I don't know, are they both boys? But anyway, so he answered it right. And because Johnny just made the other kid feel included, you know what I'm saying? I just thought it was so cute how he did that. Like, oh, well, you thought of it. And he or she's just like, well, no, I mean, obviously you didn't, but Johnny's making it so like they both got the right answer and they were both a part of it. I just thought that was cute how he did that. You guys know what I'm talking about? Am I making sense? Okay.
He's got a point.
Okay. He does have a point. Uh-oh.
She had it.
All right. You good? Oh! You good? Oh.
You got cracking more things.
Are we okay? Are we okay?
We happen to be doing a story about, you know, how bad it gets with stars. I mean, did it get to the point where people were going through your trash and that sort of a thing to, you know, dig up dirt on you, or?
Yeah, apparently for a little while there, you know, there was a time when people, whoever they were sort of fascinated with what I might be throwing away, you know, into the garbage can. It just happens. I don't know. I mean, I've never really been fascinated with anyone's trash before, but some people, you know, what can you do?
Do you know what they were looking for? Were they looking for notes or things about your personality or something, or?
Adult diapers, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure what they were looking for. But you know, what's real weird about that, the sort of, like how the media thing gets sort of stretched out into this really absurd kind of surreal thing is, you know, like I said, you know, you're an actor and you're trying to do your job. You know, there's a ton of them out there who are trying to just kind of do their job, get by and do the best they can, make some money, whatever. And then suddenly you reach a certain level in your career and this sort of wheel starts spinning about your past and your future and your present and who were you with last night and what club and this, and like, you know, how many people you've, you know, quite possibly bumped uglies with or something, you know. It's like suddenly this thing starts happening. It's not about the work anymore. It's not about films. It's not about, you know, it becomes this kind of showboat thing. This sort of society of ambulance chasers who are fascinated with, you know, your personal life or you know, like what's inside your brain and things like that. And to me, that's really frightening because.
Hey, Madeline! Nice to see you. I'm glad you made it. Okay, sorry. Just wanted to say hi. Batman, how are you doing? All right, I'll continue. Sorry. Okay. I might be stopping it in between, though, because got to make it like a commentary, fair use type thing, even though I feel like it is anyway, because we're in the bigger picture. But since there's so many little clips, I'm going to talk throughout it. Okay. Well, pause it and then talk. Anyway, this is the one that I was talking about. This interview when Cat Lady interrupted us, said I was fawning over him. It was, I was just in one of those moods that I just was so mad. I'm like, that's, I don't know. I probably didn't handle it the best, but I was just saying he looks so cute in this. Like, that's my style. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, he has so many different, he's always a nice looking guy. You know, there's men, you know, you could say they're just nice looking guys. He is, like, on all of his stages. But I'm just saying, I'm sure we all have like a favorite, you know, what our typical, I don't know. I just think this little style and this age, he's just really cute to me. That's all. There I go again. Great. But that's just what I was saying. And that girl just like, she got really mad. All right, here we go.
I mean, there's only a couple of actors that I can think of that I would be fascinated to find out what their thoughts are. Marlon Brando is one of them. I mean, he's obviously like he's an amazing actor, and he's possibly the greatest. But what fascinates me about Marlon Brando is his brain and his thoughts. You know, but I mean, to become fascinated with the personal life or the thoughts and opinions of a person who pretends for a living, who lies for money, is beyond me. You know?
So what do you do then? How do you deal with all this stuff?
Lay low. Just kind of lay low. I don't, you know, I'm not a real function-oriented person. I don't do well at functions or, you know, like the Hollywood party scene. I just kind of, I don't go there so much. I just kind of stay home, you know, or wander a bit.
Tell us about your favorite cigars, your fascination. Why is this something that is part of you?
Well, you know what? I'm a smoker. It's not a popular thing to be in 1993, a smoker. But I don't know, cigars somehow just, they seem, it's a great, as soon as you light it, it's sort of somehow you instantly relax. It's just, I don't know what it is. My favorite cigars, I can't say. There's so many great ones. You know, there's some real nice Cuban cigars. It's not a false, it's not like it's a real thing. You know, when people say, oh, Cuban cigars, the finest, you think, oh yes, look, cigar's a cigar, tobacco's tobacco. No, it's wrong. Cuban cigars are the stuff. Favorite, maybe, you know, maybe a Cohiba Lancero. That's kind of a thing. That was Castro's cigar. That was his favorite cigar before he quit.
To people who don't smoke, what would you liken cigar smoking, that feeling to? Is it like a fine wine, or how would you describe it?
Yeah, maybe like, depending on the cigar you're smoking, would be comparing it to maybe a warm cognac, you know, just something like that. Suddenly everything starts to just kind of calm down, just sort of sink into the old lazy boy.
How did you get into the cigars? Did somebody introduce you, or was it?
Because if someone walked up to me and handed me a rolled up pair of socks, I would probably smoke it. I'm one of the few and the proud smokers who really love smoking. If I could have another mouth grafted onto my face to smoke more, I would do it. I have lung power from, The one gift I have in this world is I have incredibly strong lungs. Sometimes I smoke 2, 3 cigarettes at a time.
You can hear the American Cancer Society phones ringing right now, and the publicists are going, get this
Well, you don't
guy.
have to use it. I mean, it's just
No,
sort of
that's
there.
great. Hey, you're being honest, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a big smoker. Where are they?
Where are they?
Oh yeah, here they are. If I think that the people who understand or know or get or are touched or, he's so ignorant that he makes you laugh. If they're moved by Captain Jack Sparrow in any way, I don't need a company to do that. I can just do that myself, and nobody can take that away. So that's the greatest pleasure of Jack Sparrow. As far as the cinema, as far as the films, we did what we did, It was a kind of a strange, abrupt halt, but these are strange, abrupt times. So yeah, again, he's never going to leave me, and he's always going to be ready to go and say stupid stuff to make people laugh, to make them forget about the nastiness at times in life. And I mean that with every morsel straight down to my black-hearted, weaselly-gutted soul. Thank you.
He's a wonderful presence. Johnny is one of the most gifted actors we have. He is a truly gifted character actor that is trapped in a leading man's body. There's no one else like him. And he's, to add on top of that, to the unfairness and torture of that, he's also a wonderful person, wonderful human being. And I could not have asked for a better co-star. Our experiences as women are as varied and nuanced and layered as men. And unfortunately, when we look at how we're portrayed in art and we look at how we're portrayed in movies, which are supposed to be a representation of life, there's a deficit, a cruel deficit of the varying scope of variety and nuance available to characters that are supposed to be portraying women and the vast variety of things that we are.
You opened up to Elle recently about, being married. What's your favorite thing about being married?
They always say I opened up because I said I was, because I confirmed. I said, yes, I am. I said I'm a happily married woman, and I'll say it again. I'm a happily married woman. And again, if that's the version of opening up, then that's it. I'm opening up.
So tonight my headline will be Amber Heard.
It will say Amber Heard. But yes, I said I'm very happy.
Stay in line, guys. Come on. Thank you, Mr. Depp. Love you, man.
Hi, Johnny. How are you?
Love you, man.
Good to see you again. Sorry, fantastic.
Just one of those. One.
No problem. Thank you, Johnny.
You're a class act. Thank you, my man.
Bless you, Billy.
Yeah. Met you years ago. I used to work with John Richmond
Oh,
at
okay.
Granville years back now.
Johnny.
Casey, I didn't get an email. When did you hide it? I must have seen hide somewhere. Oh, when I clicked on it, it said hide. Okay, hide user. No, I didn't get an email. I checked both of my emails, and I didn't even check my spam. Try to send it again. When did you send it? What time? They said 1:40 for being back on lunch, right? Hey, Becky. Yeah, Becky in the house. Caitlin, it's hard to sum up. It has had moments. It had its moments. If you possibly can, it's worth your time to watch. Judge for yourself. Wait, what are you talking about, Becky? What, a movie? 18th goth hot. He looks hot like my husband. Okay. It's the late 18th. Okay. He looks hot like my husband in Sleepy Hollow. So, wow. You got to send me a picture of your husband. If you got a husband that looks like, wow. So you must be like in heaven. You married your dream like guy. Well, at least the way he looks, right? If that's, wow. Okay, I'll continue. But try to send it again, Casey. I don't know. I'll look it up, Ice Mel.
That was good times, man.
He's a dear.
Yep.
Old school brother, you know.
Dos. God bless him, man. God bless you, Johnny. Thank you, man.
You're the man. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
And the one on the bottom, another Johnny.
Oh, sure.
I'm gonna get a photo too.
Where's that line? Don't let them stress you out, Johnny. Get in line, guys.
Do not get back in line, guys.
I'm in line. Love you, Johnny.
I think it's
can I get another one?
I think I got out of line.
Thank you very much.
It's June 9th, 1963 is what it says online. So his birthday's coming up. He'll be, I don't know, he's 58. So June 9th, 1963. He was born in Kentucky. But what's his real name? He kept his real name. You know how people do stage names? Well, duh. I guess we've been seeing his family, and they have. So Jonathan Christopher Depp. I'm trying to see. What does that make him? No, not a Cancer. That's right before a Cancer. Pisces. I forget. I'm not very good with what's what. Does anybody know? Gemini? Oh, it's a Gemini? Okay. I suck. Okay. Gemini.
Love you, brother. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, there's that guy. I see him in his hat. Thank you. Just recognize that fucker. Thanks.
Hey, Johnny. Johnny.
Can I get a hug from you?
A hug?
I love you.
Those are extra. I'm gonna have to pay you. Now I owe you.
Hey, Johnny, Josh Richmond's friend forgot to get a picture with you.
Guys, we have to hurry. Come on.
Well, he should
unforget.
Oh,
just a picture, not the graph, just a picture with you.
Yeah, unforget.
Okay, I'm ready. Hold on. I'm ready.
Thank you, Johnny. God bless.
Don't worry, man. Good seeing you back in town, bro.
Yeah, it's weird to be back in town.
Hold on one second. I'm just. Oh, okay.
Hey, it's always been weird here, man.
Yeah, it's getting weirder.
LA is your home.
Hey, man, we love you here, man. Thank you, Johnny.
Johnny, what are you working on right now? Johnny, is there a lot of stuff, huh?
I have a new thing I'm working on.
Wait.
I'm in flux.
Okay.
Give us a sneak peek.
Right?
Nice.
I'm in flux.
Is there anything to silver?
Nice.
Sorry, I stole someone's blue. Yeah.
Johnny, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah, one question at a time.
Sorry? Guys, hold those back. Yeah, it's getting weirder.
LA is your home.
Hey, man, we love you here, man. Thank you, Johnny.
Johnny, what are you working on right now?
Johnny,
is there anything? A lot of stuff, huh?
I have a new thing I'm working on. I'm in flux.
Okay.
Give us a sneak peek.
Right?
Nice.
I'm in flux.
Is there anything to silver?
Nice.
Sorry, I stole someone's blue. Yeah.
Johnny, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah, one question at a time.
Sorry? Guys, hold those back. One at a time, please.
Sure, that's so much.
No, what does this go? We haven't done it two already.
Johnny,
right over here.
he's about to take you some green coin AI, some Bitcoin.
That's it, one. That's it, guys. That's it. That's it. Seriously, we gotta go.
I told you guys.
Sir, I asked you one.
Your photos.
Hi, Angela. Hello. I found some other good, like there's a video of them singing him happy birthday at on a pirate set. And there's other cute little videos too that we could always watch after this if we piece of hair. Okay.
one autograph right here. Come on, guys. People are waiting. Get in there, get in there. Over. Above face, Johnny. Above face. Above face, Johnny. Above face.
That's the guy from the court that was laughing right there, isn't it?
Above face. Okay. Johnny Depp. Johnny. Make a hole, guys. Make a hole. Don't be rude. Make a hole. Johnny for president. Coming on this side. That's it. We love you, Johnny. Thank you, Johnny. Don't let the stress get you, Johnny. Don't let that Amber Heard stress get you. Guys. Green corn AI, baby. Green corn AI. Thank you. Green corn AI, baby.
How is this happening to me? You know, I'm strong, smart. I'm not a victim to my detriment. I guess there was a lot of shame attached to that label of victim. It happens to so many women, you know, when it happens in your home behind closed doors with someone you love, it's not as straightforward. If a stranger did this, you know, as it was pointed out to me, if a stranger did this, it would be a no-brainer. It's the telling someone safe is the beginning of choosing yourself. I really, like, think about it. If I hadn't had that, if I hadn't had a few people that I really trust around me, a few women support, a few friends, if I hadn't had them around me, how different my life would be. Just as a woman, having gone through this in the public stage, and in the public arena that I did it, and I have a unique opportunity to remind other women, not only that this doesn't have to be the way it is, you don't have to do it alone, you're not alone, and also we can change this. Violence against women is not limited to actual physical violence. It is also about how we deal with it and how we talk about it in the media and in our culture. And us taking responsibility for it is what really needs to change. We need to take responsibility for how we talk about these things. It's the only way that people are going to feel comfortable in coming forward, raising their voices, standing up for themselves, is if we change the system in place that keeps them quiet. Speak up. Speak up. Raise your voice. Your voice is the most powerful thing, and we, together, as women standing shoulder to shoulder, cannot and will not any longer accept silence.
Oh, this is the tour. Gailey sent me this, I think, right, Gailey? Jar of Dirt. This is a tour of one of his penthouses or whatever. It had music, and I normally would have put my own music to it, but I just didn't. So I just muted it so we could just, I could just be playing it while there's no sound. So let's see. I haven't even watched it yet, to be honest. So that must be, does he have the top one? Do you know? Let's see. So I don't know which one. It's one of them, somewhere where he lives. So cool. I want to live there. I wish I had enough money to like live in my own place, period, but wow. Just to even have my own anything. Oh my God. Like he has how many houses? Can you imagine? Just to have one of these would be awesome. Man. Oh, yeah, you are. There you are. I'm your couch. It's so unique, man. Like the style is so. I feel like there's a bunch of different styles in one. And that's just one of them, or is this a couple they're showing? Wow, so the top one is his? Or wait, penthouse, is that always the top? I don't know. I'm stupid when it comes to this stuff because I'm not. I don't live like that. I don't know. Penthouse. What is that? Hold on. Let me see something so I don't sound like a idiot. Oh, it is. It's the top. So penthouse is the top floor of a tall building. I'm so silly. I was like, oh, what? Which one is he? I don't know if he lives in the top floor. That if he. Oh, this is his penthouse, but I don't know if he lives at that
Violence
top
against
floor.
women is an issue that transcends all socioeconomic, geographic boundaries. Everyone is affected. It's a global issue, and it's an issue that has been relegated mostly to the private sector. It's largely unspoken about, underrepresented, underreported. It is internationally the most underreported crime. It affects women at a disproportionate level, and it does so silently. And unless we raise awareness and talk about it and bring it to light, we can't change the system. It maintains the silence. You know, we can't change it unless we talk about it. And it's really easy to not change it if we don't see the faces, if we don't see who our rules, our systems are hurting. It's an issue that happens predominantly behind closed doors. Violence against women is an unseen thing. Even economic violence against women, it's an unseen thing. And us women are strong, and we endure, and we have a lot of stuff to do in our life. So if we stopped and talked about it and cried every single time an injustice befell us, we would have no time in the day. And so here we are, enduring and surviving almost too much. And I want to just be one of the many, many voices right now of women, of countless women who are standing up and saying, enough is enough, hear me too, yes, me too, time's up.
Wow, so 5 of them? Holy mackerel. So when they were showing that, that was a little bit of all 5 of them then? Is that what that was? I couldn't tell. Because they did, a lot of them, they look like different styles. Like, I don't even know what the styles would be, but they were really cool. Okay, so, and then I found, how much time do we have? 1:40, I think, right? Let me see. Hold on one second. Let me try to make sure which ones I should play. Let's see what the. Let me share my screen. Oh, wait. You know what? Hold on a second. The way I'm going to have to share it's going to be annoying. So you know what? I might just wait. Well, I'll put together something tomorrow with that. Because the stupid glitch, the way I'd have to do this, I'd have to share that, then unshare, then share, then unshare. So we'll just talk for a minute. So what did you think? A little about Amber, like talking about, it just makes me sick listening to her. Like she's a real victim, right? Knowing that she is making others a victim by her actions, and she's gonna sit there and like talk like, I mean, it just makes me sick. Like, don't sit there and act like you're an advocate for this crap when you're the one doing it, you know? It's not fair. Yeah, it's true. I know. And I'm getting hot for some reason again. Not like a hot flash, just like it's like actually really hot in here. So, Lonnie, you crack me up. Oh, me, I'm dying. That's why I've been off. Oh, okay. It's time for us men to stand up and say, I've had enough for being kicked, hit, punched, and had my hair pulled out. Oh, wow. Have you, Mad Cow Mark? Really? Keiklo, yay. I was asking about you. I was having us try to put the energy. I was like, where's Keiklo at? I was like, everybody put the energy into the universe and get her. Maybe we'll be able to get her to come. Okay. No, you don't have to apologize. I understand. You gotta work. It's like during work hours and it's all day. So you're all good. But I'm glad you made it. I'm glad you were listening. It's been kind of boring these last couple days as far as the witnesses. Like yesterday, that last witness yesterday was probably so freaking boring. Like for Johnny's side, like I swear it seemed like he was just doing it on purpose to waste time, but which I don't know why he would, because you only have a certain amount of hours. So why would he want to use them up and have like less time? But because it was like, I felt like you're not getting any more important information out of her. It's just like going around and around, and she's not going to answer the way you want. And it's just like fighting and just, you know what I'm saying? Just fighting to get the answers you want. And it's not even that important. I feel like as far as what the, how impactful it's going to be on the jury. And then that one, Back to the Future guy, he was really boring, but at least his weirdness made it a little bit interesting. I was watching some clips. I wanted to do, God, it takes so long just to even edit, like all this stuff I would love to edit. Like some of his weird stuff, like his weird, where he's like doing this thing with his mouth. And then, Johnny is looking at him like, what is wrong? The looks that Johnny was giving him was just priceless. Just in that, just to watch Johnny look at him like, what is wrong with this guy? And then he like would say something to his lawyer, and that guy, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? And then like he had an attitude, and the way he like talked, like he acted like he was running the show, like he could do whatever he wants up there. It was bull crap, dude. But it was entertaining at least. At least. Oh my god. I have to do some kind of funny video with like find like the best weirdest parts of that testimony and do a compilation. But see, like that in itself right there would take like 12 hours to edit. It just does. I don't know. You got to find the clips, then cut it out, and then like if you want to add music or find, so, which I'm not complaining, but it's like I have to choose which ones I want to do. It's hard. It's like I only have time for like so much. I wish I had time, but like then time would run out, and then it'll be next week, and I only you can only get so many done in that day. So it's like, what would be the best? Like, is that worth the time, or should I go through? It might be a funny one. What do you guys think? So I could do that for one. I feel like what else I forget what else I wanted to do. I don't know. And then I want to edit some videos for tomorrow and Thursdays during breaks to watch. So that takes time. Even clips to like take out music or crop stuff and add them and download them and stuff. That takes the least amount of time, compared to like editing a recorded video that you want to edit to upload, but it still takes time though. I love it though. I do like it. I've been having fun editing these ones because they're fun. Like there's funny ones to edit, So, oh look, they have him. Hold on, they're playing.
Okay.
Clips.
So if one does, so I'll make it more direct. So if you're not agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay. Therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit. So off and on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox, is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
All right. Another one of the characteristics that you cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a career, start with that beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco and I think others comment this week. Last week, Ms. Burston commented about things about jealousy. So I think it's pretty apparent.
Okay. And the next one you listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism. So it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of
Hi, Lynn. Don't worry. This is Law&Crime Live. So whenever they're going to be coming back with the trial, you know what I'm saying? So this is the trial right here. But you know how they play like stuff in the breaks. But hey, Lynn. All right. I'll put the sound back on.
Evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Way to call him out. Way to call him out right there. We'll get to Dr. Spiegel in a second. Rich, I do want to throw this question to you because it's actually really important. We see it in a lot of different trials, and people have asked about this before. So this is from one of our Twitch fans. That tingly feeling, I don't know if that's about love or something else. We'll leave it right there. Does each lawyer, Rich, have expertise in specific areas of law? They're always changing lawyers to ask questions to different witnesses. Why is this?
Okay, well, I don't think it's expertise. It's different expertise in the law. I think they pick the lawyers. I mean, first of all, one lawyer couldn't cover all of these witnesses for 6 weeks. That would be a preposterous amount of work. They pick and choose it by design of who would be more effective with what witnesses. So sort of the people who are sort of prim and proper, they get the expert witnesses. Obviously, they picked a very good person to cross-examine Amber Heard. You just try to match it up correctly so you have the right person asking the questions to the right witness. I don't think the area of law is that critical in deciding that.
You know, and Jeanette, people I saw mostly were critical of Dr. Spiegel. So we have Jordan McIntyre on YouTube. I found Dr. Spiegel seem more like a patient than the psychiatrist. Could his mannerisms and presentation, aside from the testimony itself, sway the jury from his credibility? So could his mannerisms and presentation, the way he looked on the stand, could that sway the jury and turn him off a little bit? It's a layperson question. I think it's great.
Okay, well, I feel like I can answer this because did you see what I retweeted last night? Somebody put some video together and he was doing this thing with his mouth and he was like, and like Johnny Depp was like, somebody put this like amazing video together. It was a little weird. He seemed to have some strange tics and stuff like that. So maybe, you know, the jury is the one, the jury members are the ones that are supposed to like, you know, judge the credibility. They assess the credibility. They are the, you know, truth seekers in any case. So, yeah, maybe. I mean, he was an odd duck. He walked by me. I saw him pretty up close when he walked past me. I was thinking about going out in the hall to say hi, but he was with some guy, like a handler or something, and it just seemed like maybe it wasn't the best idea. So maybe we'll reach out to him later via email. But I was just kind of like, not sure that it just didn't seem to go very well for him yesterday.
I mean, he had that really odd comment about being pressed about, you know, well, don't other actors use earpieces? You're saying Johnny Depp was so messed up he needed an earpiece, and Marlon Brando. And he's like, well, isn't Marlon Brando dead? I mean, that's your response. Found it a little off-putting, but I agree with you, Anjanette. Hey, I got a legal question for you, Gene.
Sure.
And this, you know what? It's this question, and then also I'm going to throw it on and add a second question. Okay. First of all, this is from one of our YouTubers, one of the best names, Hedgehog the Fencer. Okay, so let's take that for what it is. Hi, could you please explain what preponderance of the evidence means? But I want you to clarify, because is it preponderance of the evidence here the standard, or is it clear and convincing? Walk us through it.
Okay, I've been told the burden of proof is clear and convincing, but there are 5 burdens of proof, and just think of 100%. Beyond a reasonable doubt is basically 90% certainty, not beyond all possible doubt. Clear and convincing, you got to prove something by about 70%. Preponderance is you got to prove something by 51%. Probable cause, only about 40%. That's for search warrants and a grand jury. And then there's this weird thing called reasonable suspicion, the Terry stop, the pat down, 25% certainty. So there are 5 layers of burdens of proof. And this case, I think, is clear and convincing.
Yes, and we always talk about, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what we're always talking about criminal trials, a little bit of the lesser standard here. All right, so Linda, before we have to jump back into court, we have gotten word that the jury is coming in shortly. So let's go to Fang UK from Twitch. So during Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday, he claimed that Johnny Depp made an entire movie wasted. He was obviously referencing Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which Johnny Depp in his testimony stated was a presumption by many, but would have been utterly impossible. Why did Johnny Depp's team seize upon that? It seemed quite an important thing to correct.
I think there were so many things for them to seize on that probably was like the little bit of them, right? And anyone who knows would know that movie, Fear and Loathing. That was about Hunter Thompson, right? Who was took LSD in the, I guess it was the 60s here. So, I mean, that's the way he was supposed to look. I think they didn't seize on it seriously because you had so much. You had a psychiatrist who violated a rule, in my opinion, on diagnosing somebody with neurodeficit disorders when he didn't even realize what the characters were, hadn't seen the movies. He said, "Nice plug for my book," when he started out. Thank you very much. And, it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. So I think they thought they had enough with what they did.
Well, I think that was a very good explanation for that, for a very good question. I will tell you the questions that we got this hour were phenomenal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Jean and Jeanette, Linda, Rich, phenomenal answers to these questions. I am going to be signing off. I'm getting word the jury's coming in.
Dude, I didn't know that it wasn't, the criminal was different. I thought it was all behind a reasonable doubt. So it only has to be 50, did they say? Then he does have a good chance to win. I didn't realize that. I mean, I need to be watching. See, I just never have time because either doing all day here and like any of my free time, I want to edit my own videos and I just, I don't have time to sit there and watch the law channels to see what they're saying. But yeah, he might just win then. Did you guys know that, what they were saying? Maybe I should just start watching them during the break.
Your next question. Mr. Banya, before lunch, we were talking about your opinions in response to the testimony of Mr. Schnell. Did you also analyze the testimony of Ms. Arnold in this case?
Yes, I did.
And are you aware of her opinion that Ms. Heard's career would have followed the same trajectory as that of Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Zendaya, Ana de Armas, and Chris Pine, if not for the Waldman statements?
Yes.
What's your understanding of Ms. Arnold's basis for her opinion that Ms. Heard's career should have been similar to that of those identified actors?
Ms. Arnold stated that when producers or her industry is looking to hire talent and actors, that it's important to best understand the public's perception of the actors that they're considering, and that it's important to look into social media to see what is happening with the actors they're considering for either a movie or even an endorsement opportunity with companies. So that was her approach.
And is that the process she followed in providing her analysis of those purportedly comparable actors?
No, although she stated that she went in and brought in these alleged comparable actors, and without really reasoning behind that.
Did you conduct an analysis based on your expertise in social media and internet analytics of Ms. Heard compared to the actors to whom Ms. Arnold compares her?
I did.
And what did you find?
Well, since Ms. Arnold stated that the proper approach is looking at the public perspective, looking into social media, and she did not do that, I felt that was the best approach to do this based on her words. So yes, I did go into best understanding the public perspective of Ms. Heard and the alleged comparable actors using Q scores. Then I also went and did some analysis online and on social media as well.
Can you briefly remind the jury what Q scores are?
Yeah, again, Q scores measure how well a celebrity, it could be a cartoon character, it could be a sports person, how well they're known, how well they're liked, and how much they're disliked. And it's an industry standard tool that's used. It's not just focused on the movies that they're in, but it's focused on them as actors, but also what's happening in their personal lives come to play as well. So that's how Q scores are typically used.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects the Q score analysis you completed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach again? All right, thank you. All right.
No objection to the demonstrative.
All right, we'll identify plaintiffs 1296 for identification and publish to the jury.
Mr. Banya, what point in time do these Q scores represent that are reflected on your demonstrative?
So these are the winter 2019 Q scores that are reflected here. And what was important for me is I wanted to find Q scores that represented Ms. Heard after Aquaman. And remember Aquaman, December of 2018. These Q scores were gathered January and February of 19, but before the Waltman statements.
And what did you find based on the Q
scores? And the higher the number, the better. As you can see, Ms. Godot has the highest Q score out of the group of actors here at a 28. But you're going to notice Ms. Heard has the lowest positive Q score. She has a 9. So I find that very interesting that she doesn't appear to fit in as a comparable with these alleged comparable actors. I think what's also interesting is the average Q score for all actors being scored at that time, which include all the alleged comparable actors here, score at an average of 17. And you can see, again, she is 9, well below that. And then on the right side, you're going to see the negative Q scores. So this is how much people dislike you. So the lower the score is better. You can see Mr. Momoa is over here with the lowest at an 8, but you can see Ms. Heard is over here at a 28, which was quite a difference. A 20-point difference from Mr. Momoa, and also a 10-point difference, from the average of all actors. So she is very, very much little. Her positive score is very low, and her negative score is very high, which tells me that she does not fit in as a comparable as it relates to these alleged comparable actors.
What opinions did you form based on that Q score analysis?
My opinions as it relates to these Q scores is, Miss Arnold used these actors as allegedly comparable actors. But really listening to her testimony yesterday, it appears that she's abandoned this approach. I don't think she's using these comparable actors or these alleged comparable actors anymore. She's more relying on her experience, and I agree with that.
Did Ms. Arnold offer a criticism of your use of the Q scores here?
She did, yes.
And what's your understanding what that criticism is?
Well, what I believe she was saying is that I should have ran Q scores for these allegedly comparable actors after each of their breakout films, which I disagree. First of all, Q-Scores doesn't work like that. Q-Scores are available twice a year. So it's not that I could pick a month or a different month for each of the Q-Score actors. So I feel that, what was important for me, and this doesn't always happen when I'm using Q-Scores, you can get this perfect moment in time. As Miss Heard said, I'm sorry, but as Miss Arnold said, that, Aquaman was Miss Heard's breakout moment. So these scores reflect that breakout moment, and they're terrible Q-Scores.
How would your analysis change if you had used Ms. Arnold's logic with respect to the timing of the Q-Scores that you looked at?
I mean, if you really think about what Ms. Arnold was saying, is she's saying that she thinks Q-Scores are the highest for each actor right after their breakout moment. So I would think, if anything, these Q-Scores could have been a bit lower because it's not right after their breakout moment. But what's important for me is the fact that these scores reflect, who Amber Heard was at the time before the Waldman statements, but after the Aquaman release.
We can take that one down, Tom. Thank you. What other work have you done in connection with forming your opinions in this case?
Again, taking the advice from Ms. Arnold, it's important. She says the industry looks into social media, what their followings are like, with the numbers as it relates to their followers. Again, what is the public perception of them? So I analyzed their social media accounts, but prior to the Waldman statement.
And how did you do that?
Yeah, so what I did, I don't know if you're all familiar with the archive.org. They have a tool called the Wayback Machine. What archive.org does is it archives the internet. So you can go back in time to see what websites and web pages used to look like in the past. Not all the time can you actually get a celebrity's social media accounts to have been archived, but we were fortunate that each of the alleged comparable actors' social media accounts were in archive.org. So I was able to go back in time prior to the Waldman statements to see what the following activity was for each of the alleged comparable actors.
Mr. Banya, did you prepare a demonstrative that reflects your social media analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
No objection to the demonstrative.
All right, we'll mark it for identification purposes, plaintiffs 1297 and published.
Anya, could you tell the jury what you found when you looked at the social media?
Yeah, so what I found, again, this is prior to the Waldman statements. First thing you're going to notice here is not all actors use social media. You're going to see Mr. Pine doesn't have Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, and Momoa and DeArmas don't use Facebook or Twitter. But what's important to look at is you have Ms. Heard prior to the Waldman statements with 3.8 Instagram followers and 142,500 Twitter followers. And then you move down to Gal Gadot with 37 million Instagram followers compared to her 3.8 million. And, the 2.3 million Twitter followers compared to Ms. Heard's 142,000. And you can then even go down to Zendaya with 65.9 million and 17.2 million Twitter followers. What this is telling me is really, more people are interested in Ms. Gadot and Zendaya and even Mr. Momoa than Ms. Heard on social media. It just tells me a lot of people are interested in these actors as opposed to Ms. Heard, more of a following. Q scores, well-liked, less disliked. So it kind of fits into the analysis of determining whether or not these alleged comparable actors are actually comparable.
Based on your expertise, what are your overall opinions about Ms. Arnold's analysis of the so-called comparable actors?
Yes, again, it appears that she's abandoned this approach, and I agree with that. I feel that, through the Q-score analysis and the social media analysis, that they're just not comparable.
Tom, we can take that one down. Mr. Banya, based on all the analysis you did in this case, what are your overall opinions?
Yes, my overall opinions are that Mr. Schnell failed to prove any causal connection with the Waldman statements in the search or the hashtag activity, those spikes as it relates to Twitter. There's no causal connection there. My second opinion is, based on my social media and Q-score analysis, Ms. Arnold's alleged comparable actors are not comparable. And then third, Ms. Arnold and Mr. Schnell both failed to prove any causation as it relates to the Waldman statements causing economic harm to Ms. Heard. So, as a damages expert, which Ms. Arnold is, you need to take into consideration causation before you can calculate damages. You look at damages and you look at this allegedly damaging event, and not only do you have to prove that 100% of the damages because of these Waldman statements, she didn't even consider COVID. It happened at the same time. A lot of actors probably made a lot less money because of COVID. Maybe films didn't get made. And, when you do an analysis of damages, you prove causation, but you also have to look at everything else that might have caused this alleged economic harm. And she didn't look into any of that. She didn't even know what causation was. So I don't think damages is an appropriate approach in this case.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Hi.
Yeah, you're not a damages expert, correct?
I am a damages expert, but not providing any quantitative damages opinions in this case.
In this case, okay. And is it your testimony that only if a person repeats the Waldman-Depp statements could they be related to the defamation?
Say that one more time.
Are you saying that a person literally has to repeat the Waldman-Depp statements in a tweet for them to be related to the defamation?
No, if you looked at my analysis, I did pick the 3 themes as it relates to the tweets, and I analyzed those themes, and I came up with 5 examples of when those themes were used.
And you ran searches for, quote, abuse hoax, sexual violence hoax, and fake sexual violence, and you ran all those in quotes, correct?
I did.
So only if a person used a tweet with those words in that order and with that spacing would they hit on your searches, correct?
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Yeah, so I used them in quotes because, hoax could be used in many other contexts. So I wanted to make sure I was fitting my search with the theme of the Waldman statements.
So if someone tweeted Ms. Heard faked sexual violence, that wouldn't appear in your searches, correct? Faked with an ED.
It would not.
Okay. And if they use 2 spaces between abuse and hoax, that wouldn't fit in your search.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you? And a tweet can only be 280 characters, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So certain of the Waldman-Depp statements, a person could not tweet the whole thing in one tweet, correct? The whole statement in one tweet.
The Waldman statements?
Correct.
No, you could not tweet those entire quotes.
Did you make any determination if there was an online bullying campaign against Mr. Depp after Ms. Heard's op-ed?
I didn't look into any online bullying campaign for Ms. Heard nor Mr. Depp.
Did you determine if there were tweets harassing Mr. Depp that quoted from Ms. Heard's op-ed?
No, my assignment was to determine if the Waldman statements were part of the tweets that Mr. Schnell provided. I was rebutting him.
And in your analysis of when you testified before, you never looked to see if the op-ed was quoted anywhere, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right, questions withdrawn. Next question.
Now, you have no objection to Ms. Arnold's use of comparables, correct? Just the use of comparables in general.
I listened to her testimony and my understanding that she abandoned that approach. But as it relates to my testimony today, my opinion was related to those specific alleged comparable actors, that they were not comparable.
You're not offering an opinion as to who the appropriate comparables should be to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified just before about the Q scores of Ms. Heard and the comparables. That was Plaintiff's Exhibit 1296, correct?
I don't know what 1296 means.
Okay. The demonstrative in front of you.
Mine? Yes, that's correct.
And you said that those were all for the winter of 2019?
I said Ms. Heard's were from the winter of 2019.
Because isn't it true that none of the rest of these people were from the winter of 2019, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, Mr. Momoa's was from the summer of 2020?
That's correct. Not all alleged comparable actors had Q scores for that date. What was important for me is to get Ms. Heard's Q scores right after Aquaman, but before the Waldman statements.
So you weren't comparing apples to apples, correct?
I wouldn't say that. I'm saying that it's not the exact same years.
Well, so in the winter of 2019, that Q score comes out, that the field work dates for that is from January 22nd, 2019 to February 7th, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
So that would be so the field work would be starting almost immediately after Aquaman just came out, correct?
Yeah, in her Star is Born moment, yes.
You'd agree that for the winter of 2020, where you took Jason Momoa's Q score, would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman, correct?
Well, actually, if I use Miss Arnold's suggestion, the celebrities tend to have, the celebrity moment right after they have their breakout film. So I disagree with that. I think maybe his Q scores could be lower as it relates to when I use them.
You'd agree that for the winter of 2020, Mr. Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise in popularity of the film Aquaman.
I don't know if it accounts for the rise of popularity. Again, using Miss Arnold's words, usually a Q score will be the highest right after the film, like I did measure Miss Heard.
All right. Do you show? All right. Thank you.
If you look on page 177 of your deposition transcript, you see that?
I don't see a page. Is that what you handed me?
You don't see page 177? At the 4 pages? 4 pages per?
Oh, yes, thank you.
And I asked you at lines 6 through 10, you'd agree that for the winter of 2020, Jason Momoa's Q score would have more time to account for the rise of popularity in the film Aquaman, and you answered yes.
At that time, as I am a rebuttal expert to Miss Arnold, based on her testimony, I've learned something new from her.
Okay. You didn't look at Miss Heard's Q score for summer of 2020, correct?
She doesn't have any.
And Miss De Armas had a lower familiarity score than Miss Heard, correct?
If I don't have that in front of me, but if you're saying that, yes.
Okay. And Miss De Armas's career trajectory has gone up since the summer of 2020, correct?
I don't know. I didn't analyze her career trajectory.
Okay. Could you put up plaintiff's trial exhibit 1297? That was the demonstrative. Ms. DeArmas has less Instagram followers than Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Heard has more than double the Instagram followers of Ms. DeArmas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you get more social media followers the longer you're on social media?
Not necessarily. It doesn't work that way. It depends on many other factors.
So Ms. DeArmas had a lower familiarity score and less Instagram followers, yet your testimony is that she would not be a proper comparable to Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're not offering a different set of people who should be comparables, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down. Now, you understand that Mr. Waldman has been banned from Twitter for life for harassing Amber Heard, correct?
I don't know that, but if that's the case.
And you understand that Mr. Waldman appealed the decision to Twitter and they have confirmed his ban for life?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach on this one?
Okay, sure.
I just realized this whole time I might not even have ever looked at Amber. I think I'm picturing what she looked like yesterday. It's horrible.
You agree that in looking at Mr. Schnell's data, 65% of the uses of negative hashtags relating to Ms. Heard occurred between April 1st, 2020 and June 15th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that 5 of the 6 highest spikes of the negative hashtags were after the Depp Waldman statements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where you talked about the February 2020 spike, and the 65%, by the way, even includes the February 2020 spike of tweets, correct?
That's correct. Well, there was no spike in Feb 2020 during the Waldman statements.
Well, the spike in February 2020 was before the Waldman statements, right?
I would have you. Can we pull up the chart again if you want to talk about the spikes?
Sure. Can you put up 1294? Number one.
Yeah, that spike happened before the Waldman statements.
Okay. And there was hardly any activity in negative hashtags until February 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And you understand that the spike in February 2020 was related to the partial tape that Mr. Waldman and Mr. Depp leaked to the Daily Mail, right?
I'm aware that the articles were related to Heard admitting to hitting Depp.
And you understand that Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape to the Daily Mail.
Objection, Your Honor.
He talked about what the number one related to.
What's the objection?
Sorry, lack of foundation, and
I'm asking if he knows or he doesn't.
All right, we'll rule.
So what's important to me is the fact that this spike is prior to the Waldman statements. Do you know if Mr. Waldman testified that Mr. Depp and he met with the Daily Mail in person to provide the partial tape?
No.
In February of 2020. You don't know one way or the other.
It's irrelevant to my opinion.
Okay. And the spike in July of 2020 came right after the last defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
The July spike, which is number 2, is not related to the Waldman statements, and there are articles related to abuse between Heard and Depp and feces found in Depp's bed.
And that's based on Google searches you did?
That's correct.
Okay. And the July spike in time came after the June 27th, 2020 defamatory statement by Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And 5 of the 6 spikes came after the defamatory statements, correct?
After the Waldman statements, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified before that you eliminated shares and likes of the Depp Waldman statements from your analysis, right?
Repeat that, please.
Did you say that you eliminated shares and likes of tweets that included the Depp Waldman statements?
That's correct. When I was doing my analysis, I noticed the exact same text was a part of many of these tweets.
Don't shares and likes disseminate the negative information?
That's quite possible.
Okay. And you agree, right, that use of the term Waldman or Waldmanian occurred over 25% of the time in the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard from April 2020 through January 2021, correct?
Although it's irrelevant to this case, it has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. That's what Mr. Schnell says.
You don't disagree with the search results, correct?
Although has nothing to do with this case or the Waldman statements, I do not disagree.
So if people are tweeting about Adam Waldman or Waldmanian at the same time as tweeting negative hashtags about Amber Heard, it's your testimony that they have nothing to do with this case?
The hashtags have nothing to do with this case.
That's what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And even if they include the negative hashtags with Mr. Waldman's name and Waldmanian, you're saying they have nothing to do with the defamatory statements?
All 4 hashtags that Snell used had nothing to do with the Waldman statements. Waldman himself has nothing to do with the Waldman statements. We're talking about the Waldman statements here. Waldmanian, I don't even know what that is, but again, it has nothing to do with this case, and it's not related to the Waldman statements. That's what's important.
And the reason you're saying they're not related to the Waldman statements is because someone didn't literally copy what Adam Waldman said in the Daily Mail and tweeted out?
Well, I looked at enough tweets that included the name Waldman that have nothing to do with anything negative or the Waldman statement.
No, they must have had to have the negative hashtags toward Ms. Heard, because the only way that those would have been in the data you looked at would have had the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard. It was looking at that universe, correct?
Well, first of all, I don't agree that justice for Johnny Depp is a negative hashtag towards Amber Heard. So listen, the assignment was to determine if the tweets that Mr. Schnell presented were related or included the Waldman statements.
In your review of the tweets related to Ms. Heard, you cannot point to any that were positive toward Ms. Heard, correct?
Again, I was not looking for that.
And you did not review the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp during the time frame from April 1st, 2020 to January 1st, 2020 to see if there were any that were not negative toward Ms. Heard?
I did not look into anything as it relates to anything other than what relates to the Waldman statements. That's what's at issue here today as we sit in court.
Okay. And you didn't form any statistical analysis to rule out the Waldman statements' impact on the hashtags, correct?
Correct.
You did not analyze whether media and press coverage other than the Waldman statements affected Ms. Heard's career, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Looking at the exhibit that's in front of you, where you have the numbers here, those you said are related to Google searches?
The 1 through 6?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And can we put up plaintiff's 888? And we could just start at 1. Do you understand that okay. Oh, thanks. And 888, it's page 76. These are the documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
Yes.
And are these the search, where it has the different letters? These are the searches that you ran for the various time frames and the articles that came up for numbers 1 through 6, correct?
No, I mean, obviously document 1A is the Heard supplemental expert witness disclosure. These are documents that I used throughout the time I've been working on this project. So these aren't related to those 1 through 6 numbers.
Okay. These are documents you relied upon for your opinion today?
These are documents that I relied upon when I presented my designation.
For your opinion today, that you're offering today?
Yeah, these are the documents that, yes, I've relied on throughout this entire this case.
Okay. And actually, Michelle, could you turn in this designation to, let's see. Hold on one second. Go, can you just scroll down? Yeah, keep scrolling. Just keep going. Keep going. Okay, stop. This was the chart you provided with your designation for your opinions in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's similar to the chart that we had before with the 1 through 6, correct?
That's correct.
And where it has the various boxes, it's talking about documents 6E through 6H, for instance, related to Depp wanting to have Heard replaced on Aquaman.
Yes.
And you prepared this chart, correct?
Yeah, this was part of my designation.
I'd like to have this page as a demonstrative.
Your Honor, I do have an objection, if I might be heard.
All right, you want to come forward? Page 99.
I don't know, Camille. Now that you say that, I don't think, or Elisa, I just called you Camille, Elisa. Elisa, now that you say that, I don't think Camille has. I don't think any of these, none of those have been her witness that she was questioning. Wow. I don't think we heard from her yet today. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a good day, actually. Yes, Camille, where are you? Yeah, saving her for the strong points. I know, mystery. If it wasn't for you guys, for the chat, I'd be like, oh. It'd be hard to watch all of them. I probably wouldn't even, I don't know if I'd be able to force myself to watch all the witnesses if I wasn't doing it live and having you guys to chat with, you know? Man, it doesn't look like there's as many people in there today, but there's like a line of people that want to get in there. So you would think it would be just as full every day because they would let the same amount of people in every day. Oh, because people leave and probably go to the bathroom and stuff. That's right. No, I didn't see that. What witness are you talking about? Bella from today, or I didn't notice anything today like that. Because I don't think she's been questioning anybody today, unless if I missed it.
Mr. Banya. Other than so as I understand it, the way you determined that the tweets were not related to the Waldman statements was that you looked at time and then you ran certain Google searches, correct?
Correct.
And then the top 3 hits came up.
Correct.
And then you looked through the article to see if the Waldman statements were there?
So as it relates to any trending event, any defamation that's happened online, any allegations of economic loss because something went viral, going to Google, looking at the spikes in time and going back in time to see what was happening on those top 3 sites will give you an indication of the best results that were being served at that time. So something viral that's happening would appear most likely in those top 3 results.
And just so the record's clear, if we could go back to page 76 of this document. Numbers 6A through 6N, going to the next page, those are the headlines of the searches that you found?
Correct.
And you don't disagree that that negative tweets toward Ms. Heard have continued throughout the analysis of the tweets, correct?
I'm not looking at whether they're negative tweets or those hashtags are negative. I'm determining if those tweets are related to the Waldman statements.
Right, okay, and you have no opinion whether the tweets were positive or negative towards Ms. Heard. That's what you're saying?
Yes, I'm just analyzing whether or not they're related to the Waldman statements.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Banya.
Yes.
Sir, you can leave the courtroom or please.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess for you at this point. Hopefully within 15 minutes we'll get right back to you, okay? Do not discuss the case, and don't do any outside.
Sorry, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Sorry, we'll just take a short break. All right, so just so that we're on the same page, you can have a seat. Keep standing the whole time. All right, just so we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. Actually, could Mr. Knight go back out, please? All right, so we're on the same page with Mr. Knight's testimony. There is a rule on witnesses. However, Mr. Knight's a rebuttal witness. The purpose of excluding witnesses from the courtroom, usually it's a courtroom, is to deprive a later witness of the opportunity to shape testimony to correspond with that of an earlier witness. The issue we have here, obviously, if it was a direct witness in the direct testimony, you had time to do a rule on witnesses, let them know about the rule on witnesses. With a rebuttal witness, it's a little different, because they didn't know they were going to be a witness. You didn't know they were going to be a witness. I understand that part. The problem is the courtroom in this particular case appears to be the world. So what we have to do here is I'm going to do a voir dire, and I'll allow both sides to ask questions as well of Mr. Knight to see what he has seen of the case. And I'm just going to use the factors that the case law in Virginia uses, which the factors to consider, because the court does have broad discretion to permit or prohibit a witness to testify in this particular circumstance. So the factors I'm going to consider is if the impropriety was intentional, which we'll find out, the prejudice attached to it,
Also, if the excluded witness learned about substantive aspects of the case from an earlier testifying witness, and whether that knowledge had any effect on his or her testimony. So those are the three factors I'm going to look at in weighing this decision. So keep that in mind when you do your voir dire. And it's my understanding that the evidence that Mr. Knight will testify only relates to Hicksville. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Now we can have Mr. Knight.
No, don't be ashamed, Jackie. Peeing outside is the best. I love it. So wait, is that
Sir,
who
Mr. Knight, if you
that-
could come forward to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in the penalty of law?
I do. All right. Sir, if you could just have a seat, please. Sir, what we're doing is I'm just going to ask you a few questions outside the presence of the jury. And then the attorneys are going to ask you a few questions, okay? Then I'm going to have you step back outside after that, okay?
No problem.
All right. What's your full name, sir?
Morgan Higby Knight.
Okay, you don't have to be that close. All right. All right. How do you spell your last name?
N-I-G-H-T.
Okay. All right. And sir, before I can allow you to testify, I just want to ask you a few questions. Have you seen any of the trial that's been going on for the past 6 weeks?
Approximately 5 weeks ago, a friend of mine texted me that Hicksville was mentioned, and I watched a little clip where it was mentioned.
Which clip did you watch?
I believe it was somebody testifying about, I think it was a security guard testifying maybe about Hicksville, or I forget exactly who was testifying, but it was something where Hicksville was mentioned, and it was about something about a wrist or something like that.
All right. And what did you do after that? At some point, did you get in contact with attorneys?
So I didn't reach out to them. I didn't really care. The innkeepers that worked at Hicksville before reached out to them and said, we saw some stuff that wasn't true. And then they asked, is it okay if I give the attorneys your phone number? So the attorneys reached out to me.
Okay. And when did the attorneys reach out to you?
May 3rd.
May 3rd. And you talked to the attorneys at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not Camille, but Geraldine.
Okay. And then have you seen any other parts of the trial?
No, she instructed me not to watch anything about it, regardless of if it was about Hicksville or not. So I've been
since
keeping off the internet and turning off anything that seems to be like it's on social media. So I just don't watch any of that.
Okay. All right. And questions, Ms. Prater?
So, Mr. Knight, you were contacted by an attorney for Mr. Depp on May 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was Carolyn?
Geraldine.
Oh, Yerlin. I got it. Okay. And what?
I think it's pronounced Geraldine.
Okay. Can you tell us the conversation you had with her at that time?
Yeah, she just asked me my recollection of the evening, and I told her, and she said, okay, would you mind testifying? And I said, sure. And she said, okay, well then we're not sure if we're going to call you or not, but just in case, please don't watch anything having to do with the case. And I said, I will do.
Now, how is it that, to your best knowledge, how is it that Geraldine was able to get hold of you? How did she know that you knew something?
So, like I said, two of my innkeepers, my innkeeper and my manager, had reached out to her team, I think through email. And one of them texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we give Geraldine your phone number?
Now, you also communicated on Twitter, did you not, about this case?
Yeah, 2 weeks prior to Geraldine reaching out to me, someone had made a comment about something that happened by the fire pit, and I said, that's not my recollection. I didn't see, that's not what I saw.
So So who was it that made a comment about something that happened at the fire pit?
So once I was told about the fact that Hicksville was mentioned, I went and did a Twitter search of Hicksville trailer. So it was, I don't know who it was, but I was just like, what are they saying about Hicksville? And so that was why I did a search, just to see, because it was weird and fascinating, because the night to me wasn't that remarkable in the context of all the different experiences I've had at the Trailer Palace.
So explain to me, please, what you mean by you did a trailer search.
So if you go to Twitter and you put in keywords and do a search, all the tweets regarding that subject come up, or anything with those keywords in it. So that is how I found the tweet that I replied to.
Okay. And how many tweets did you find that mentioned Hicksville when you did that trailer search?
Probably like 5 or 6. I only replied to one of them.
Okay. And what do you recall those tweets saying about Hicksville?
The one that I replied to said that there was some incident by the fire pit, and Johnny was yelling at Amber. And I replied that I didn't see that. I was there all night, and I was working that night, so I didn't see anything like that.
So your best recollection on that one was that somebody said somebody was testifying that Johnny was yelling at Amber?
Yeah, and I believe grabbed her or something along those lines.
Do you recall who said Johnny was yelling at Amber and grabbed her?
I have no idea. It was a stranger, so I didn't really pay attention to who was writing it.
All right, and you said that you responded to it. How did you respond to it?
I said that's not what happened. I was there all night. Yeah, basically. I'm paraphrasing. It was
Did you say anything about what you thought happened?
I just said that didn't happen. I didn't say what. I believe I said maybe something along the lines of, from what I saw, Amber was the one acting jealous, not Johnny.
And you said this to one of the tweets?
Yes.
Do you recall whether that was the Umbrella Man?
I don't recall. That's a ridiculous name, though.
Okay. So tell me about the other 5 tweets that you recall seeing when you ran your trailer search.
I think they were similar in nature, but I don't specifically remember the details of them. That was pretty much the only one I remembered, and that's the only one I replied to.
Do you remember anything about the other 5 and what was said?
No.
Okay. When you said that somebody told you about a security guard, what was your understanding of what the security guard said?
I got a text that somebody in the trial had said that they were talking about Trailer Palace during the trial. And so that's what led me to go on Twitter and do a search.
And did you have any communications with the 2 innkeepers about what you knew or what you thought?
No, I hadn't talked to them in years, and still haven't regarding the case.
So how is it that the innkeepers then contacted you and said, do you mind if we give you the telephone number to the attorneys?
Because they still have me in their phone, and Christy, who was the manager at the time, is the one that texted me and said, hey, do you mind if we pass this along? Mr. Depp's attorneys want to talk to you.
Do you mind if we pass what along?
Your phone number.
Right, but how is it what is the communication you had with the innkeepers that even led them to understand that you believed you had knowledge about the Hicksville incident?
There was no conversation. They knew because they were both working that same night. Jenna was the innkeeper, and she was there along with me that night. Christy was the one who texted me, and she had come in the following morning for her shift. And I slept over. I was live-in innkeeper that night.
So I'm trying to understand. So just based on the fact that 7 years ago, they happened to know that you were working that night.
9 years ago, and it's because I was there with them.
My math, well, it's 2022 right now, and that was what year? Oh, that was
2013.
You're right. Okay. So how is it that out of the blue, they remembered 9 years ago that you worked there that night and that you might have some knowledge?
I mean, to be honest, like we do get celebrities sometimes, but it was, it's not that unmemorable. It's not like it's any other night of the week. So I'm sure they remembered the specifics of that night.
Had Mr. Depp's attorneys ever attempted to contact you before?
No.
Had you ever attempted to contact Mr. Depp's attorneys before?
No, I had no interest.
All right. Have you had any conversations with Mr. Depp's attorneys other than the one you described with Geraldine?
Since?
Yes.
Well, I met with Camille last night.
All right. And what was that conversation? Please describe.
I just went through, the story again that I had told Geraldine.
And let's hear what that story was.
You want me to go through?
Yes.
The whole story?
Your Honor, we would object to attorney work product.
There's no attorney work product.
No, I'll overrule that.
All right.
That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, sure. That I described like them getting to the trailer palace, me showing them around, the interactions I had when I was on duty with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, how the evening progressed throughout the night, the levels of drinking and drug use that I witnessed, what the state of the damaged trailer the next morning, and basically just, the details that I had only, spent total 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard throughout the entire course of the night. So it was my recollection of those events during that time.
And what did Ms. Vasquez say to you?
Your Honor, this is beyond, we object on the grounds that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire,
No,
which is
I think
limited to the
whatever
three
she
criteria.
said to him
But
is
may I
very
please finish
critical.
stating my objection, Your Honor?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
The objection is that it's beyond the scope of the voir dire. Your Honor enumerated the three criteria which are relevant here. And this is a rebuttal witness, so.
Your Honor, whatever Ms. Vasquez shared with him is going to be very important here because they knew by this time he was going to be a witness. So.
Well, that was last night. So
Right.
how does that fit into one of the three factors of deciding whether or not he's going to testify?
Well, one of the three factors, Your Honor, may I approach so that the witness doesn't hear?
Okay, that's fine.
God. Find a little bit of entertainment, though, So, this guy's voice is killing me, though. I can't do this guy's voice. Very annoying.
Mr. Knight, did
Yes.
Ms. Vasquez provide you with any information that anyone had testified to or said at any point?
No, she didn't talk about anything except for asking me my experience and just getting a clear understanding of what my experience was. She didn't mention anything outside of the scope of what I saw and just asked me for the facts and told me just tell the truth and let me know,
Do you know what any of the witnesses said in this trial?
about, outside of what I described earlier with a friend of mine texting that someone was talking about Trailer Palace, I do not.
Do you know whether any of the witnesses testified about any jealousy?
Other than the tweet that I replied to, no.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
All right. Well, do you have any questions? All right. Sir, if you could have a seat back outside the courtroom.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can I leave my water?
Yes, you can leave your water.
I missed it. Who is this guy? Yo, it's Ashley. Yo, it's Ashley. Yo, what's up, Ashley? I chatted last week and I love watching you, Zab, but I don't chat since I work during the day, but I watch often. Keep up the great work. Oh, thank you, Ashley. Yo, I'm glad you chatted. I'm glad you said hi. Yeah, I love seeing new people in the chat that, that don't, they might have been watching for a while but haven't chatted, and then I get to meet them finally. So, yeah. So, how's work going? Are you on lunch? So, are we going to have a break? Because the jury's on the break, and I was just starting to talk because I thought they were going to break, and I guess not. Oh, maintenance work. Thank you, Casey. He works for, or wait. Worked for Trailer Palace and Muffin Top. Thank you. Trailer Park employee. So how did your yard work go yesterday? Did you get her done? I wonder. No, I mean, there is probably going to be a break, right? But probably like around 3, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. What? Anyway. Oh no. Are you gonna miss the end? Well, what time are you gonna be able to watch it all at work, May? Oh, cool. I've been in your ear for like a couple weeks, huh? Yo, Ashley. Oh, did she? I missed that, Londoner. Oh my God, good catch. Because it's all this talk about passed out and Johnny being passed out. And then they're trying to like specify passed out. You mean sleeping, passed out? Because I always use passed out when I'm like I go to sleep. I'm so tired. I'm just like, man, I passed out. I use that a lot for sleeping. But that's funny because Amber's side is trying to make a big deal about the whole, that she was passed out. And if Whitney used that. That's funny. I did not catch it. I was gonna play that during lunch, her testimony, but I decided not to. But what was that guy? Who was trying to use that guy? God, I'm zoning out so much. What was he gonna bring to the table? You know? Okay, May. See you in the morning. Hey, Kimmy Jean. Every day while I'm busy, don't. Aw, well, hey, you don't. A lot of people are working. I understand if you can't always be able to chat. I'm glad you said hi. Well, what was he trying to prove, man? I'm having trouble focusing on these witnesses. Well, because I've been in chat most of the day, just having fun in chat, and I just haven't. I don't know. Sometimes when I'm in chat, I'm not even. Oh yay!
All right.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. what good this guy is doing. Yes, of course, lady. Little Libby. Little Libby. I like that name too. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my God. Wait, I just read that. Oh my God. I'm so. Like, I'm getting all, like, my heart started pounding reading that, lady. Oh my God. So wait, you're gonna wait for a callback. Yeah. Oh, Libby. All right, why did the screens go black? What's going on? I could add the
So
other. Oh, here we go. Here we
That's
go.
okay.
Sorry.
All right, thank you. All right, your next witness. All right, Mr. Knight, if you could come forward to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Sir, if you could have a seat.
Freaking freezing. I don't know if I should switch over or not. Because as soon as I switch, it'll go back. Gosh darn it. Hold on. Oh, it's that same guy. We already heard his testimony, so we could just wait till it unfreezes, I guess. Or I guess I could just go over. Hold on. And then we'll just go back, I guess. I'll have to unmute it. Hold on.
Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast in Idlewild, California. And I created and ran Hicksville Trailer Palace in Joshua Tree, California, starting in 2009.
And how is Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast different from Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So Hicksville Pines Bud and Breakfast is up in the mountains of Idlewild, which is a beautiful like snow town above Palm Springs. And all the units are A-frames instead of trailers, which we have. It's obviously a very different climate than Joshua Tree, which is a desert area. The rooms, which are themed at both places, are trailers, vintage trailers from the 50s through the 70s at Hicksville Trailer Palace. So there's also different kind of amenities. There's a pool in Joshua Tree. There's a rec room up at Hicksville Pines.
When did you first become the owner?
Palace, I started building it in 2009. It took about a year with my collaborator, Stephen Butcher, and on the trailers. And we got done and opened in 2010.
Did there come a time that you sold the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, I did at the beginning of 2020. I had some health issues and just it was too much to run both at the same time. So I chose Idlewild because it was newer and shinier.
And just for my sake, how long did you own the Trailer Palace?
So 10 years of us being open, 11 years total.
And what was the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So it started out as a artist retreat. I was a filmmaker at the time and wanted a place to get away and work on film projects outside of Los Angeles. I also put in a recording studio so musicians could record records there. I had lived in New Orleans for 5 years, and there was an amazing recording studio there called Kingsway, where all the musicians would come and they'd live in this big mansion and record their records. And I just thought that was a really neat thing for artists to be able to get away and create their create whatever they were working on. Over the course of the build out of all the trailers, themed trailers, which I'm a huge fan of this hotel called Madonna Inn And so I wanted to do really detailed themed trailers. It became too expensive to just make a living off of an artist retreat. So I decided before I was done to make it a hotel as well.
And what were your job responsibilities, generally speaking, when you owned the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
So I would be live-in manager some nights, a couple nights a week. I would also drive out from Los Angeles twice a week and bring supplies that you can't get out in the Yucca Valley area and Joshua Tree. There's just a lot of things like, Smart and Finals, Costco's and stuff. So I would drive that stuff out. There's also no USPS. So sometimes I'd have to get things shipped to my house and drive them out as well. I would also just do constantly building and creating new stuff at Trailer Palace, whether it's new trailers or amenities. So I would be working on that stuff as well. I'm a big fan of the fact that Disneyland is always making it better and better.
And when you were the live-in manager, does that mean that you spent the night at the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Yeah, we have a house on site where the recording studio was, and there's a bedroom in there. So whoever is live-in manager those nights stays in the house and basically lives there. There's a kitchen and everything.
Have you ever met the plaintiff in this case, Mr. Depp?
I had met him really briefly at the Viper Room in the late 90s. I had worked with some of the people that performed there and was good friends with this girl Robin from the Pussycat Dolls and some other friends in this band, The Imposters. So I was there and I met him once.
How about Miss Heard? Ever met her?
I had never met her before. They were guests at the hotel.
When was the first time that you met Mr. Depp and Miss Heard together?
In late May 2013, when they were guests, Mr. Depp's assistant Nathan had rented out the entire place so they could have a night there in privacy.
And what do you recall, if anything, about Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's arrival to the Hicksville Trailer Palace?
Mr. Depp got lost. So his security guard who arrived early asked me if I could go fetch them because he had an old car that didn't really fare on the dirt roads out there, which are pretty horrible. So I went out and made sure that they got themselves and the car back to Hicksville safely.
Do you remember approximately at what time that was?
It was 3 to 4 in the afternoon.
What was Mr. Depp's demeanor when they first arrived?
At Trailer Palace, he was super excited about the place, really complimentary, just had a lot of questions and seemed like he was in a really great mood.
And how about Miss Heard's demeanor? Anything stick out?
She was pretty quiet. She just kind of didn't say that much when I was giving them the tour of the grounds and the trailer.
And was anyone else with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard when they first arrived?
There was people that were arriving throughout the afternoon. So there was, I think 10 to 12 people total ended up staying. The security guard had gotten there earlier and just to check out the place. But yeah.
And did I understand your testimony previously that the entire trailer park was rented out by Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
Yeah, the whole place slept, I believe at the time, about 25 people, but there was only 10 to 12 in this party.
And who was part of that party besides Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
I'm really horrible with names, but I remember one of them was Miss Heard's sister and the security guard I mentioned before, but I honestly forgot his name too.
What happened when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard first came onto the property?
So I gave them a tour we give all guests a tour of their specific trailer and the grounds and show them around when someone rents the whole place, they get another trailer called the bar trailer, which is basically a place to set up their alcohol and stuff. And some people in the group were just putting their beverages in that area.
And where were you when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, did there come a time when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard went to the bar trailer?
I didn't notice most of the time that my interactions with them, everything's kind of centrally located. So there's a fire pit, bar trailer, and picnic tables all right in the same area, so they were generally around that area the entire evening that I saw them.
And what did you observe of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard as the evening progressed?
So Mr. Depp was just super curious and really nice. He was also really interested in my innkeeper because she was a musician, so they would talk about music a lot. At one point, the innkeeper who lived at the next door property went home and grabbed her guitar, and they had sung a song or two around the campfire in the early evening. There was another instance where Mr. Depp, the innkeeper, her name was Jenna, and myself were talking about books and music, and Ms. Heard came over and kind of interjected. She seemed a little annoyed that Mr. Depp wasn't spending time with her.
What about Ms. Heard's demeanor made you think that she was annoyed?
I think just generally it's hard. Like I think, I don't know. It was just like a gut reaction. Like I can't describe it, but you know.
How long were you with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard that evening, generally?
So throughout the course of the evening, I was probably mostly with Mr. Depp, but 45 minutes to an hour total. So it was, that's over the whole course until the end of the night after the check-in.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Depp interact with other people, guests on the property that evening?
Yes, I saw him hanging out with a security guard at one point, and outside of the time that him and Jenna were singing around the campfire, he was off by himself a lot of the time, and Ms. Heard was over at the campfire with her friends and seemed to have a good time.
And if you haven't already, can you generally describe for the jury your observations of Ms. Heard that evening?
She seemed to be having a really nice time with her friends around the campfire. And yeah, everyone was in a pretty good mood.
Did there come a time in the evening that you observed Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard have a disagreement or an argument?
Yes. I was speaking with Mr. Depp, just one-on-one, talking about Hicksville, and Ms. Heard came over and she said that I want to talk to you, and seemed really upset about something. So I went and back in the house because it was really, they went off on their own, and she started yelling at him, and I didn't want to hear it. It honestly was really triggering because I've been in an emotionally abusive relationship before.
Objections. Move to strike.
What's the objection?
You're up, or maybe reproach.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Knight, will you please just explain for us what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument?
Yes. So Ms. Heard asked him to go talk off to the side, and she was upset at him and she was yelling at him. And I personally had been in
Objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
If you could just explain to the jury what you observed when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having an argument.
Okay. He was kind of cowering and seemed almost afraid, and it was really like odd to see because he was older than her, obviously. So, but I just went back in the house because I didn't want to.
Objection to what he did.
All right, I'll sustain as to.
Understood. So after you observed the argument, fair to say you went back to to your house on site?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
What happened after that?
So when I saw Mr. Depp on my next rounds, he apologized profusely and said, "I'm really sorry about that." She was upset.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain. Next question.
What, if any, type of reaction did Mr. Depp have?
He was just really.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. He's going to say it again.
It's the reaction. It's not the statement.
All right, if you could make that clear, that's fine.
Just what type of physical reaction did Mr. Depp have after the argument between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
He honestly, throughout the rest of the night, became a lot more quiet and was just very more petulant. In the beginning of the night, he was a lot more outgoing and extroverted, and throughout, as the course of the night went on, he was less and less so and more quiet.
Did you observe any of the guests consuming alcohol while on the property?
I assume they were. I mean, people had cups and there was alcohol set up in the bar trailer, but I didn't physically see them pour alcohol into their cup and cup go into the mouth per se.
Did you witness Mr. Depp drink any alcohol that evening?
I couldn't say.
Anything about Mr. Depp's demeanor that made you think he was perhaps intoxicated?
Yes, as the night went on, I am a former bar owner, so even though I wasn't drinking that night, I'm very familiar with the signs. So just as the night went on, like I said, he became more and more quiet, but he also, as we would have conversations, his head would kind of sway a little bit back and forth, which was a little, he was much less sharp than he was earlier in the night.
Did Ms. Heard appear intoxicated to you?
She did. She seemed, I think when she was angry at him, it seemed like she was intoxicated, but that's just based on my experience and my own personal trauma dealing with abuse.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. We'll strike it from the record. Please disregard that testimony.
Did you observe anyone do or take drugs?
I did not.
Did you witness Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard interact other than the argument that you previously described for the jury?
At the end of the night, I heard a commotion. I was inside the house and came out. I couldn't tell what was going on. And Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were having a discussion about I'm not sure what, but then they went to their trailer. At that point, a lot of people had already gone to bed. So it just kind of petered out. Everyone went to bed, including myself, and I didn't hear anything else the rest of the night.
What time did the evening come to an end?
I'd say it was almost around 3 a.m.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp grab anyone?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection, leading.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp get angry that evening?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened the next morning?
The next morning, we have checkout at noon at the time before COVID. And so around 11 o'clock, one of my innkeepers let me know that there was some damage.
Objection, hearsay.
Did something happen that caused you to go to Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's trailer?
Yes, I was informed that.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor. I mean, may we approach on this
Okay,
topic?
sure.
Thank you. What, if anything, happened the next morning, Mr. Knight?
The innkeepers let me know that there was some damage in one of the trailers, and it happened to be Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's trailer. So I wanted to inspect the trailer because I was extremely worried. All those trailers that Steve and I worked on were like my babies, and the one they were staying in was the only one that was mostly original and restored 1950s style, and so I was very concerned.
So what did you observe when you went to the trailer?
I observed that there was a light sconce by the bathroom in the bedroom that had been broken off the wall, and a couple pieces were on the floor, and they were, and yeah, it was basically just broken. The light fixture was hanging on the wall still, and except for the pieces that were on the floor.
Did you come to understand how that happened?
Objection, foundation, and
All right,
light.
foundation, I'll sustain as to foundation, how he knew.
Did you ask how the sconce was broken?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
How often do light fixtures in the trailers break?
They break pretty often. I mean, it's not like a usual thing, but things in the trailers generally get broken because it's all vintage trailers. And I would say as much as every couple weeks, there's some incident of damage in one of the trailers. In this case, Mr. Depp had told me that.
Objection, hearsay.
Objection.
So anyway, yes.
Beyond the light fixture, was anything else in the trailer damaged?
No, everything else looked fine. In fact, we have something we call a piggy fee that we address to guests, that if there's anything, what we call inconsiderate or unusually large messes, we charge them extra for it for a $25 an hour cleaning fee. But they did not receive one of those because everything outside of light fixture looks fine.
And what was your reaction to seeing the damaged light fixture?
To be honest, I was relieved because it was not a big deal. I just there was already another light in the room. So I just tucked the wires in the wall until I had a few months later time to buy, it was matching sconce with another one in the room. So I had to, on eBay, find a matching pair that would fit there. And when I finally got around to it, I was able to get that and charge it to Nathan, whose credit card I had.
And what was your understanding of who Nathan was?
Mr. Depp's assistant.
Okay. And what did you charge Nathan or Mr. Depp for replacing that pair of light fixtures?
The pair came out to $62.
While you were on site, Mr. Knight, did you ever wear a mesh shirt?
No, I would absolutely never wear that.
At any time during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's stay on the property, did you see Mr. Depp become physical with anyone?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. That's.
I'm sorry, that answer was?
I never saw Mr. Depp get physical with anyone when I saw him.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right,
Nothing further.
cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Knight, you are a pretty big fan of Johnny Depp, aren't you?
I am not. To be honest, throughout the evening,
Sorry, I just asked you one question.
Oh, I
didn't ask you
apologize.
the rest of that.
I
You
apologize.
wanted to participate in this trial, didn't you?
I did not. I
You
was
knew-
asked by the attorney, and I wanted to, they asked me, and I said, I'll be happy to come and tell the truth.
You knew this was on camera, that it was being broadcast to a lot of people, and you saw testimony, did you not, in this case? And you seized the moment and responded to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr. Depp's Twitters. Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative compound.
Overruled.
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead
You
what?
know that he leads one of the most predominant pro-Depp Twitters out there.
I have no idea. I don't care or follow the Umbrella Guy.
In fact, you do follow a Twitter called Johnny Depp Fan, don't you?
Absolutely not.
You don't? That's your testimony under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right. And on April 21st, Mr. Depp testified in this case about Hicksville, didn't he?
I wasn't here.
And in fact, you tweeted in response to the umbrella guy on April 21, 22, quote, "That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy." Do you
Yes,
recall writing that?
I do recall writing that.
Michelle, can
Well,
you bring that up, please? We're going to call it Defendants 1903.
1903.
And I'm going to go ahead and ask you to redact, leave in the umbrella guy and the date and the bringing in the Hicksville. Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm just. While she's working on that, did you write and direct a piece called Matters of Consequence back in 1999?
I did.
And didn't Mr. Depp's first wife, Lorianne Allison, work as a makeup artist on that?
She absolutely did.
And while we're looking at that, 4 days after you tweeted to Umbrella Man,
I was Umbrella Guy.
The Umbrella Guy. Okay. Well, all right, now we have this up. I'm going to ask you to take a look. What is Defendant's Exhibit 1903? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and that's from that Umbrella Guy on 4/21/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says bringing in the Hicksville incident accusations. Do you see that?
I do.
And there's clearly Mr. Depp testifying there, likely a video, right?
Okay.
And you respond, "That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy." Do you see that?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 1903.
Any objection?
Yeah, Your Honor, we believe the first part of the that Umbrella Guy's tweet should be unredacted for context.
Oh,
I have no idea what I was replying to.
It's hearsay. It's rank hearsay, and context
Your
is
Honor.
not necessary.
Your approach. Take a look.
Wait, are you being sarcastic, Paradise? Has she been happy? I just missed a bunch. That makes me so irritated. Yeah, but she makes me laugh because she's so bad. It makes me laugh.
All right. Can make that redaction.
Scratching. Let me go see.
With that redaction, any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, 1903 will be in evidence with as redacted.
Now, so you reached out to the Umbrella Guy in this text, this Twitter, right?
I wouldn't call it reaching out.
In fact, the Umbrella Guy is in Mr. Adam Waldman. Do you know who Adam Waldman is?
I have no idea.
Well, he's testified earlier that he talks to the Umbrella Guy.
Did he what? He talks to the Umbrella Guy?
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
I honestly, this sounds like schizophrenia.
Okay. Now, 4 days after this event where you texted, Your Honor, yeah, it's in, okay, good. 4 days after that, you tweeted something pretty nasty about Elon Musk, didn't you?
I did.
Okay, thank you. So you don't like Elon Musk, right?
Objection
Well-
relevance.
Oh,
I don't know Elon Musk.
overruled. Thank you.
So that was, the context of that is that he
I
had,
didn't ask you for the context.
I apologize.
Okay. But you texted something that had swear words in it. Would you agree about Elon Musk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your recollections here. 45 minutes to an hour. Your recollection is that Mr. Depp actually drove there?
Yes.
What type of car was he driving?
An old one that was a convertible.
An old convertible?
I'm not a car guy, so I couldn't express the model.
All right. And your recollection was this was May of 2013?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when in May?
Late May.
Okay. Now, you said that you spent a total of 45 minutes to an hour with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Is that correct?
After the, mostly Mr. Depp, but that's after the tour and after they were checked in throughout the course of the night.
Okay. And you don't recall any of the people that were there other than Ms. Heard's sister and the security guard, correct?
I don't recall any of their names.
Do you remember how many of them were female?
I believe it was predominantly female.
Do you remember how many males were there?
I don't, outside of the security guard.
Do you remember what any of the other people looked like?
They honestly just seemed like youngish hipsters, like for lack of a better term. I know that previously a couple of them had stayed at Hicksville Trailer Palace. That's how they knew about the place.
Okay. So you don't recall seeing how much anybody had to drink that night, correct?
I did not witness that.
And do you recall the use of drugs at all?
I did not witness that.
Okay. Were you sitting at any point with these people at the campfire?
I was not.
And when you said that that you saw Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was yelling at Mr. Depp, where were they?
She pulled him for a chat, and it was off towards their trailer, like a little bit off towards the dirt.
How many feet were there between the campfire and their trailer?
The campfire and their trailer?
Yes.
Approximately 75.
Okay. So where in that 75 feet did Ms. Heard pull Mr. Depp and yell at him and he cowered?
20.
Okay. 20
from the campfire.
From
not
the
trailer.
campfire.
Yeah.
So your testimony is that Ms. Heard grabbed Mr. Heard, pulled him 20 feet over, yelled at him, and he cowered.
Yes, that's what I witnessed.
And then did they go back?
I went inside the house.
So you don't know whether they returned to the campfire or they returned to their trailer?
I do not.
Okay. And do you know whether there were any disagreements or physical communications, anything of that nature at the campfire?
I do not.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp did anything to anybody else at the campfire?
I didn't see anything.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Depp grabbed anybody's wrist and asked them if they knew how many pounds of pressure it took to break their wrists?
I wasn't there the whole time.
Okay. Is it your testimony that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went last to their trailer? Everybody else went before them?
The rest of the people, I think about half of them had already gone to bed, and they went, it was all around the same time at the end of the night that the rest kind of scattered. There might have been a couple of people that went right after them or right before, but it was all around the same time.
Okay, so your recollection is that when Amber and Johnny Depp went back to their trailer, that dissipated, everybody then left at that point?
Yes.
Okay, now how far away was your house that you were staying in from the trailer that Amber and Johnny Depp were staying in?
I'd say it was about 75 feet away.
Okay. And the next time that you saw or heard anything was when you went there in the morning and saw the broken sconce. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I didn't hear anything after went to bed.
Okay. And that's the extent of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Knight, how did you get involved in this trial?
I got a text from one of our old employees who I didn't talk to for
Objection,
years.
hearsay?
Don't tell us what the text said, just how did you
Okay,
get involved?
I got a text from, I got a.
That's still hearsay, You're under
Okay.
objection.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go on, Mr. Knight.
I was asked if it was.
No.
Objection, hearsay?
Apologize.
What did you,
I got a
what
text.
did you receive a text? Okay.
Yes.
From
and
whom?
From a former employee.
And how long had it been since you had heard from this former employee?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you contact Mr. Depp or any of his attorneys?
Objection, leading?
Overruled.
I did not.
How did you get in touch with Mr. Depp's attorneys?
They got in touch with me.
Objection, hearsay?
Overruled.
Go on, Mr. Knight.
They reached out to me.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
I don't have an objection right now.
Thank you.
It's only if he talks more.
Next question.
And how do you feel about participating in this trial?
Objection, relevance?
It's extremely relevant considering that they have accused him of being.
Overruled.
Thank you.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah.
I'm happy to tell what I saw, and that's the extent of it. I really don't care outside of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Nothing
All
further.
right. I assume this witness is not subject to recall. Is that correct? All right. Sir, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Your next witness. Or is it going to be a deposition or is it going to?
Apologies, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Okay,
Plaintiff
Dr.
calls
Shaw.
Dr. Shaw.
Okay. Dr. Shaw.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case or penalty of law?
Thank you, sir. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Richard John Shaw.
Dr. Shaw, can you please describe your educational background?
I'm a psychiatrist. I went to medical school at the University of London in England. I went straight after high school. That's actually the system in the British medical system. I did 2 years of preclinical training and then 3 years of clinical work with patients. Following that, I moved to New Zealand to do an internship. It was an internship in neurology, medicine, surgery, and psychiatry. I spent 3 years in New Zealand and I did a year of psychiatry residency training. Excuse me. And following that, excuse me. Following that, I moved here to the United States for the first time and did a residency in adult psychiatry at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine, which is in New York. That was 4 years of training in the Bronx. And I also did some subspecialty training in family therapy, couples and family therapy as in my 4th year. And after that, I moved to California, and I've worked at Stanford. I studied at Stanford. I did a fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry, and I've been at Stanford pretty much since then.
Dr. Shaw, what is your current position?
I'm a professor of psychiatry in the Department of Psychiatry at Stanford. I also run what's called the Psychiatry Consult Service at the Children's Hospital at Stanford.
What, if any, professional certifications have you received?
I have what's called board certification in adult and general psychiatry. I obtained that from the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology in 1991. And then I obtained subspecialty board certification in child and adolescent psychiatry in 1993.
Are you a member of any professional organizations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. I'm also a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
How long have you been practicing psychiatry?
If you include my training in psychiatry residency in the US, that would be since 1985.
Is that approximately 35 years?
Yeah, I think so.
What percentage of your practice involves treating patients?
Yeah, approximately 3/4 of my time is working with patients. I work in the pediatric hospital, treating a combination of mainly children and adolescents with severe medical conditions, but also working with parents of children who have severe medical conditions. I also consult to the pediatric emergency room, and we evaluate patients who show up with suicide attempts and other serious situations.
What does the remaining quarter of your practice entail?
Well, as a professor, I have to do a number of academic activities. So I do research, I do a lot of teaching, I give lectures, I supervise residents, medical students, and fellows in psychiatry. I do some administrative work. Yeah, so it's a pretty diverse, varied day and week.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your research and academic work?
Yeah, a lot of my research has involved looking at the issue of trauma and PTSD in parents who have medically fragile children. A lot of these parents are naturally really affected by their child's illness and develop trauma symptoms. So I've developed some interventions to try to help parents, provide support and treatment to reduce their symptoms of trauma.
Have you published articles or books in your area of expertise?
Yes, I have. I've published approximately 70 or probably closer to 80 peer-reviewed manuscripts in different scientific journals. I've also published a number of book chapters on various topics, approximately 30. And I have published 3 textbooks, one of which has gone into a second edition on topics that are related to my area of expertise. And one of them actually is about the treatment of PTSD in parents of premature infants.
Have you published a book through the APA?
Actually, all of those books were published through the APA, the American Psychiatric Association. They have a publishing house, and that's been my publishing company.
What is the APA?
The APA, the American Psychiatric Association, not to be confused with the American Psychological Association, is a professional organization that represents psychiatrists in the US. The last time I looked at this, I think there's about 37 or 38,000 members. And the APA has many different roles. One of it is advocacy in psychiatry in the US, but it also has an important role in terms of education. So they host an annual scientific meeting every year in which psychiatrists will present their research. It publishes a number of journals in the field, and from time, fairly frequently, it publishes guidelines for professional practice or about ethical guidelines that they hope that the members will follow as part of their practice.
What ways are you involved with the APA?
Well, I mentioned my publishing. I also present at the scientific meetings. I last presented in 2021 during COVID. It was virtually, but on the topic of group therapy for parents with trauma symptoms. I follow the APA and their various guidelines. I think it's a really influential and important institution.
Going back to your credentials, what, if any, professional awards have you received?
I've been given several teaching awards at Stanford University, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry that I mentioned honored me with an award for service to my specialty several years ago. I don't remember exactly when.
Have you given any public presentations in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, that's part of our work as an academic psychiatrist, is to lecture, to give presentations. So I present fairly frequently at annual scientific meetings, as I mentioned. I've been invited to give grand round presentations at different medical centers, including University of Pennsylvania and Harvard. So that's just part of our role is to try to educate our colleagues about our work.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of psychiatry before?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
I would estimate, in terms of deposition and trial testimony, approximately 50 times in the past 15, 20 years.
What type of cases did you testify as an expert in?
They're pretty varied. So some of them have been medical malpractice. I've also done a number of cases evaluating victims who've been subject to physical or sexual assault or trauma.
What work were you asked to do in this case?
My role in this case was to give my opinions about the testimony and opinions of Dr. Spiegel, whom you heard from yesterday morning.
And what work have you done to form your opinion?
I was present yesterday in court listening to his testimony. I have viewed his depositions. He had 2 depositions earlier this year, and I watched those depositions. I've also read a lot of deposition testimony. For example, testimony by Mr. Depp's psychiatrist, Dr. Blaustein, by his physician, Dr. Kipper, and nurse Debbie Lloyd. I've reviewed depositions by many of the therapists involved in this case, including Dr. Banks, the relationship consultant, Dr. Cohen, who was Ms. Heard's therapist, and I think Dr. Anderson, who I think provided some couples therapy. I've also reviewed the medical records of Dr. Kipper and Dr. Blaustein, and some various email communications. I think a lot of the information that has been talked about here.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Shaw as an expert in the field of psychiatry.
Any objection?
Approach.
Okay.
Ashley, we've been putting energy out to get, I was like, for you and K-Clo, I'm like, everybody put the energy, this was like a couple hours ago. I was like, put the energy out in the universe for Ashley and K-Clo to feel it and come into the chat. K-Clo was in about maybe 30, 40 minutes ago, so she got the energy before you. But you made it! Yay! You haven't missed much, really, as far as witnesses. You haven't missed much. But I'm glad you're here. Midstream laughing his head out. You have to poop. Oh my god. Wait, where are you? Oh, because you're peeing outside. Hey, I've had to poop in a bush outside of it at a festival because the porta potties there were overflowing with poop. So I was like, go and try to squat. I'm short. I have short legs. I won't even be able to squat on a overflowing, very overflowing.
So any objection?
No objection.
All right. So he'll be moved as an expert. Thank you.
Dr. Shaw, you testified that you observed Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
Yes, that's correct.
And to reorient the jury, can you please generally describe the main areas in which Dr. Spiegel testified?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. They heard what he testified to. What's his opinion
All right.
about?
Foundation to reorient them.
That's okay. We can move on.
Okay. Do you have an opinion of Dr. Spiegel's testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
I have a couple of primary opinions. The first is that my opinion is that he violated the ethical principles that are outlined in the Goldwater Rule when he gave his opinions about Mr. Depp, specifically with relationship to personality traits and his cognitive abilities. My second primary opinion would be that that Dr. Spiegel's opinions were unreliable and that he had insufficient information.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. You're going to approach?
Yeah.
Yes, it was, Mystery Mavic. It was. There's no way I would have been able to do it in the Porta Johns. I mean, I'm not even. I wish I would have took a picture at that time. This was in 2000. What year? Where I didn't even think I had a phone with a camera. Other people did, but I was like one of the last people to get. But I mean, they were literally overflowing. And it was the Fish Coventry. Any fish heads out there? The Fish Coventry was supposed to be their last festival, their last show. You know how they went on these hiatuses, so they were going to cancel it. We were in traffic for 24 hours. They were going to cancel it, and they said because the hurricane made it all muddy. And they said we're not letting any more cars in. So we all left our freaking cars on the side of the road and walked in. 60,000, I think, was it 60,000 people walked in. They left their cars on the side and walked in. We made the news. There was helicopters because they said, oh, they didn't say that they weren't letting any more people in. They're saying they wouldn't let any more cars in. And so they let us all in. And so there was like mud tents back to back because it was like packed because to find a spot that wasn't like with tons of water. So it was like back to back with tents, mud everywhere. I lost my shoes. I went all weekend I lost my shoes the first night walking in mud up to my knees, my sandals, because I had sandals, like flip-flops. They just got caught in the mud. So I just had no shoes, walked around barefoot all the whole weekend. And it was like a 4-day weekend. Oh, it was so much fun though. But anyway, the Porta Johns, yeah, they were horrible. So it wasn't like I had a privacy poop in. I had to poop right where there's people right there. I mean, you had to because there was no privacy. There were people everywhere. So like it was so horrible. I had to go like right there. Like there's a tent right there. There's people walking and I mean, you had to basically. So that made it a little bit better because everybody was in the same boat, but gosh darn it. It was so horrible. Like going in there and then contemplating, like really having to go like, oh my God, okay, my legs aren't long enough. I can't even squat and not get my butt full of poop with that poop overflowing. I have to find a spot. And then it's like, there's no spots. There's tents everywhere where there's dry land. There's people everywhere. There are no spots. So I found this bush but not tall. Like it wasn't like I hid behind a tree. It was just this, like little bushes. I mean, it was an experience. I wouldn't take it back for anything. I had so much fun. But yeah. So pooping outside is probably not as bad as pooping outside with thousands of people just like right there while they're watching you in the middle of the day because it was daytime when I had to go. So it's freaking afternoon. Sun is shining. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm glad Lady was coming. Oh my God. They didn't send the peps in mid-flow. Lucky they didn't send. Wait, what is PAP? What do you mean PAPs, Mystery Maverick? Am I stupid? I don't know what that means. PAPs. Explain. What is PAPs? I'm sorry. I'm silly. I don't know a lot of stuff. Breeze, what's up? Yes, I am. I miss those days, man. I need to get back camping again. Like nature is like the best natural high you could get, and that's what I used to love it. And now I'm like back in Ohio. There's still some beauty here, but I just don't leave the house anymore. But I used to, like, if I would need to just like get a good buzz, I would just like drive out to a pretty place, nature-wise, and it would just be like, it gave me chills. It gives you chills, and like that's why Colorado was so awesome, because there were so many beautiful spots there. Like, you could live there your whole life and not see all the beautiful spots. So much beauty there. So yeah, but I need to start doing that. I miss it.
Dr. Shaw, you mentioned the Goldwater Rule. What led up to the publication of the Goldwater Rule?
The Goldwater Rule came about in response to an incident that occurred during the 1964 presidential election, when Senator Barry Goldwater was running as a Republican candidate. And there was a magazine called Fact Magazine that started a campaign to discredit Senator Goldwater. And they obtained a mailing list from the AMA and sent out a single survey questionnaire to about 12,000 psychiatrists in the US, asking if they felt that Senator Goldwater was fit to run for office. And about 2,000 psychiatrists responded, 1,000 of whom expressed very negative opinions about Senator Goldwater and made comments such as, for example, he was a megalomaniac, he was a paranoid schizophrenic, that he had narcissistic personality disorder. And as a result of that, he was replaced as a candidate, and then went on to sue Fact Magazine for defamation of character. And he was successful in that lawsuit. And in response to this incident, the American Psychiatric Association, that I think was really concerned about how psychiatry was being represented and statements psychiatrists were making about someone they had never met or evaluated, issued the Goldwater Rule. And the main premise of the Goldwater Rule was that it was improper for a psychiatrist to render a professional opinion about a public figure unless they had personally and closely evaluated them.
What justifications did the APA provide, other than the ones you mentioned, for enacting the Goldwater Rule?
They wanted to make sure that psychiatric illness wasn't being stigmatized. They wanted to ensure that individuals weren't defamed by statements made by a psychiatrist that weren't backed up by medical evidence. And they also wanted to preserve the integrity of the psychiatric profession, since I think the public in general, when a psychiatrist speaks out publicly and expresses an opinion, a psychiatric opinion, people generally like to take that seriously, and the APA wanted to make sure that those opinions were credible and could be relied upon.
Have there been any updates to the Goldwater Rule?
Yeah, since 1973, which was when the Goldwater Rule first came out, there have been a number of revisions and publications by the APA. They're called Annotations in Psychiatry, in which the Goldwater Rule has been better defined and expanded to some degree. So, for example, in 2017, in this publication, the APA reasserted that it was not ethical to provide a psychiatric or professional opinion about someone who had not been evaluated personally by that psychiatrist, that it was unethical to provide an evaluation without obtaining consent from that individual. They also sort of really kind of defined what a professional opinion is, and how they defined it is that an opinion that a psychiatrist expresses about someone's speech, behavior, or any characteristic about that person, if that opinion is made using the expertise, experience, and knowledge inherent in the practice of psychiatry, that is considered a professional opinion. So it might include making a diagnosis or not making a diagnosis. And the other, I think, a couple of important things about that 2017 document were that the APA specified that if a psychiatrist is to give an opinion about someone, about the diagnosis or personality characteristics, whatever, that they have to follow an appropriate methodology. They have to do an evaluation that follows the standard practice of a psychiatrist here in the US. And if they don't do that, they are considered to be, affecting the integrity of both the psychiatrist and the psychiatric profession. And this revision of the Goldwater rule definitely received a lot of support. The president of the APA at the time stated that breaking the Goldwater rule was irresponsible, stigmatizing, and definitely unethical. So that was a very strong statement from the president of the APA.
What other medical organizations have weighed in on this issue?
Yeah, the number of organizations have their own sort of version of the Goldwater rule. The American Medical Association, that represents physicians in the US, has an annual meeting, and they have what's called a Council of Ethical and Judicial Affairs, and they had a meeting in 2017 in Honolulu, and they came up with their own statement about the issue of whether physicians can provide opinions without directly evaluating somebody. And their opinion was that physicians should refrain from giving a psychiatric diagnosis about any public figure, including celebrities and people in the media.
Are there exceptions to the Goldwater rule?
There are exceptions, yeah. And I think Dr. Spiegel had a lot to say about this yesterday when he was saying that if you couldn't express an opinion without evaluating someone, it sort of made the whole specialty or role of experts in the court sort of null and void. But there are exceptions and situations in which an expert can give testimony in court. So one good example would be if there was a medical malpractice case, or if there was a case that involved a patient who'd committed suicide and the courts wanted to find out whether the psychiatrist had followed appropriate practice. The expert can review medical records and can give an opinion based on those records, provided those records have sufficient information, for example, about the diagnoses, about the treatment, about how the patient was responding or not responding to treatment.
Did you form an opinion about whether Dr. Spiegel complied with the Goldwater rule?
Well, my opinion is that he did not. He expressed a number of professional opinions about Mr. Depp that we heard about yesterday. And again, he did so without an evaluation, without consent. He did not follow the guidelines of the APA in the 2017 revision, where it was considered important that there be sufficient information obtained by that expert to give an opinion. So I would definitely felt that his conduct, unfortunately, did violate the Goldwater rule.
And specifically, what opinions of that Dr. Spiegel gave yesterday do you feel violated the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, I think that, well, there were sort of two primary ones. The first that you heard about was that Dr. Spiegel had professional opinions about Mr. Depp's personality. And he talked a lot about how he believed that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. So, and he also, talked a lot about narcissistic personality disorder. So, narcissistic personality disorder is a diagnosis in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's called the DSM-5 for short. It's a diagnostic manual published by the APA.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we break for a moment?
Okay.
Spiegel. That's funny. Oh my god. Spiegel's teeth are gonna come out really like. I know. I gotta do a compilation of him. I think that'll be funny. Like of his funny weird faces with some funny music. Spiegel, I mean. Oh my gosh. When I go through to actually like watch for funny stuff, I bet there's so much that I missed. There's probably so many weird stuff he did that we missed the whole time.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw, please continue.
Sure. So I was just talking about narcissistic personality disorder in the DSM-5. So the diagnostic criteria for that are, I'm not going to remember every word about this, but essentially it's a pattern of grandiosity, a need for admiration, a lack of empathy that's demonstrated by that person since young adulthood. And the DSM-5 has 9 specific criteria. And for someone to meet the diagnosis, you have to meet 5 of those criteria. And so when, as a psychiatrist, we're trying to make a diagnosis of any personality disorder or any diagnosis in general, the normal professional guidelines would dictate that we would do a very careful diagnostic interview. And there are actually interviews specifically written to assess personality disorders. It's also possible to have the individual fill out questionnaires. There's something called the Narcissistic Personality Inventory. This is a 40-item checklist that taps into various components of narcissistic personality disorder. And it's also possible to get psychological testing, like the MMPI that I think you heard about in reference to one of the other experts here. So with all of this information, including collateral information from family members, work colleagues, information of that sort, it is possible to come up with a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. So in the case of Dr. Spiegel, he had none of this information, even though he came out and stated with what he described as a degree of medical certainty that Mr. Depp had narcissistic personality traits. And if you remember somewhat towards the end of his testimony yesterday, he was asked to, since he couldn't provide any documentation from the medical record about narcissistic personality disorder or narcissistic personality traits, he was asked about what is referred to a lot in his testimony as record evidence. So information that he obtained from depositions, from text messages, from emails, whatever. And so he was asked to give, I think, 5 examples of record evidence that would make it seem like Mr. Depp met criteria for narcissistic personality traits. And I'll just mention a couple of them, just to illustrate my opinion, is that testimony did not really hold together. So he stated, for example, that one of the criteria for narcissism is narcissistic personality disorder is a sense of entitlement. And the example Dr. Spiegel gave is that he believed that Ms. Heard married him for his money. So clearly, sense of entitlement is from a psychiatry perspective, that's very different from a belief that someone wanted you for your money. A second example that was given was that he was asked to give an example of how Mr. Depp had shown that he was envious of others, which is another criterion for narcissistic personality disorder. And the example that Dr. Spiegel gave is that Mr. Depp was jealous of Ms. Heard because he believed she was having an affair with Mr. Franco. Now, if we look at these two terms as a psychiatrist, there's a big difference between being envious and being jealous. As a psychiatrist, when I think about envy, I think about somebody wants something that someone else has, and it makes them feel
Objection, Your
bad.
Honor. I think this is going beyond his
All right.
information.
He's giving his opinion as to how Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule with respect to his testimony about narcissistic personality traits.
He did, but now sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Okay, and you mentioned two major examples. What was the second one?
The second one was confusing being envious with being jealous.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Shaw. I mean, you mentioned two major examples of ways Dr. Spiegel violated the Goldwater rule. What is the second?
Oh, sure. So the other big category had to do with Dr. Spiegel's evaluation of Mr. Depp's cognitive abilities. And his general opinion was that Mr. Depp had deficits in his memory, in his attention, in his processing speed, that he had word-finding difficulties. Again, Dr. Spiegel did not evaluate Mr. Depp, and the information that he relied upon, there were two pieces of information. The first was that he watched a very long deposition that Mr. Depp gave the day after I think he had flown back from London to the East Coast. And he made observations about Mr. Depp's behavior in that deposition, and felt that he could opine or give an opinion about processing speed and other cognitive aspects. He also made reference to something you heard about yesterday, this thing called the mini mental status examination. This is a brief screen for memory and cognitive functioning that is often done. And he testified that Dr. Blaustein had administered the mini mental status examination. And although, from the records, all we know is that...
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Dr. Shaw, without going into Dr. Blaustein's record, what information does a mini mental exam provide?
Objection, Your Honor. It's beyond the scope of his designation.
Overruled as to that limited question.
Yeah, so the mini mental status is, it's a series of about 10 or 11 questions and tasks that someone completes, and you get a score out of 30. What Dr. Spiegel testified was that Mr. Depp could not recall 3 words after 5 minutes. And he used that as an example of Mr. Depp having cognitive deficits that he specifically attributed to Mr. Depp's alcohol and substance abuse. And he really did not have sufficient information. I liken a mini mental status exam as it's like taking someone's temperature. If it's elevated...
Objection, Your Honor, and I think it's going beyond.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now it's probably a good time for a break.
Okay, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you had a break, but we didn't. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? You can stay right there, Doctor.
I thought they were going to skip break because they already gave the jury a break. So I thought they were going to skip our break. But we need our break too. Oh, shoot. Like, I want to see Whitney's face when we watch Jennifer Howe's deposition. Liar, liar,
All
pants
right,
on
you're
fire.
excused for 15 minutes too, sir, doctor. Okay, we'll come back at 4:17 then, finish the day? Okay.
Just can't believe somebody would lie. Well, I can believe, but like, never mind. People lie all the time. What am I talking about? Duh. But just something like that big is just to ruin somebody's life. I mean, it's gonna, it ruins. I mean, roll up. Do you want me a cup of tea? Play my bass. Are you play bass, Michelle? I play a little guitar. I haven't in a while. I used to have a beautiful electric one that I ended up pawning. And an acoustic that I actually ended up leaving with one of my friends in Colorado. But then my dad, for Christmas, one of the years I got back, bought me another acoustic. But I haven't played in forever. I used to like stay up nights, either do my art or just play guitar. And I had like the electric where I didn't keep anybody up because, well, we were all up anyway, but I didn't annoy people with my guitar playing because I'd take my electric, plug it in and put it in my earphones so only I could hear it. And unless I'd play my acoustic, which that has the, whatchamacallit, whatever, where you would hear it. But like if I play the electric, if it was late, I'd play the electric and then nobody could hear it except me. Oh, I kind of miss it, but I haven't played since I've been back. I have to relearn everything, I feel like, because you have to like recallus your fingers. It's not like it looks like they're callous, but something, well, any guitar players here, it does something where it's not like anybody would look at it and they wouldn't be able to see or really feel, but it like ends up doing it like real deep. So then it doesn't hurt when you play. You know what I'm saying? It's like it does something where it's like calluses them real deep inside. And then because electric's not as bad on your fingers, but acoustic, that'll tear up your fingers. I mean, as far as hurt until you get a good callus or a good thing going on. But no, I haven't, Lady Montgomery. No, I didn't. I just taught myself. Well, when I was younger, 2 different times, I wanted to play guitar. I got a guitar, went to lessons, and then I wouldn't practice. This is when I was really younger. And then nothing ever came of it. So then when I did it as an adult, I just taught myself. So. So anyway. Mystery. Or worse than before. Yeah, probably, Kim C. Probably. It's crazy. And like just the things that somebody would lie about, like somebody's life. Like that whole stairs incident on that document that Whitney, she just got up and testified that and told the lie of Amber that Johnny was attacking her. Like, I just can't even believe that she could say that, not only on the stand, but as a human being, saying that right in front of the person that you're lying about, like right there, he's right in front of you. And you're going to sit there and lie and say that he freaking attacked her when you know you were afraid that he was going to kill her, that she was going to kill him. And then that one almost pushed you down the stairs instead of him. Like, I can't even fathom, like, how can somebody just do that? I just don't even understand. But I mean, obviously we've seen Amber do it. Amber's sitting up there lying, but I don't know. It just, ooh, coloring. Yay. I know I should I have my canvases blank. I'll show you. I haven't even used them. I need to start. Let me get them. Well, here's some. Oh. Where's my other one? Oh, yeah. I have a pack of 3 right here. that I haven't even, there's 3 of them in here. I got these like 5 years ago. Gonna do my art. Haven't even opened them. I haven't even freaking opened them. Oh, I'm bad. Because I know how I am. I'm very like extreme. And if once I start, I'll be like, psht, my whole world will be finishing that. And I won't get anything else done. So anyway. Oh, adios, sorrow. Adios. Come back in the morning. Wait, Sarah, where do you live in Colorado? I had to have known that because how did I forget that? Where do you live? Remind me. Wait, what, Louise? Oh my God, these shootings have got to stop. I know it is, but like, maybe I'll try. I have like a very addictive personality in everything I do. So it's like, if I start that, like, I will be obsessive about it. So I feel like, and I'm a perfectionist. I mean, I just feel like I'll be like sitting there and I won't get anything done with my channel because I'll be into that. Like, I know, I wish I need to like get better at moderating. Maybe I should try. Maybe I would be all right. I don't know. Because I always enjoyed it. And same with guitar. I mean, hours, my back would be killing. I try to get this chair, like a guitar chair to sit on to practice, but I'd be like sitting there for like 12 hours straight. Fingers are killing, back's killing. I couldn't stop until like, I'd be like, I have to get this part. I have to learn this part of the song before I'd have to like finish something. Oh, anyway. Oh, okay. Erie. Okay, cool. Yeah, my friend lived in Longmont. I used to go there all the time. Make that drive from Denver to Longmont. Dark Sea. How come you just pop up at the end? Like yesterday, I was like, you just popped out of nowhere. Have you been listening the whole time? Or am I just missing you? I'm confused. Yeah, that would be Boulder County, huh? Wow, man. Yeah, Susan. But you moved to Erie from Longmont, getting way too crowded in Longmont. Yeah. But then Erie's gonna fall, like, because once people are just coming in, so then once like there's no places in Longmont, then they're gonna go to Erie. And I was looking for like suburbs of Boulder because I was working in Boulder at the very end of my time there. At one point, I was working in Boulder. This is before I ended up becoming homeless. So, but we were trying to find places. Yeah, this was before the Green Mountain. So this was way before that. Yeah, we were trying to find places that were, because Randy was working in Boulder. That's why he was working in Boulder way before me. So we were trying to find places because Boulder was like way too expensive. And I mean, if you're from Colorado, Boulder, that'd be really expensive to live there and hard to find a place. And so we were looking at like suburbs around Boulder, but even they were getting really expensive because people that wanted to be around Boulder that couldn't afford it or couldn't find a place, and they go to the surrounding areas around it. But man, it was hard to find a place and like just to be able to afford it, and it was just crazy. And then how small you get for what you pay, and then you have to have like first month's rent, last month's rent, good credit, freaking. Then it's like thousands of dollars for a little tiny place. It's crazy. What years? 2009. Man, I don't even know. Hold on. Like when I try to figure this out from when I even moved home, I can't. I'll have to go back, but it was around like 2009 I was there. I was for sure there in 2009. For sure, let me estimate for sure years. I don't know. I gotta look at like all my things to see, but around that time, that'd be a good guess. Because it was after, it was like I went to Bowling Green for a couple of years, and then that whole issue. I'm not going to get into the long story, but I had to quit, and I already signed a lease, so I lived there when I didn't go to school, and then I met this guy. I moved in with him, then he died, and then I moved home, and I finished school. So when I was going back finishing school, that was my goal. I planned it for like a year up. I knew when I was graduating, I'm like, I'm gonna move. When I graduate, I'm gonna move to Colorado. So I like saved money and got all excited and knew that was like, after I graduate, that's my gift. I'm gonna move to Colorado. So it was so fun. But the crazy thing is I met a guy where I was working at the time in Ohio. I mean, before I was gonna move. And I met this guy, and then we started dating, and it was like, oh my God, I'm moving to Colorado. I'm not gonna let him stop me from going. I didn't want to let him stop. And I'm like, shoot, because I really liked him. And I was just like, shoot. And then I was like, I'm still doing it. I don't care. I'm still doing it. He's like, you're still gonna move. I'm like, dude, this was my plan. Yeah. So I moved, and then we tried a long distance, and then he was gonna move. He had 2 kids. Oh, he actually had like 4 kids, but he had 2 younger kids. So he was gonna move after we tried long distance, and then he's like, well, I'll just move there with you. And so like at first I was like, okay. And then like after we were planning it for like a month, I just called him and I said, no, I don't want you. I don't think it's a good idea if you move here. And I know that was me. And I was like, it's just not a good idea, because we just had a lot of differences that it weren't going to work on certain things. And I'm like, I want to be able to do this. I want to be able to do that. You're not okay with that. And I'm not going to change who I am for it. But anyway, so I still went, but I'm glad I did. It was a fun time. Howard's, oh my God. Howard's was my place. To go see all the local music in BG. Oh my God, yes. That's where I first saw the shanty. Remember I was talking about Mike Perkins, and I played that song, and I was like, oh, he's so cute. I was there on my 21st birthday. That's where he was playing. And we used to like hookah, like we used to go. That's where the place where all the good local music was, in Bowling Green. Oh my God, yay. Wait, where do you live in Ohio, Teresa? Like in the Toledo area? Or do you live? Did you go to Bowling Green? That's so funny. Oh, I have so many memories there. Oh my God, at Howard's. Oh, that's so weird. I haven't thought about, wow. Oh my God, Becky, I pray for the valley here in Texas. I'm just sick about this. Gotta run. Thank you so much, zavgirl. I wanted to hear this story. Oh, wait. So are you talking about the shooting you guys are talking about? Wait, what's going on? Email me. Wait, what? Is there somebody like, is it close by you? I'm confused. Isn't that where they said the shooting was? Yes, I want to go back. I loved Colorado. Like, I would like to go back and visit. I think I'm ready now. Like, I would say like a couple years ago, I would make me nervous because all the connections, I feel like, would it make me like get weak, and all the triggers, and would I just like try to call my old people for drugs, But I think I'm far enough away from it that I think I could go. Yeah, I know I can, because I have so much more other fun experiences there besides that. Yes, I would love to go back there. Oh, thanks. Bammy. Wait, how old's your daughter, Bammy? Wait, remind me. Did you already tell me about your daughter? And if you did, I apologize. Sometimes my brain is so scattered that I try. I don't know. Just remind me. I know, Becky, you got me worried. Are you around that shooting? I'm confused. And Teresa, did you ever answer? Where are you from in Ohio? So wait, lady, you're in. Just good times. I love but see, that's my natural high, the nature, the beauty of the just nature. Oh, so that's like my natural thing. So that's why I think I'd be great because I'd go to that. I'd go to that high instead. Okay, it looks like it's gonna start. Well, but lady, you said you're in Indiana now? Is that what you said? Because Indiana is not that far from me, depending on where at in Indiana. What part of Indiana are you at? Oh, Fort Wayne. I'm not. Where is that? Like in the state? Where is it? North, south, west, northwest? Like where? Sarah, I thought they said Texas, and then what Becky said made me think she might be close to it or something. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, Batty. I lived in, Bowling Green, and then I lived in Toledo with Mommy. I lived on the Mommy River and with my boyfriend, the one that I was talking about earlier. Or the one that died, not the one that I left to Colorado for. Okay, cool. I could come pick you up on the way. Have a road trip. And Bella, you could meet us out there, and then we could go to California. You know?
Can you be seated? All right, your next question.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw, is the Goldwater rule limited to diagnoses?
It's not. It's includes all professional opinions.
Do you agree with Dr. Spiegel that the Goldwater rule doesn't apply to expert witnesses?
I don't agree, no.
How could Dr. Spiegel express an opinion without violating the Goldwater rule?
This has actually been a topic that's been written and published about. So it is possible for someone to give testimony about a matter without interviewing someone. And there's certain sort of ways that it should be framed. So, for example, when Dr. Spiegel was testifying about the report that Mr. Depp was unable to recall these 3 objects, what he could have done is said that I have not personally examined Mr. Depp, so I can't speculate about his cognitive state or ability to function cognitively. However, it is possible that someone who's not able to recall 3 objects could have issues related to substance use, which was what his opinion was. However, what he should have done in expressing his opinion is then have followed up to say that in order to really establish whether these were relevant and significant cognitive deficits, Mr. Depp should have had psychological testing to establish the nature of these deficits. And he should also have added that there are other potential explanations for these findings. So, for example, it's possible that Mr. Depp...
Objection, Your Honor. He's now going past the designation.
I think he's just opining as to, or is responding to Dr. Spiegel's testimony yesterday.
No, he's opining as to what Dr. Spiegel could have said, but it's past the, whether he, about the
All right,
Goldwater rule.
if we can move on.
Okay. Who is qualified to give an opinion about cognitive deficits and processing speed?
It would have to be someone who could conduct the type of neuropsychological testing that I was mentioning. You can't establish the presence of cognitive deficits without a battery of tests.
Objection, again, this is beyond the Goldwater rule.
Overruled.
You can't establish cognitive deficits without appropriate neuropsychological testing. And that can only be done by a psychologist or neuropsychologist. So a psychiatrist like Dr. Spiegel would be giving an opinion outside of his area of expertise if he gave an opinion about cognitive deficits that required psychological testing to be further evaluated.
Dr. Spiegel yesterday testified about the practice of forensic psychiatry. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
What is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is a specialty of psychiatry that relates to matters on the intersection between psychiatry and the law. So, for example, what we're doing today is forensic psychiatry, where a psychiatrist comes into court and gives an opinion about a matter to help the court may come to an opinion.
Are there professional standards that govern the practice of forensic psychiatry?
Yes, there are.
And what organizations have issued those standards?
One of the primary organizations that has issued guidelines about the practice of forensic psychiatry is called the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. This is an organization that represents forensic psychiatrists. And it has published guidelines about what constitutes an ethical and sound practice of doing a forensic assessment and providing a psychiatric opinion. So this guideline, I think was published in 2015, actually contains many elements that are consistent with the Goldwater Rule. So, for example, it states that for a forensic assessment to be done, there has to be informed consent, and there should be a very thorough, comprehensive evaluation that would include reviewing past records, past psychiatric history. It would include doing what's called a mental status examination, which is a careful evaluation of someone's mood, cognition, things of that nature. And the guidelines do state that it is reasonable or permitted to provide an opinion without an evaluation. But if you're going to do that, there's some things that you have to really make clear in your opinion when you express that opinion. And the first is that you have to acknowledge the limitations of your opinion and not, like Dr. Spiegel, say that his opinion was held with a degree of medical certainty. You have to explain what's missing, what data you did not have that you were not able to rely upon in coming to that opinion. You also have to talk about what additional information you would need to come to that opinion. And even though these guidelines say it's permissible to do this, the text is still, I think, not fully in support of psychiatrists doing this. So their statements are that opinions rendered without a proper database, which is what we as psychiatrists rely upon to make diagnoses and give opinions, professional opinions, is questionable and not generally recommended.
Did you form an opinion about Dr. Spiegel's testimony with respect to these practice guidelines?
Yes, I did.
And what is your opinion?
Well, my opinion is that he did not follow those guidelines. So, for example, he did not have consent. He did not do even a basic evaluation of Mr. Depp. When he gave his opinions, as I just mentioned, he said they were opinions that he had to a degree of medical certainty, and he did not make any statements about what other additional information he would have wanted to make that opinion. So, for example, when asked about should neuropsychological testing be performed, he said most patients don't have access to that, which is actually not at all true. I mean, every medical school has neuropsychologists that can do testing. So I think that was an unfortunate statement. So I think those are the primary ways in which the Goldwater Rule was violated, and the practice guidelines were not adhered to.
Dr. Shah, yesterday Dr. Spiegel was talking about correlation and causation. What is the difference between correlation and causation?
Objections. It's not in this designation.
It is. We can approach and I can show you.
All right.
Oh, I'll talk to you for a minute, and then I'm going to go down and use the restroom and get some more coffee, even though I feel like I'm wired already. That last cup. Well, because that's Starbucks. Or Clinton. Wait, I got to think I'll have to look up how far that is.
Go ahead, Dr. Shaw.
Yes, so the difference between a correlation and causation, correlation is a statistical analysis of a relationship between two different factors. So in Dr. Spiegel's testimony, he talked about, there being a correlation between opinions he had about Mr. Depp, his narcissistic personality traits, his substance abuse, things of that nature. So a correlation doesn't say anything about whether or not these factors caused that, the behavior he was discussing. Perhaps one of the easiest ways I could describe this difference between correlation and causation is if we look at the issue of measles, if you bear with me. So there's a correlation between being young and catching measles. Now we know that measles is not caused by being young. Measles is caused by a virus. But young children have not been exposed to the virus. They don't have the immunity, so they have a higher rate of measles. So the difference statistically is, the difference is between causation and correlation is illustrated by that example. So another way I might put this is if we had 100 people in a room, just bringing it back to the issue of IPV that Dr. Spiegel was testifying about. Let's say we had 70 people who had all the risk factors for IPV and 30 people who had no risk factors for IPV. So what can we say about those 70 people? We can't say that any single one of those people has perpetrated IPV, even though they may have all the risk factors. And if we look at the 30 people who have no risk factors, we also can't say whether or not they have perpetrated IPV. So the actual presence of risk factors for IPV that Dr. Spiegel was talking about, they say absolutely nothing about what happened in this case.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw.
Good afternoon.
You're not offering any opinion as to Mr. Depp's psychology, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified a lot about the Goldwater rule. You know of no case where an expert has been excluded from testifying based on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I don't know about the whole universe of cases. It's possible, but I don't know personally about one.
And you, before this case, you've never offered an opinion on the Goldwater rule before, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never written an article on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never given a presentation on the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
And you've never been on any committees regarding the Goldwater rule, correct?
I have not.
Okay. And you agree that you've testified that there are exceptions to the Goldwater rule about having to interview the subject, right?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Spiegel requested to meet with Mr. Depp twice, but Mr. Depp declined, correct?
I'm aware of that.
And Dr. Spiegel stated in his designation and at trial yesterday that he did not meet with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 1904? Dr. Shaw, have you seen the opinions of the Ethics Committee on the Principles of Medical Ethics?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could turn to 79 of the PDF, it's actually, thank you. You see where it's highlighted here?
Yes.
And it says psychiatrists have also argued that the Goldwater rule is not sound because psychiatrists are sometimes asked to render
Objection,
opinions.
hearsay.
He's an expert. Without conducting an examination of an individual. Examples occur in particular in certain forensic cases and consultative roles. This objection attempts to subsume the rule with its exceptions. What this objection misses, however, is that the rendering of expertise and/or an opinion in these contexts is permissible because there is a court authorization for the examination or an opinion without examination. And this work is conducted within an evaluative framework, including parameters for how and where the information may be used or disseminated. You see that?
I do, yes.
And this court authorized Dr. Spiegel to testify in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Shaw, Mr. Nadelhoff just asked you about the court authorization of Mr. Depp's evaluation. Are you aware that the court has twice denied Ms. Heard's request for an evaluation of Mr. Depp?
I heard that yesterday in testimony, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can either have a seat or you can leave. Thank you. Your next witness. All right. Get the TV.
Please state your name and address for the record. Jennifer Howell, Los Angeles, California. And what is your occupation? I run the Art of Elysium, CEO of the Art of Elysium. Let me just go back. Now, you've indicated that Whitney lived with you from January 2015 to, I'm sorry, May 2015 to April 2016. Are you absolutely certain about those dates? I'm certain. Yes, she came and went at different periods, but all of her stuff moved out of my house April 2016. And I'm sorry, did you say you were 100% certain of that? Could you answer my question? Yes, she did go back to Amber and Johnny's at different points, that she was still living with me during that time. The question I asked, because you were talking at the same time Ms. Vasquez was giving an objection, was I believe that you said you were 100% certain of those dates. Is that correct?
Same with me.
All right.
Oh, you previously testified that you were the CEO for Art of Elysium. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And are you still currently in that position?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been the CEO for Art of Elysium?
I am the founder of the organization. So we did our first workshop in August of 1997, filed the legal paperwork in February of 98 to set up a 501c3. So I guess since the beginning of the charity.
Ms. Howell, when did you first meet Amber Heard?
At the Pineapple Express premiere is where I met she and her sister Whitney.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
I believe it was around 2008. I'm sure that could be pulled. It was the LA premiere. I think there was probably multiple premieres, but it was the Los Angeles premiere of Pineapple Express.
Was Ms. Heard there with Mr. Depp?
No, this was long before. I was a guest of James Franco, and Amber was in the movie.
And so I met she and her sister at to be specific, at the after party of the premiere.
Did Miss Enriquez end up working for Art of Elysium at some point?
Yes, she did.
What year did Miss Enriquez begin working with Art of Elysium?
I believe it was in 2014. I don't have those documents right in front of me. I believe it was leading into the year Amber was receiving the award.
And what was Miss Enriquez's position at Art of Elysium?
Art salon manager, director.
Does Miss Enriquez still work for Art of Elysium?
No.
When did that end?
2015, I believe.
Each time you saw Mr. Depp, did you ever see him doing any illicit, illegal drugs?
Never.
Did you ever see him consuming excessive amounts of alcohol?
Judge. Never.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp appear intoxicated?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever show you photographs of depicting injuries on her face or body?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that Mr. Depp was abusive towards her?
No.
Mr. Depp paying your legal fees, Ms. Howell, for this deposition and the testimony you've provided in the UK action?
He is not.
Who is?
Myself.
Do you feel any particular sense of loyalty towards Mr. Depp?
None at all.
Do you feel any sense of loyalty towards Ms. Heard?
None at all.
Ms. Howell, do you recognize this check as the check that the Art of Elysium received on behalf of Ms. Heard for a donation, an anonymous donation of $250,000?
Yes. Yes.
I believe you testified previously that you understood that the anonymous donor was Elon Musk. Is that true?
Yes.
If I could please have Exhibit 4 brought up. And for the record, it's bait stamp JH 22 through 29.
Good for.
Do you recognize this document, Ms. Howell? And if you need to scroll through the 8 pages, feel free.
Can you scroll down? Yeah, I recognize that.
And what is this?
That is an email, I believe, I sent to Whitney.
Scrolling up to the first page of this attachment, who is Marcel
Pariseau?
Sure, Pariseau.
He is one of my oldest friends in Los Angeles who has served as a board member of the Art of Elysium and is one of my biggest confidants here in LA, kind of for the course of my career.
And going down to the 3rd page of this exhibit. Thank you. This is an email, Ms. Howell, that you sent to Whitney Henriquez on or about Tuesday, July 28th, 2020 at 11:02 a.m.
It is.
This is a true and accurate copy of an email exchange that you sent to Ms. Henriquez?
Yes, I believe I'm the one who gave that. Yes, it is.
And then did you forward this email exchange and the attachments to Marcelo Parasal?
Yeah, I asked him to keep it for me.
Why did you send this email and letter to Ms. Henriquez?
Because I've struggled very much with what to do in a situation that I love someone who I know is doing something very wrong, and I know that they're doing it because they're trying to protect their sister, and I'm trying to protect her, and I'm just trying to get her to wake up and do the right thing, which is tell the truth. It's the only thing that can help everybody involved in this case.
Ms. Howell, do you recall submitting a witness statement in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, they basically just called to verify the witness statement that was submitted previously.
And do you recognize this document to be the witness statement and the declaration that you submitted in the UK? And if you want to scroll down to look at it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And at the first page, do you see a date on this document?
January 13th, 2021.
And is this document a true and accurate copy of the declaration that you submitted in the UK proceeding on or about January 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And are all the statements in your UK declaration accurate and true?
I mean, yes, I signed it, yes.
All right, let's pull up what I believe was Depp Exhibit 9. It's been marked as Depp Exhibit 9. Exhibit 9. So, Ms. Howell, earlier you were shown this document. Scrolling to the end of it.
Can you go? Okay.
There.
Mm-hmm.
Did Mr. Waldman assist you in drafting this email?
Absolutely not.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about drafting this email?
About writing an email? No, I did that on my own accord.
Did you speak with Mr. Waldman at all about contacting the ACLU?
I do not recall having a conversation with him about that.
And Ms. Howell, you testified earlier that you received a check from Fidelity Charitable in January of 2018. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said the date, but yes, I received an anonymous donation from that check that was submitted. Whatever it's on there, I just don't know the date off the top of my head.
And you testified that there was a letter sent along with that that said that it was in honor of Amber Heard?
Yes. Richard, I was guaranteed 20 minutes with him after being attacked for 3.5 hours by your side the last time. So I am going to stick by what I was told before entering this and what your side agreed to.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp calls Candy Davidson Goldbraun, who is the corporate designee of the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
All right, and that's by deposition, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Goldbraun, is it your understanding that you're here to testify today on behalf of the Children's Hospital?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So as of June 2018, had any payments been made by Ms. Heard to the Children's Hospital in connection with the $3.5 million pledge, aside from the original $100,000 check from Mr. White in August of 2016?
Yes, there was a payment, a gift on January 9th of 2018.
And what amount is that gift that you're referring to?
$250,000.
Okay, and was that gift made by Ms. Heard or on Ms. Heard's behalf?
By Ms. Heard.
Okay, and what are you basing that statement on?
By the check that we received from Fidelity. Fidelity charity that came to Children's Hospital.
What is this document?
The letter to Mr. White from myself inquiring about further installments on the pledge that had not been fulfilled.
And why did you write this to Mr. White on June 14th, 2019?
I was trying to figure out if there were any other payments coming from Mr. White to fulfill the pledge, because Children's Hospital Los Angeles had not received any other correspondence from him.
And what is this document?
It is a letter to Ms. Gottlieb from myself on behalf of Children's Hospital Los Angeles, inquiring about additional gifts, pledge payment installments.
This letter appears to be directed to Miss Amber Heard, care of Jody Gottlieb. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who's Jody Gottlieb?
In the Children's Hospital Los Angeles record, Jody Gottlieb was our contact for Miss Amber Heard.
Ms. Goldbraun, why did you send this letter to Ms. Heard and Ms. Gottlieb?
I was trying to see if the pledge was going to be fulfilled or not.
In your experience, is it common practice for anonymous donors when making donations to, in one paragraph, state that they wish to remain anonymous, and in the very next paragraph, identify themselves?
Yes,
That is common?
it is common for donors to want to remain anonymous publicly, but allow the charity to know who they are.
Between June 2018 and the dates on which you sent the letters to Ms. Heard and Mr. White in June of 2019, were any additional funds received from Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay, so as of June 2018, a total of $250,000 had been received as far as the Children's Hospital is concerned from Ms. Heard. And that was the same amount that had been donated a year later in June of 2019. Is that accurate?
Correct.
As of the date of this deposition, March 30th, 2021, how much in total has Ms. Heard donated to the Children's Hospital?
For this particular gift? In her lifetime?
From 2016 to present.
$250,000.
Ms. Goldbrun, you recall we were speaking about this letter a few minutes ago?
Correct.
All right, and this was a letter that you sent to Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever get a response to this letter?
No.
As of October of 2018, how much money had Ms. Heard directly donated to the Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
As of March 30th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Sorry, I just realized, you said October 2018?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. $250,000.
Okay. As of March 30th, 2019, how much money had Ms. Heard directly donated to Children's Hospital?
$250,000.
What is your understanding of the length of time over which Ms. Heard pledged the gift of $3.5 million to Children's Hospital?
There was no date arrangement with Ms. Heard to have this pledge paid off in a particular time.
If Ms. Heard were to pay this, the rest of the $3.5 million in 2 years or 5 years, would Children's Hospital welcome that?
CHLA welcomes every and any donation that comes its way.
Has Amber Heard's pledge of the $3.5 million to Children's Hospital expired, to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of, no. It's not expired.
All right, thank you. Your next witness, or?
Your Honor, I think we've concluded our witnesses for today. We will have more live witnesses tomorrow.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be the end of your day for today. Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss the case with anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., okay? Thank you. All right, you want to have a seat for just a moment because we do have a few proffers going to be done. Just for the record, we talked about it earlier. I will charge the 30 minutes extra time for today to the plaintiff's team so we can stay on time.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, and I believe, Mr. Rodenborn, you had some proffers you wanted to do for testimony.
We did, Your Honor, testimony in a few exhibits. Mr. Nadelhoff is actually.
Okay, Mr. Nadelhoff, if you want to proffer testimony for the record as to testimony that the court has sustained objections.
Here, Your Honor, it's a box here, so I just.
Okay, that's fine. You can stay there as long as you stay close to the microphone. I appreciate it.
And Your Honor, what I will do is I'll explain what we're proffering the evidence for, and then we have copies.
Good.
Which I'll provide to you. We'll provide them to you electronically, or I don't have another copy for you right now, but we'll provide.
That's fine. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, for Laurel Anderson, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Laurel Anderson, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Anderson testified in the therapy session. Ms. Heard reported to her that she was slapped by Mr. Depp, that he hit her in the head, had her hair pulled by Mr. Depp, kicked her in the leg, and that Mr. Depp gave Ms. Heard bruises. Ms. Heard also reported that Mr. Depp was the first to initiate any violence. Ms. Heard also reported that she hid in a bathroom to protect herself from Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her on May 21st, 2016, hit her and held her hair. Ms. Heard also reported to Dr. Anderson that she was a victim to Mr. Depp's abuse. The testimony is contained in Dr. Anderson's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit A. The court also excluded records of Dr. Anderson from Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's therapy sessions and a treatment summary, which are Exhibits B and C. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Anderson's testimony as described in medical records, stating that they were hearsay and that they did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the grounds that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay. For Dr. Kipper, on March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. David Kipper, Mr. Depp's physician. Dr. Kipper testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns of Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, that Mr. Depp tried to fight and push Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island, and that she found lots of cocaine in February 2016. Dr. Kipper also testified he told Mr. Depp to, quote, bury the dragon, which referred to the bad feelings that Mr. Depp has inside him. This testimony is contained in Dr. Kipper's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit D. Dr. Kipper also testified about an email he wrote explaining Mr. Depp's detox treatment. In the email, Dr. Kipper wrote to Mr. Depp's sister that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger, romanticized the drug culture, and had no patience if his needs were not met. This email is Exhibit C. Exhibit E. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Kipper's testimony and the email stating it was hearsay, that it did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the testimony and exhibits were hearsay. Deborah Lloyd. On March 31st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Debbie Lloyd, Mr. Depp's nurse. Ms. Lloyd testified Ms. Heard voiced concerns about Mr. Depp's behavior while on drugs and alcohol, and that Mr. Depp worked himself up into a rage and was trying to fight Ms. Heard while he was attempting detox on his island. This testimony is contained in Ms. Lloyd's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit F. Also, Ms. Lloyd kept nursing notes on these issues that she testified to, which is Exhibit G. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Lloyd's testimony and portions of the nursing notes stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the testimony and portions of the nursing notes were hearsay. Aaron Borum-Filati. On March 31st and April 1st, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Ms. Filati, Ms. Heard's, and Mr. Depp's nurse. Ms. Filati testified that Ms. Heard reported to her on December 16th, 2015, that Mr. Depp headbutted Ms. Heard in the forehead. This also was contained in Ms. Filati's nursing notes, which is Exhibit H. Ms. Filati further testified that Ms. Heard reported being freaked out after the December 2015 incident and testified to text messages between herself and Ms. Heard, where Ms. Heard reported the incident of abuse. These text messages are Exhibits I, J, K, L, and M. Ms. Filati also testified that on May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp became completely delusional and crazed and hit Ms. Heard in the face while she was on the phone with I.O. Tillett Wright. Ms. Filati testified to text messages reporting this as well, which are contained in Exhibit N. The testimony is contained in Ms. Filati's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit O. Mr. Depp objected to Ms. Filati's testimony, portions of the nursing notes, and the text messages referenced stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony and portions of the nursing notes and the text messages were hearsay. Amy Banks, Dr. Amy Banks. On April 29th, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Amy Banks, a clinical psychologist and relationship consultant who worked with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp. Dr. Banks testified that in therapy sessions, Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp attacked her physically, including by hitting her with his hand. Dr. Banks also testified that Ms. Heard reported that Mr. Depp cut his finger off and burned himself with a cigarette. Dr. Banks also reported that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp initiated the violence while in a session with Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp did not object to the characterization of the violence. Finally, Dr. Banks testified that she believed Ms. Heard's accounts of the violence and that Ms. Heard was a victim of domestic abuse. This testimony is contained in Dr. Banks's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit P. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Banks's testimony, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment and for providing improper expert opinion. The court sustained the objections on the grounds that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay and that Dr. Banks's testimony that Ms. Heard was a victim of domestic abuse was improper expert opinion. Connell Cowan. On April 29th, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Connell Cowan, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard. Dr. Cowan testified that in the therapy session, Ms. Heard reported abuse by Mr. Depp, including text messages and medical notes, where Ms. Heard reported in December 2015 that, quote, Johnny did a number on me, end quote. This testimony is contained in Dr. Cowan's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit Q. It is also contained in Dr. Cowan's medical notes in Exhibit R at Depp 9122 through 23, and is contained in text messages that are Exhibits S and T. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Cowan's testimony, stating it was hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on the ground that the testimony about the abuse was hearsay. Alan Blaustein. On April 29, 2022, the defendant attempted to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Dr. Alan Blaustein, a clinical psychologist who worked with Mr. Depp. Dr. Blaustein testified that in the therapy sessions, Mr. Depp reported that he had cut himself as a child and burned himself with cigarettes. Dr. Blaustein also testified about the drugs that Mr. Depp was on, as reported to him by Ms. Lloyd. This testimony is contained in Dr. Blaustein's deposition transcript, which is Exhibit U. This information was also contained in emails, which are Exhibits V, W, and X. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Blaustein's testimony regarding the cutting and burning himself as speculation, and the testimony regarding the drugs Mr. Depp was taking as hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on these grounds. Bonnie Jacobs. On May 4th, 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence the treatment notes of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, a clinical psychologist who worked with Ms. Heard. The treatment notes show Ms. Heard reporting abuse by Mr. Depp, including sexual violence. The treatment notes are Exhibit Y. And based on the court's ruling, the defendant did not call Bonnie Jacobs as a witness. Mr. Depp objected to Dr. Jacobs' notes as hearsay that did not fall into any exceptions, including statements for purposes of medical treatment. The court sustained the objections on those grounds. I have some more. Give me a moment.
As long as you don't just keep turning every page in that book. Because I'm not staying for that.
It is not.
Okay.
The UK judgment. On April 29th, 2022, Ms. Heard moved to allow evidence and questioning regarding the UK judgment and for admission of the judgment itself, which is Exhibit Z. In support for her motion, Ms. Heard argued that Mr. Depp had opened the door to the admission of the judgment by presenting evidence of damages after the date of the judgment on November 2nd, 2020. For example, Ms. Heard observed that Mr. Depp had sought damages for losing his role in Pirates of the Caribbean 6, a movie that has not yet been made. Ms. Heard further observed that Mr. Depp testified that the op-ed had caused him and his family irreparable harm, thereby suggesting that his reputational harm had continued to the present. Ms. Heard noted that Mr. Depp's expert designation indicated Michael Spindler relied on Mr. Depp's earnings from 2019 to 2021 when reaching his opinion, which resulted in an amendment to the designation. Ultimately, the court found that Mr. Depp had not opened the door to the admission of the UK judgment and overruled the motion, which the court did again today with Mr. Banya's opinions. Finally, Adam Bercovici. On May 19th, 2022, Ms. Heard attempted to call Adam Bercovici, who is an expert in the policing and Los Angeles Police Department policing of domestic violence calls for service. Mr. Bercovici would have testified to his qualifications in the field of policing and LAPD policing of domestic violence calls for service as follows, and further outlined in Ms. Heard's fourth supplemental and rebuttal disclosures dated March 31st, 2022. Mr. Bercovici spent 30 years with the LAPD, retiring in 2012 at the rank of lieutenant. He has extensive experience as a patrol officer, field supervisor, uniformed watch commander, both as Sergeant Second and Lieutenant One, along with multiple assignments as an officer in charge, Lieutenant Second of specialized detective units. During his tenure with the LAPD, Mr. Bercovici held numerous positions directly responding to and overseeing subordinate officers' responses to the domestic violence calls for service, including as a patrol officer, supervisor, watch commander, and assistant watch commander. And actually this, Your Honor, is the person who prepared this, prepared a longer brief of what he was going to say. Is it okay to just submit it rather than hearing me read it all?
Any objection to that? No objection. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
And with that, that's
okay. You just scared me with the size of that.
No, I understand.
Okay. All right. That's fine. If you can get Jamie our copy of it, we'll make sure it becomes part of the record as well. Okay. All right. Do you have any proffers, Mr. Chu, that you need to at this point?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. then I think there's just a couple things I need from you, like tomorrow, let me, by the end of the day tomorrow, if I could get clean jury instructions without the cites on them for the ones that have been admitted, and also the verdict forms as well, if that's been worked out, okay?
Your Honor, we sent revised jury instructions to them yesterday morning and a revised verdict form today, so just waiting to get back. But we'll coordinate.
All right, thank you. And you're working with Jamie about some exhibits. There's some that were, both sides noted that were in evidence that are not, so I want to make sure everybody gets everything cleared up. You're caught up? Okay, good. All right, just keep that going so we can get that, make sure that's taken care of. As far as time left, Sammy, today, I can give you a rough estimate for two reasons. One, you had some depositions, so make sure you give the breakdowns to Sammy about those. And two, Sammy wasn't here today. He had a mandatory CLE that he had to do. So I just did a rough estimate, and I want to qualify that as a rough estimate. But it looks like the plaintiff has used about 5 hours today, and the defendant used about 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's what I have. Okay. Again, that's a rough estimate, so don't expect them to be the same. But Sammy's going to get to it this evening and send you an email this evening with the actual accurate times. Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning.
You too. Thank you.
All right.
Man, I gotta quit zoning out. What is wrong with me? I like just go to places in my head, like for like, wow. Everything else is blocked out. So when I'm making weird faces, I don't know. If I look sad, if I look mad, it's usually nothing to do with what's going on here. It's weird, just like weird things I go to in my head. A little bit of the OCD is actually, my thought OCD is actually coming out today at moments. Sorry, guys. Just want to explain where I caught myself making a weird face. I'm like, wait, what? Oh my God, if people were looking at me, but you guys probably weren't. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me take this banner off. Oh my God, I did that a lot today. I apologize. That's why that one time when I went off screen for a while when I was gonna go to get grapes, I never got the grapes. Not just now when I was gonna go, but like a couple hours ago or hour or so ago when I said I'm gonna go and I turned off the video. I had like a major OCD thing where I just sat here. I never made it to the grapes. And I just like had like the OCD thought. So I say it comes in waves. I just hope this isn't like a beginning of a wave where it lasts, sometimes it can last like a month where it's like, oh, I just hope it's just a couple days and it goes away. Anyway. Yeah, so I never made it to my grapes. And then that's why I wanted to go back when I just went down there to get my coffee. I had them in a bowl. I had them ready. I come upstairs with my water and coffee and no freaking grapes. So I never got my grapes except this morning I got some. Oh, I know, Linda. But I was just explaining what I was doing, where my mind is, and if I make weird faces. Like I'm not mad, I'm not sad about what's going on here. Well, it depends. If I'm in the conversation and you could tell, but if I'm just like zoned out looking a different way, I'm usually somewhere else. Oh my God, you guys probably think I'm weirdo. Anyway. Oh wait, hold on. Look, they're still talking. Hold on, let's see if there's no sound. Let's watch. Elaine. I don't like Amber's hair. Like from the side, it looks weird how it's like this long ponytail at the end. I do not like that. Oh my God. Yes. I love it. I love it. Oh my God. That's a good one, Ashley. Madeline. So I never got to hear what you answered because I think that was right around the time I had my OCD zone out. What could I have to come up with a funny term for it when I have my OCD issues? Like when I'm having that moment in the moment. What can we call that? But when I asked you, and then that was around the time when I turned off the camera and I was gonna get grapes, but I got so you said you got a ring light and hold on, let me take this off real quick. Because you said you got a ring light and I didn't see if you answered. I asked, do you have a channel or was it for pictures? And I apologize if you answered. Like I said, I was in a whole new world, a whole nother world. What's your channel, or what do you just take pictures, or is it for like Instagram? Because you said you were ordering a ring light and combo. What was it? Ring light and hold on, it'll come to me. Ring light and something else. Oh, and a tripod. And then I asked you, why do you have a channel? And I never heard what you said. I also have issues. Okay, cool, Linda. Court brain? Yeah. Well, it's triggered my OCD brain, but yeah. I think it's probably this court and these witnesses do have something to do with it, like getting to me into like a hypnotic, like OCD zone. But I want to come up with a funny name for it. And that's the thing, a lot of people have the OCDs where you could physically see it. And it makes sense. Somebody could see it and they could see, well, I know that's what that is. But when I have a little bit of that, but mine's mostly in my head. So when it's in your head, it's a little bit probably harder because if somebody's seeing you, they're seeing you zone out, not, and then either like having a certain expression, and it looks like you're like overthinking. Rainey always used to be like, man, you're thinking really hard. And it's like, tell me this, those of you guys that have the OCD thinking brain, tell me if this happens. Because you could do it like you could just be in the conversation, but when you have to do it, it's an obsession. You have to do it right then. And like a lot of the time, since I lived with Randy for, a long time, I'm thinking of examples when he would catch me and then he would like want to be like, oh, you're in deep thought again, or, you're whatever. I forget what he called it. But like it would be so annoying when somebody would be trying to talk to me because it's like it interrupts the thing and you're just like, shut up, like I gotta finish this in my head. Like people are like, people that don't know. Randy knew me. I mean, we knew but like let's say somebody that just doesn't know what's going on and you don't want to explain it, and they'll be like, oh, you're thinking, or a lot of the times it'd be like, what's wrong, Tiff? Like, what's wrong? No, it's okay, because it'll be like maybe it'll be in the middle of a conversation and they'll think they said something wrong or something. And then they'll be like, well, what's wrong? No. And they try to talk and you don't want to go all into everything and explain exactly what really is going on. And so if you just say, oh, I'm just thinking, and then it's like, oh, what are you thinking about? And you just want them to just like, shut up for a minute. Just, I need this time. You keep interrupting and I have to redo it. Cause like, you have to redo it in my head. I'm like, now I have to start over, like quit, but it's too hard to get into. And sometimes, if it's somebody you don't want to get into all of it, so it just drives me nuts. It's just like, you don't want to be mean. It's just like, well, leave me alone. If not, like you have to leave the room, just hold on, give me a minute. And then they think they did something, because you have this like serious sad look or mad look. Well, what did I do? What's wrong with it? What's wrong? What's going on? Like, no, just give me a minute. Nothing. You didn't do anything. I just got to think about something. So anyway, zapped out. Yeah. Or zap zoned. Which one? Zap zone? Wait, I already missed. What did you say? Yes, Tiffany. Thanks, Ashley. Did you? Okay, I missed your answer about the ring light. You said a ring. Maybe my ears itch. I don't know why. Do I have to tell you my ears itching when I itch it? Why do I even have to explain? Oh my God. Anyway, okay. So hold on. Let me see before I miss your answer again, Model N. Did you answer? It does, Michelle, but I get relief. I have down waves where I go months without it even really being an issue, I might be a little bit extra thinker, but it's where it doesn't really affect my life. And then it'll come on strong. And that's why I'm hoping, because sometimes it'll last like a few weeks or a month. where it's like every day. So I'm just hoping this isn't a start of like a month thing. Hopefully it's just this child's triggering it because of just getting me in a some kind of state mentally. So what do you guys think? Let's take a vote. Zav zone. So I could be like, so when it's happening, if somebody asks, I'll be, oh no, I'm just Zav zone. So it's not anything that we're talking about. Like, I'm not thinking about anything we're talking about. And that's the thing, because people will think, well, it has to have to do with like something we were just in conversation. So I had to have said, they'll be like, I would have had to have said something wrong, or it has to be something we were just talking about. But it doesn't. It's like always something that has nothing to do with it, but there's just something that snaps in your head, and then you have to think it. And I mean, most of the time, it's really like nothing to do with what the conversation was, or the video, or you know what I'm saying? Zapped out, Zav zoned. Okay. But Madeline, what did you say? I keep missing your answer. Raquel, I'm thinking about doing a TikTok. Clip it from the channel I see on. Oh, email me if we'll figure it out. I could probably help you. I want to start doing a TikTok for my channel, like for like a zavgirl TikTok. Maybe I'll start with some of my Johnny short videos that I already have done. Okay, Madeline, I'm not forgetting. Did you answer? Hold on. Oh, lady, love you, lady. I know. Oh my God, Libby, give Libby a kiss. Oh my God, I just love Libby. I'm weird. Okay. Modeling. Okay, small channel. What is it called? Is it modeling, or is it separate? And what is it about? Because I could go, hold on. Tell me what it is so I could get it real quick. Is it just your name? Hold on, let me see. Oh, wait. Let me see. Did you answer? Zedian? Or is that? Or wait, hold on. It's called Mon. Okay, so it's if I click on that right here, it'll take me. Hold on, let me get it. Then I could sub, so then I have it. Okay, I gotcha. You got 246 subs and 229 videos? You got a lot of videos. Cool. I'll check them out tonight. I just subbed. Okay. So I got that. I feel like was there anything else I wanted to get to the bottom of when that happened that I missed? Zapped out, tiffed out. I think we should keep it with something with Zav more than Tiff, since that's the channel name. Zav zoned. Like we have to say it like that. Zav zoned. Like say it like it's a one word, not two words. Somehow. Zav zoned. Like what syllable you stress? Zav zoned. Hold on. Which part do we stress? Like, which sounds better? Zav zoned. We have to do it like Zav zoned. Oh my God, I'm just testing out a bunch. I think Zeding. How would you say that, Christy? Zeding. OZD. OC. Wait, I kind of like that. OZDN. Wait a minute. So I want to use both though. OZDN. Hold on. Wait, I just missed one. Zav zoned. I'm trying to like get it like so it flows better. Oh my God, I should be doing this by myself. I mean, testing it out. I sound like an idiot. Hold on. Zav zoned. I'm trying to do it the Zav zoned. I'm trying to do it where Zav zoned. No, I like Zav zoned. Zav zoned. Zav zoned. Okay, I'm just gonna do Zav zoned. Zav zoned or zoned. Oh no, wait. Zoned is zoned. Oh my God. Zoned is zoned anyway. Wow. Zev zoned. Okay. We're doing Zev zoned. Or am I saying it weird? Do you like how you saying it like that? Zev zoned. Where's the Zav not as Zav zoned? Zev zoned. Zev zoned. Zev zoned. Okay. Now that I just sounded like a complete idiot. Oh my God. Do you ever do that? There's this channel I listen to, this podcast. Well, it's actually Trailer Trash Tammy. Chelsea Lynn, I've talked about her. I love her. So I'm subscribed to everything that she does. Like, I don't even use Instagram. I only use it for my channel to look up people. I only signed up to have that. So it has nothing personal on it, but I just signed up for one so I could look up, for cases. So I could get on the Instagram and look up people if I need it for like cases, or get a hold of somebody for cases. But just like a couple months ago, I like following her. She's the only person I'm following, Chelsea Lynn. But anyway, my point is she does this podcast called The Viral Podcast. But make sure if you do check her out, you got to just check out her. Okay, she has Chelsea Lynn Vlogs, which she just is herself. But just the Chelsea Lynn without the vlogs, that's where she plays the character Trailer Trash Tammy. Oh my God. You got to watch the character first, I feel like. But anyway, on the podcast, she's just herself, obviously. It's the Viral Podcast that she does it with her on her friend page. Well, they do this bit where they just make these like sexual noises. So every time I'm like listening to it in my bed, because I listen to it like almost every night or, if I've already caught up on it. And I always sleep with my door open. So I'm listening to it in my bed. And when they do that, I'm like, I turn it down real quick. I'm like, oh my God, if my mom, or if they hear this, they're going to be thinking I'm watching porn. Well, I don't even want to say that word because it might trigger YouTube. But watching that because they sound like it. They do it for a joke. I'm like, I'm always so embarrassed when they do that. I'm like, oh, shoot. Anyway, actually, hold on one second, guys. So I'm going to try to do some editing because I feel energized today. Like I could actually don't have to go to bed. I haven't been on my walk in like a week, guys. Because I've just been feeling like, I don't know, just bad. So I might actually go on my walk first. Hold on one second though. I'm trying to see if, oh, it is under review. Okay. All right. Anyway, where am I at? There we go. I'm back. So, what auto? Wait, the auto? What do you mean the auto? Okay, I'll check it out. But the video on the YouTube about the auto from Amber's lawyer and the therapist they had on the stand. Okay, cool. Oh, I wanted to show oh, love you, Gail, jar dirt. Oh my God, why did I say that like that? What is wrong with me? I feel like I'm just in a weird mood. Okay. I wanted to share Heavenly Clouds, that thing that you shared about the jury. I was going to share that picture. You just reminded me of somebody. Well, I don't know why I got, because the Raquel. Wait, is this something that you want me to share? Is it just something for me or you want me to open it up now for everybody? Is that what you're saying? Or is it something that maybe look at it and then maybe tomorrow? Zeke out. Yeah. Okay. So hold on. Audio. Oh, audio. Okay, let me read that now that I know what it means. What you're trying to say. Okay, I finally found a video on YouTube about the audio from Amber Heard's lawyer. Oh no, I know. Who sent it to me? I'm gonna put it. I have it. Somebody else sent it to me. Oh my God, I can't even. Somebody just sent it to me too. Hold on, let me find it. Casey sent it to me too. So cool. Send it to me again because maybe there's a couple versions of it. And I was going to put it in my editor. And so like turn it up and try to get the audio as clear as we can for tomorrow. Unless you want me to just play it right now real quick. I guess I can for you guys right now. I have one of them. I think I know if it's what you're talking about where it sounds like he's saying he's going to lie on the stand, that one, Raquel. I mean, I could play it now and then I could just put it in the editor for later and see if I can make out anything better. Okay, so hold on one second. The jury info, Heavenly Cloud. That's what I'm going to do. Let me share. Hold on one second. Share. Okay. I have it all. No, I thought I had it already. Hold on a second. I did. Wait a minute. Well, where did it go? I had it. Hold on. It's interesting what the jury is that Heavenly Clouds took a screenshot. Oh, that's right. I put it in here. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I have to wait for it to load up here. Image. Oh, and then I wanted to share. Well, I have stuff for tomorrow's breaks for sure. Okay. So here. Where did you get this? So we have, this is the jury. It's probably because I don't ever watch anything after the trial where they talk about things like people that were in, or because I don't use Instagram or Twitter. Oh my God, what is that called? Don't make fun of me. Is it Twitter? Why does that sound weird? Wait, help me, guys, because I don't have any of those. So when people post that are actually in there, why does that sound so weird? Like I'm saying it wrong. It is Twitter. Oh my God. Okay, so we got an Asian male, late 20s and 30s. So I guess he's wearing a mask, right? They say whether they're wearing a mask or not, I guess. Another Asian male, mid 20s, no mask. Asian male, mid 30s, mask. Why do they have some empty seats or something? Why? It's African American Indian female, late 30s, early 40s, mask. Asian female, mid 30s, mask. I was counting how many. So we have 9. Huh. Caucasian male, mid 60s, no mask. Caucasian male, late 20s, mid 30s, no mask. Caucasian female, mid 50s, no mask. Asian Polynesian male, mid 40s, no mask. So that's what the jury's made up of, I guess, guys. And then I'm gonna edit some stuff to maybe watch certain thing. I got like that Courtney Love stuff because I had heard, last week or maybe a few days ago where that came out where she was talking about like Johnny saved her life, but then she made a comment because she didn't leave. Somebody just found it. It wasn't like, I don't think she wanted it because she said, what did she say? Hold on. Well, we'll talk about it tomorrow, I guess. She said something like where is it? I didn't get to read it all, but like, she's apologizing for expressing her thoughts on the ongoing Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation lawsuit after a group of videos in which she appeared was accidentally posted online. So it's just kind of like in regards to that stuff, but I just have to edit it, make sure everything's good for copyright stuff. Okay, so they only need 7 2 are filming, and if not needed, they will be let go once it's over before deliberation. Wait, what? Oh, they only need 7 2 are filling in. If not needed, will be. But which do they already have the 2 that are filling in? Do they? That doesn't. Why? I'm confused. So 2 are filling in, but they know it's the like 2. Okay, they're aware of the 2 that are filling in, but they might not need them, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Elizabeth, I could see that. Oh, okay, Casey. Yeah, I got it. I saw it. Here, yeah. Let me get it and make sure that that's okay to play. Play it, and then I'll put it in my editor later. Let me just make sure there's no music, right? Okay, hold on. All right, let me do this. Hold on, shoot. We're trying to get it ready for 1 second. Okay. We'll share it. Let me just get it ready. Why? I'm trying to pause it and it keeps playing. No. God, TikTok's weird. It won't let me like, what's face or with YouTube, if you have it paused and then, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me try to share it with my little glitch of the audio though. Hopefully I'll be able to share it how I want to. Let's see. Let me know if the audio shares. If not, I'll have to open it over here. Wait, did I just... Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, my God. I thought I accidentally hid somebody, which means blocking them on accident, but I didn't. All right, hold on, guys. Share. Okay, this should work. All right, you ready? Let me know if you guys could hear it. I don't... I'm not convinced that's what he's saying. I'll put it in my editor. I'm really not convinced that that's even what he's saying. And even, like when something's hard to hear, but then you have the subtitles, so it makes your kind of brain like hear certain things that might not be there. Even with that going on, I still am not hearing that. Like I hear some of the words sound like it, but some don't. But I don't know. I'm going to put it in the editor and try to get the audio clear. And we'll maybe check it out tomorrow. What do you guys think? Just wouldn't it be really stupid? Because why would he be asking her then? Wouldn't they already have this planned out? They would have already talked. I just, I don't know. I just feel like, because they're putting that in your head, what they're hearing, then it's going to make a lot of people hear something that maybe it's not, but we'll see. That guy, yes. Okay, so maybe I'll start that out as the intro. I have to get a compilation of him. That's what I'm going to work on tonight. Yes. This is going to be fun. It's just been so fun editing these videos because the funny ones, oh my God. Okay, so you guys got to help me. I want to see how many views that the poop one. You guys got to help me share this video. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. That's what I should have done. I should have shared this one poop video I think is hilarious that's barely getting any views, and I just think people would like it if they watched it. So remind me, mods, and maybe you could help too tomorrow, to actually share the link in the chat. I don't know why I didn't do that when it first came out. Huh, I should have. Yeah, okay, let me share it now. Gosh darn it. Because now that it's already like a week or so old, the algorithm might already be screwed up if I would have done it to begin with. I just think it's so funny. I want people to see it. And it only has like 700 views. And I don't know. I just think people would like it. Just share that, guys, or watch it if you haven't watched it. It's like a parody. I think it's hilarious. I was cracking up making it. And then Ashley and mods. Who else is here for mods? Sarah's still here. Just remind me to share it tomorrow when everybody's in chat, so they could watch it. Yeah. Yeah. I should have been doing it all week. I don't know why that one I'm like all proud of because I just think it's hilarious. Oh, wait, you guys want to see Zeke one last time? Do you want to see him? Hold on, let me go get him. Since I'm wearing my Zeke and Justice. So because it's green, the outline, it makes it look colorful. I wish I could make shirts that actually have like lights or tie-dyed around. Or wait, can I? Hold on, let me think. Shoot, I should work on that. I probably can. But anyway, how awesome where you could get it to move like this. Like sparkle. Yeah, it's Heavenly Clouds, get yourself one. They're up. And my Camille, I ordered my Camille today. You guys don't forget, I'm gonna have 2 hoodies, a long sleeve shirt. I'm gonna have my coffee tumbler. Oh, I gotta work on the Johnny merch too. Shoot. Okay, let me go get Zeke real quick. Oh, here it is, Elizabeth. Have you seen it yet? I hope I'm sharing the right one. Let me make sure I did the right one. I have to check on my phone because it doesn't link on StreamYard. Let's see. Yes. I love it. I don't know why, Greg. And you know what? Another good one. That latest one I feel like is hilarious. Let me hold on. This one too. Let me see how many views it's got. This one has a little bit more, but this one's it still only has 800. And I feel like it's hilarious because you know how like some of these videos are getting like over millions of views on this stuff, you know, and some of them are just like, oh, they're just like a little part from the trial. But I feel like if people would watch some of these, I mean, some maybe not, but it seems like the thing that makes me so mad, it's like the ones that I'm not as proud of, and that basically the ones that I didn't like, it doesn't have as much like put into it from like something that came from me, you know, it would just be like facts. Those ones are like getting a lot of views. Like there's some that are getting a lot. The ones that I'm just not as like pumped up about. Not that I don't like them, but the ones that like that are funny and that I really had so much fun and I was like pumped up when I watched them. Like, oh my god! And I put like a lot of like, you know, I put extra like, or is more like what do you call it? Like not facts, but more creative, I guess. I don't even know if that's the right word for what I'm trying to say. But those ones that I really wanted more people to see are the ones that have the least amount. And the ones that have a lot are just like, they're good, but just like more fact, just this is what it is, you know? Like my funny ones. I'm such a baby, but it's like, man, why can't we reverse it and get these ones? Because I feel like people would like them. They would laugh because those 2 funny ones that were my 2 favorites. Like everybody that's watched, at least, unless you guys are lying. Oh, whoa! Unless you guys are lying, but everybody that's watched them said they're like they cracked up. I was even cracking up. I cracked up making them the whole time. So those, I'm like, man, why can't those have the views? Can't we just switch and have the other ones have the 700 views, and then those have like the thousands of ones here? Because I don't know. Here's the other one that's funny. Well, no, my mom and grandma are down there. He's just barking probably at somebody outside. It's not like he's trying to get. He would, if he's trying to get my attention, he'd be up scratching the door. But I'm gonna go get him. He's downstairs. So those 2 that I emailed or that I linked are 2 of my favorite funny ones. But there's still more. I feel like there's still other ones that are kind of funny too. But it seems like all of my funny ones it's my funny ones that aren't having that many views, and not because people aren't liking them. It's just the algorithm. I think it's just something about it. It seems like the shorts get more views, at least of these ones, of the Johnny ones that I'm doing. The shorts are getting way more views, And the shorts you only have under a minute. So like some of them you can't fit into a short, you know? And that's why it's like, should I do a compilation of the Spiegel or just do a bunch of little shorts of his funny moments? But I feel like sometimes it's better to have like the compilation. Maybe I could do both. Huh. Let me think. Yeah, maybe I could take parts of the funny one and make them into shorts too, actually. Gotta be smart how to, figure out what's best. The shorts, if you go under here, hold on. Show you. So hold on one second. Let me do is my screen shared? Let me share. So if I share, okay, hold on. So if you go to if you're on a laptop, it depends, or if you're on a computer, depends. If you're on a computer, this is what it'll look like. If you go to my channel, and then it'll have the live if I'm live, still live, and then it'll have, I don't know why does it have 2 lives? I'm not sure why it's doing that. Why it has like the 2 lives. I mean, it's the same live, but why it has it twice? And then it'll have my uploads. This is how I just set it up this way. And then, of course, there's more. You just go over. But if you really want to go to all my videos, you guys know, because it only goes like, it stops after like 10. So if you want to go to all the videos, you just go to videos, and it'll bring all of them, including the shorts, all together. The shorts will be mixed in. See, these are shorts, one with the red. So when I go to people's channel, I always go right to videos because they're in the order from new to old, and it brings all your videos. But if you're at home, you just want to go to the shorts, they're right. So it only has a few of the uploads. I don't know why it doesn't go over forever. And then it'll have the shorts. And then, of course, it only has a few of shorts because if you have more than, 10 shorts, then it stops. There's more, so videos is the best, I feel like. But I guess if you just want to go to shorts, you go like this, but then you're going to be missing out on some of the older ones. And then here's the members only videos. And then here's playlists I have. And then, yeah, that's how I have my channel set up. But yeah, so the shorts will be right here, or you could just go videos and then look for the red, whatever right there. All right, so that's that. And then, yeah, I always go to videos, and I'm always hoping that people know that, because it's like if they just go to the uploads and they go over, it only shows you like the last 10 videos. I don't want people to be like, oh, that's all the videos, and then you don't see all of them. Like, just always go to the videos, to see them all. And then on your phone, let me see on my phone where the shorts are. Hold on. So on my phone, it should be the same order. Yeah, you scroll down and shorts are the second on the list. Yeah. Yeah. So that's that. So yeah, remind me to share. I'm so mad that I didn't share it all week. I was telling everybody to go watch it, but I could have just shared the link. I don't even think about that, Anyway, hey, Pat O'Keefe. Yeah, it's the same order. Same order. And then, yeah, you could go on your phone. You could go to videos. So always go to videos on channels to get their whole videos, seriously. If not, you're going to be limited to like the last 10 videos, And then like, you know, you have to go down for the shorts. Yeah, all of them, they just come up everyone. Okay, so let me go get Zeke. I feel like they might have took him out. I hope they didn't take him on another walk because I might go for a walk. I should take him. All right, hold on one second. Zekester! Zekester! Whoa. Oh shoot! I thought I just broke my canvases. A 3-pack. So man, my nose is itching now. So I don't need this anymore. Oh my god, my nose is itching. My guitar. So I haven't tuned my guitar in forever. I still have these old strings on it, and I got like a bunch of new different. And I gave them to his weird mom here. I sent them to her because I'm like, I don't play. I haven't played in years. I had like a bunch of cool different silk string, like 3 different types of guitar strings. So I wanted to try them and see what kind I like the best, like brass. I think there's like silk. I don't know, weird mom. What were they again? I sent them to her because she plays. Like, I'm not gonna use them, but if I'm gonna play that, if I'm decided to play, I definitely need to get new strings. They're so bad right now. But Zeke won't come. He's looking out the window. There's some guy out in the yard looking to do some work. So that's why he was barking. He's looking at him. He won't come. Yay! Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Alex. Oh, for the mood, even though at times topics rough, I know. That's why it's kind of a nice little break from true crime. Even though this is technically a true crime, but you know, the type of true crime really that we do is like always like usually murders involved or missing, you know, like, so it is a nice little break. What, a month break? A month or 2. Well, only probably like a month for me because I started late in streaming, even though I was watching it. But it's just a nice little break to do something. I hate to say light because it is, and it's still some heavy stuff, but it's like where we could even find a lot of humor in it because it's just ridiculous what she's doing. At least nobody died, knock on wood. I mean, you know. Oh, hi, Retro now. So just something different, you know. So that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna miss it when it's over. And I hope Johnny gets his justice. And we'll have to find another trial. Because this is kind of cool. Like my schedule's like good. Like I was, you know, like I'm usually like my mom says, Elvis Presley schedule where I'm up. Sometimes I would stay up a couple nights in a row, or at least a night. Or I'm like going to bed at like 5 in the morning, 8 in the morning, sleeping all day. So it's kind of nice. Do I hear Zeke? Zeke! Kind of nice. Have an excuse to wake up early. You know, and go to bed early. So. But let me know if anybody knows a trial that's coming up, like in the next couple weeks. Like I know the Daybell of Aloes is October 11th, but unless they end up pushing it back, who knows with Trier. But I don't think they will. I think they've already been doing it and having, you know, different things. I think that it's probably going to just stick to October 11th. Oh, no. It wasn't peeing, no she builder. Are you talking about the bush part? You guys realize I was talking about poop right? Number 2 in on the bush, right? Yeah. Or did I not make that clear about the what I was talking about? Because peeing, it wouldn't even have been that big of a deal, but because I had to poop, ugh, in front of everybody on a anyway. Well, Madeline, the thing is I think it had potential to really help him, but I feel like, like for instance, that Jennifer Holmes, or wait, Jennifer Howe, like why? I feel like what was the point of that? There was no. I feel well, where was the point? I mean, there would have been a huge point, but they didn't show any of it. I'm sure they tried to ask those questions. You think, or not? So it was like, well, I don't even know if there was really a point of it because it didn't even get to the main stuff of what she said. I'm gonna have to re-listen. Maybe I missed some because I feel like they didn't even. There was no point to it. I was so excited because the potential of that witness would have been huge. But I'm sure they objected and somehow we couldn't do it. You said hearsay, but how do you get around that when you're allowed? I thought sometimes you're allowed to say, if it's not saying like it's how do they say it, not for the truth, but just for whatever. Because there's been instances where people said what they were told, right? But anyway, so that had potential, but I feel like that was a letdown. I don't know. I just feel like unless maybe because I zoned out so much, I missed a lot. But I think tomorrow, with the witnesses that are scheduled for tomorrow, I think yeah, it could with Moss. Oh no, because now they said that freaking witness from TMZ now is not going to come, right? And that could have been big because it could have proved Amber a liar on the stand, perjury right there on the stand, saying that she wasn't. Well, we don't know if that's what they would have said, but I'm guessing because why else are they having them on, right? Her saying that she wasn't the source of giving TMZ the video or leaking the TRO file or whatever, and that guy might have been there to say that it was her. Who knows? So that it doesn't look like he's going to be on. And then what else? Kate, I guess Kate could help a little bit, saying that he wasn't abusive to her, but I'm sure they won't even let it get that far. They're probably only allowed to ask her about the stair incident, right? I'm sure. I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing the way this is going, that's all they'll be able to ask her, that the stair incident didn't happen. And that won't be that huge on making Amber look like a liar because Amber didn't say for sure. Amber said something like, oh, what she heard about the Kate Moss, or she thought it was Kate Moss or whatever. So I think if they're allowed to get into their relationship more in more detail, Kate and Johnny's, where she's allowed to say he wasn't abusive to her, physically abusive towards her at all, that could help, I think. And I think that Jennifer Howe could have been huge, but that didn't work out. So I don't know if it's going to help them that much. But now that I learned that it's not 100% like the what do they call it? The help me out, where they don't have to prove behind a reasonable doubt. What they say, like 50. Oh, how did they word that? It's my brain is fried. I know. Google. You guys are my Google. Explain that again. Like the since this isn't a criminal case or whatever this case falls under, they don't have to. Can't even think of the right words to even explain the rest. So now, learning that, I feel like maybe he can win because it had what they say. Like I think this one falls under where it's just 50%. Didn't they say the doubt? Hold on, let me look this up before I sound like an idiot here. What was this called? Oh my god. How do I word this to answer? I'm gonna keep looking at chat. Civil case. Okay, thank you, Madeline. Preponderance of evidence. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think of to type in so I could see like the details of it. Oh my God, you're awesome. Okay, so now I just have to type in that preponderance. I just want to say, you probably think I'm an idiot trying to. I don't know. I think it's just my brain's fried, but not that I would have known that anyway, but I would have been able to explain it maybe better. Hold on 1 second. Put up some details so we could check it out. Or we could just do it on break tomorrow, I guess, so I could work on editing it. But let me just see something. Yeah? Okay, I'll be down in a minute. Time to eat. Am I the only one that do you guys eat as a family at the table? We do. Like growing up my whole life, we always had dinner time, sat around a table and eat. No TV during dinner, just talking, It's just how we grew up. But I know these days it's not that common anymore. How many people, put a 1 if you guys grew up that way, and that you grew up that way. Well, first let's do one step at a time. Put a 1 if you grew up that way, where you sat around the table to eat growing up and no TV or anything, and you guys ate like at the table. I'm just curious. And put a 2 if not. Well, I'm looking this up. Hold on. Yeah, so maybe I'll try to look up stuff for tomorrow and we could go over it because I'm gonna go eat. 1. Okay. See, because probably a lot of you guys are probably my age. Because I bet a lot of the younger generation is probably not as common because with technology and stuff, people on their phones, TV. Now, Alex, how old are you? Are you younger? And not to say that you have to be, because even some people older, not everybody grows up that way, Okay, so those of you that grew up that way, like how many of you guys now, because a lot of you guys probably have kids and family of your own, did you pass that on for your family and your kids if you have kids? Do you do that now with your family? Well, now I'm going to get confused which one you're answering. Answer that way just in words, just yes. My son's growing up that way too, but with having TV in the kitchen because my parents are in the kitchen at the table chilling a lot. Okay. Okay. Hey, actually, I didn't realize you were that young. Wow, I didn't realize you were that young. Not that you like the way you look or anything. I don't know why. That's a compliment. I feel like because you seem older because your personality or the way you act or, like your maturity. I just, wow. Okay. Huh. Wait, Jacob, you're 31. Did you say you grew up talking around a table, like eating like that then? Okay, cool, Billy. See, that's awesome. Even that you didn't grow up that way, but you're breaking the cycle and being, Look, I'm saying it like it's like this abuse or some horrible thing. I don't mean like breaking the cycle like it's like bad if you didn't, but I'm just saying you're doing something different. That's cool. Okay. How old did you say you were, Alex? 33. Okay. Yeah. I mean, still like, I had friends in high school that they didn't either. They watched TV or sat in another room so yeah, I mean, it's not everybody, but I think there's more of a chance the older generation there's probably more of us that did it than the younger generation, if that makes sense. But not that more of us did than didn't, but more did than like the kids growing up today. Don't you think? It happened more but in the past than it does today. Wait, are you serious, Madeline? Is he okay? Wow. Okay, Gailey makes quilts. the awesome. Where's Diana been? She disappeared. Probably because she's not into this case, huh? But these quilts, we still have to do the giveaway because Jar of Dirt Gailey, she's really good at it. Okay, I better go, guys. It's time. Man, I'm not hungry. When I went down there that last time, I finished the sushi. So I ended up finishing all the sushi, guys. Yeah, is he okay, Steven Tyler? What? I didn't even know he was still used. Wow, dude. Pray for him. And is Lady still here? No, yeah, oh yeah, Lady was leaving, right? Lady Montgomery. I was gonna say kiss Libby, but I think she said she left a little bit ago, right? Man, my brain is fried. I probably said bye to her and everything, and then listen. Okay, I want to write that down though. Preponderance of evidence. Hold on. Is that what it was? Wait. Wait, who said that when I first did it? Oh, okay, cool, Jarder. I hope it better. Hold on, let me find that real quick. I want to make sure I'm wording this right. Oh, it is the evidence. Preponderance of the evidence. I thought maybe there's something else I could write too. Civil case. Okay. I just want to see something real quick. Man, I'm not hungry at all. Like, should I eat when I'm not hungry? Yeah, here I just Googled it real quick, nothing in depth, but I'll just read what this says. It's just preponderance of the evidence is one type of evidentiary standard used in a burden of proof analysis. Under the preponderance standard, the burden of proof is met when the party with the burden convinces the fact finder that there is a greater than 50% chance that the claim is true. I think yes. Now, that's why I was having trouble because I thought it was like the same as the normal trials of cases we go over in true crime and that I'm used to at least, like murder trials. So that's why I kept saying, man, I don't think he's gonna win. But after I heard that today, dude, I'm thinking he might, guys. No wonder why you guys are like thinking, yeah, I think he has a good chance of winning. And I'm just like thinking, really? I don't know. I want him to win, but you guys probably all knew that, and I did. Oh, you did, Casey? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, you were on it, and I'm just shoot. Wait, I made what clear? Maria Lynch made it clear. Is that a nice way of telling me that I'm repeating myself? I know. I'm just in one of those moods where the caffeine is really working and I'm probably just repeating myself. Anyway, okay, so all right, guys, I better go eat. My hub and I'll do. You guys do what, Marlon? Oh, eat at the table? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, wait, that was an old Maria. That was an old that was kind of far up on the list. So you were probably responding to something way before this. That was way before. I'm sorry. So I'm not sure what maybe you'll answer what you're responding to. That's the problem when I scroll up and then I'm way behind in the chat and I feel like it's anyone's ballgame. Yes. All right, guys. I'm going to go try to eat a little bit and then maybe go for my walk and watch, try to watch something. I've been like trying to get like work done as on my walk, like watching videos. Oh, you love to sew too? Wow, we got a lot of sewers. Bye, Madeline. All right, bye, guys. Eat. Don't get sick on too much. I know. But sometimes caffeine, I could drink a ton of it, nothing. I don't feel it. And sometimes I'm like wired. And today's one of those. Probably because I had Starbucks to start me off. So it's a little bit, when you're drinking the same kind of coffee every day and then you switch it up with a different kind. And it's like, whoo. And I don't even mean like Nespresso. There's a bunch of different kinds. And I do switch those every day. But I'm saying like drinking that or switching into like Starbucks or some other whole type, All right. I was trying to wait to what Maria was saying that to. Maria, what were you saying that to? You got me so curious. Good night, Christy. Tennessee, good night. Good night. Casey, Alex, Lisa. I better go. I keep waiting. Maria, are you there? Bye, Gailey, Jar of Dirt, Ashley. Maria, I want to answer. Lisa. All right, I'm not getting an answer. I better go. No answer. Oh, you are, lady. You're here. I was like, did I already say bye to her and I forgot? Bye, lady. Give Libby kissy kiss. God, she's so cute. All right, I think Maria already left. Maria. It's so like I'm so weird. Like when I want to know something, it's gonna bug me now. Billy. All right, I really better go. I think she really did. Maria Lynch. Maria Lynch, are you there? All right, bye, Linda. Whoa, cleaning your son's house? Your son's a lucky boy. Bye, Billy. Thank you. Oh, love you. Kiss. Oh, Libby. Oh, I just want to give Libby a hug. Ashley, I ate too much fish. Okay, I better go, guys. My mom, they're probably waiting. I better go eat with them. Bye, everybody.